So it's going to be channeled down that trench. So anybody on either side of it is on either side of that line charge, uh, probably for at least 100 feet, is pretty much going to be vaporized.
And there's the other thing, as you said, with the dozers or even the tanks with the plows on the front. Prior to reaching the where the trench is, they'll put that down and they'll just scoop earth into it, crushing anyone who's inside that trench. Right, so they'll fill in that little bit of the area at bish bash bosh. The dozer may even turn around and then just start filling stuff in, right? Yeah, so your only option is to at that point is really run away, because you're not your small arms are going to have no effect on a dozer, and in actual fact it's not going to have much of an effect on even if you've got an RPG, it's not going to have much of an effect on that dozer blade, really. Nothing that's going to save your life anyway.
That's true, David. And the other thing is that people talk about, well, they're going to have the Russians are going to, maybe they're saving their Cornet missiles, and which are the ATGMs, and those guys will be several kilometers away. But I'm sure that the Russians will have, those teams ready. But the Ukrainians are also going to have recon and know where those other trenches are, those supporting trenches. And those supporting trenches are going to come under artillery fire. And when you're under artillery bombardment, the last thing you're going to do is pop out of your trench and try to take a shot with an ATGM with all that shrapnel flying around. Right, David?
Yeah, and when I look at the trenches I've seen, there's no evidence of these supporting trenches you're talking about. They haven't built them, and if we want to be consistent about this, so a lot of the stuff that's where it's really flat, where's that trench going to go? Because you really, because they've built this big burn in front of everything, right? How is an ATGM even going to see over the burn, right? So look, they've caused themselves all sorts of problems by building that barrier, which stops them from seeing stuff, right? So they may say it. And the other one is we have to point out, everyone, we assume that because the Russians don't react to being being targeted, that Western tanks and IFVs wouldn't, but they do. They have devices that let them know that they've been targeted, right, and where they're being targeted from. And when you've got something that's quick, and as I said, I was a Challenger tank commander who messaged me, said, yeah, he's seen it that within 0.4 of a second, in the sweep, they've seen that they've been targeted and are targeting the people targeting them. Yeah, and here's the thing: it's not just one tank, is it? Right, George? There's more than one, and there's many other things.
Mutual supporting fire.
Exactly.
You're going to have the IFVs there. You're going to have infantry. The other thing that I heard, and it was kind of laughable, was we remember if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it or not learn the take home message. So that big burn that you were talking about, right? So you're hearing the Vatniks and people, the Kremlin cronies on here saying, "Oh well, that's there so that when a tank tries to cross over it, it's going to expose its underside, which isn't as armored. And the Russians will be able to hit them underneath. And they'll be able to smash the Leopard 2s and the Challengers. The problem is they forgot the lessons that the Allies learned back in 1944 when right after D-Day. For those students of history that might know this, but one of the problems that the Allies discovered was hedgerows. So a hedgerow was what the French farmers used to delineate their property. And what it was a bunch of hedges, but over time the earth had built up, and these things were about maybe 5, 6, 7 feet high. And what happened was every time the Allied tanks would try to cross this country in what they thought was going to be open country, they would have to try to go over this hedgerow, expose their underbelly, and the Germans using anti-tank weapons would be able to destroy their tanks. But a young GI engineer figured out a way to do it, and what they did was they started welding uh, bits of steel girder in front of the tank, sticking out like straight teeth. And what this did was it the the Sherman tank would just rev its engine, move forward. This steel contraption would stick into the side of the hedgerow. As the driver hit the gas, it would uproot this and just create a gap through the hedgerow. In other words, not going over it, but going through it. The same thing is going to happen with this berm because those plows that they can put in, those anti-tank plows, if you look at them, the way they're designed to actually push through those berms, David.
And they are. Although I would say one thing about the burn that they've got, that they wouldn't even need to do that, right? So you have a big. Firstly, the anti-tank trench, or call it a trench, because there's nothing anti-tank about it. The whatever tank it is would just go, basically charge the light brigade at that at max speed or whatever that is, 50 miles an hour, and it would just go straight over it. So the whole idea about someone might be exposing the underbelly of a tank for a period of time is just nonsense, because at 55 mile an hour, when they go over the top of that trench, they'll leap over the top of that burn, squidge it, because it's not compressed dirt, is it? It's just dirt that's been put there, and half a second later they'll be past it. So it's all meaningless. So yes, so they could do that, and numerous other things they could do. The thing is, as we go back to the fact that, and I was saying a while ago, I can't remember, it was when Yehuda was on, and I can't remember who else. John, might have been John Spencer. I was just going, I think they've lost so many people. They no longer have the skill to make these things correctly. So someone's looked at a picture and gone, oh, that's what they do, but without understanding why you do anything. So they've got the picture a little bit wrong. I would at this point out, but the joke would be thoroughly English and no one else would understand it. But yeah, they've lost the skill. They don't know why they're doing it. They don't know that the tank trench should be much deeper and much wider. They don't know why, and in actual fact, they don't know that probably you'd want 2 tank trenches if you really wanted to be really successful about this. But yeah, that's by the by. Again, it just goes back to how they don't do anything correctly, ever.
And David, I'm still trying to get a more clearer picture, but I did see some pictures of those, those the Russian dragon teeth, or as I call them, coke pyramids, and
Yes.
they look like they were. It was like a metal framework where concrete triangles or slabs had been somehow joined together. In other words, the ones that we saw weathered didn't look like they were solid concrete. Did you see those
No,
pictures
I've not
also?
seen them. I've seen some that look like they've been made out of really bad concrete, i.e., that there's not enough concrete in the mix, and that they've used a piece of rebar and concreted that in to use as an eye to lift it out and in with. But I haven't seen the other ones, no. But the ones I've seen were foot disintegrating, but that's because they just, not enough concrete in there.
Yeah. So, and I don't think that those would stop what do we say, 65 to 75 ton Western Main battle tank. Remember, there is no concrete footing. There is no concrete pillar in the ground. These things are just sitting on top of the ground. So I don't see.
No, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, and the other thing we have to remember, these are 1/3 the scale of what they should be, right? So we are at the point. So those things aren't so big that someone couldn't just get a hook on it. If you had two guys put a hook around that eye with a rope, like you had a little towing hook and a rope. Two guys could pull them out of the way. That's just how easy it would be to move them. I mean, it's just, again, it's laughable. Someone again has seen a picture and gone, yes, I can make that. But it goes back to the contract, doesn't it? Somebody's got the contract to make it.
Yeah, the corrupt contractor, right? Because obviously the cement, as you said, looks like it's being weathered even after one season, whereas the ones that were built in in Europe before World War II are still there.
Yeah. There's, we see them around. 80 years
80.
later, we still see them, right? The pillboxes in the UK everywhere, and several places I've lived have had pillboxes, right? Yeah. So that concrete that lasts. A friend of mine's got a house was made in the 1880 by a Victorian engineer who'd rediscovered concrete. It's not falling down. It's not falling down ever.
And that's a huge problem right now. Is that I don't think that, like I said, I think they could pretty much. I would be surprised if this thing can stop an M1 Challenger or a Leopard 2. I think they would just roll over them, and the sheer weight of the tank would just push that thing into the dirt.
Or crush it. Right?
Or just crush it.
So I think that's where we saw. Did you see the picture of the whatever it was, the BTR going over the top of them, and it sort of just skidded over the top? Did you see that? And that's just a BTR, which is what 12 or 12 tons or 14 tons or something.
I think they're like about 15, 20 tons at the most. Yeah, but you're talking about something at 3.5 tons.
Yeah, 55 tons over the top of that. It's just going squidge, isn't it? So, and they're not even that high, right? So, as you said, squish into the ground. We know that and that's the other part about Ukraine is it's not a really rocky country, right? Obviously, until you go into the mountains, but everywhere else is just this really thick soil, really thick, fertile soil that's being, It was, as you said, it just squidge into it.
Yeah, and like we said, they haven't prepared the ground for them. They just drop them down with a little crane and hope for the best. Now we did see them try to chain them or wire them together. So I don't understand what the hell that's about. But like I said, these defensive lines are not of the serious nature. Their defensive lines might slow the enemy down, but they're not going to stop them. Mockers, I see your hand up. Go ahead. You're the co-host. You can just interrupt.
Well, you know me, I'm terribly polite. I just wanted to ask you about the mud, basically. We're seeing, obviously, lots of reports of mud. We know that the weather report that you went through earlier is suggesting that that's going to continue. And really, I'm just terribly impatient. Do you think that there's a chance before May that these vehicles may be in use in the battlefield? And also, Bradley's in Bakhmut. Would that be a good idea?
Well, Well, in fairness, and to spread out who's talking here, right? Maybe 122. Should be added. In fact, to be honest, that's 122 Alpha, isn't it? It should be piping in and saying what he thinks as well. What do you think? 122.
But specifically, Bradley's in Bakhmut, or what do you want
I mean, look, it's been very selfish of us just talking away, right? So it's time for you to get involved, so you don't feel like you're stuck in the corner.
Yeah, I'm fine with being in a corner as long as you're not Russian cornering me, because then I'll fight back. No, but seriously, I'm here when you need me. But just say it like this: we're talking about fortifications. I'm gonna chime in a bit there. I wouldn't be too worried about the dragon's teeth, to be honest. That's not the issue. What you need to be worried about is that they're trying to build anti-tank ditches and build them properly. That's when you need to be worried. Haven't seen that yet. And you made a really good point about the anti-tank weapons. Sitting behind this berm as well is not. It's not going to be effective, is it? Or good for them, which is good for us. We just have to see. Bradley's in Bakhmut, I would say no, and that's for the reason that battlefield has changed so much, and it's really tricky to. It's a really tricky place to be for any type of armor or. Yeah, actually, so many ruins. Even though we have optics, there's going to be so much rubble and things in the way. The only way Bradley's can be useful there is sitting outside the town probably and providing some kind of fire support with their optics. But I wouldn't love to see them get into a fight there right now. I think there are other places for them to be more effective. And I don't think Ukraine is going to deploy any of their new resources until they really, really have to, or until it's time for them to appear. Let's just put it that way. I don't see them being shown for quite a while. Not until maybe late spring when the mud season is really, really gone. Because now it's really muddy and it's causing a lot of problems for both sides. So I think we're quite a while off, to be honest.
Yeah, I sort of agree there. My thought has always been that when we see them, we'll see it in we won't see Bradleys alone, and we won't see leopards or challengers alone. It'll be in a group in the formations they're supposed to be in, because that's how they're best suited. And best protected. They protect each other, don't they? But I have a question for you, 122. What's the biggest trench you have jumped? And I don't mean when you got out and ran over, right? I mean in your tank.
The biggest I have jumped. I haven't really jumped a trench.
Have you not driven over? Right. I just assumed it was driving over a trench, as in jumped it in. Because obviously you don't drive over it; you jump over it in your tank.
Yeah. I haven't really. I have jumped over, maybe a meter wide, sort of trench, but not much more, to be honest. And the thing is, with anti-tank ditches, if you're talking about that kind of trench, what makes them it's particularly suited to take out tanks is they're built in a way with a certain sloped angle, which makes it hard for the tank. If you drive down with the tank, it won't be able to sort of get its gun up and its front armor up and traverse upwards. So that's why they're effective. And you try to stay away from jumping over trenches if you really need to. But I would say a meter is sort of close to what we've done, because then you can keep the tank across the trench and have enough carrying capacity. You can go across more wider with trenches than that, but it all depends.
And see, I just assumed that you guys would have fun and try these out, because I've seen 1.5 meters. That's on a video. I just thought you guys would go, I wonder how far we can do it, right? So we'd have a little trench that was 1.5 meters, and then there would be a 1.8 meters, and then you would have your Olympics for trench jumping in tanks, right? It seemed obvious to me that's what you guys did. I'm a little bit disappointed you don't.
Yeah, you need something to stop a tank that's at least 3 meters. 4 meters is probably the perfect one, but at least 3 meters, and it's got to be at least 2.5, if not 3 meters deep. But going to Mocker's question about the mud, the mud causes multiple problems. Is the mobility. not only of your armored vehicles. Now, some armored vehicles can traverse mud better, but it's also your resupply. Your supply vehicles are not tracked; they're wheeled. So, getting fuel to the front, getting more ammunition to the front, that's what becomes the, you know, no pun intended, actually gets bogged down. That's why having major offensive operations during the mud season is, 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 is difficult, if not impossible, because you're using a wheeled transport for the most part to get the supplies to the front. So it causes a huge problem. Now, like I said, if we're lucky, uh, you know, depends on what the timetable is for the Ukrainians too. Maybe they want to take a little bit more time to get everything ready and everything in country. So, end of April, beginning of May, uh, I'm sure that the ground will be dry enough and we'll be able to see the Ukrainians do an operation that's significant. The one thing I haven't seen, though, David, is what happened to big Russian winter offensive? It's Bakhmut, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I don't know exactly right. What happened to it? They've killed everyone off around Bakhmut, haven't they? They've got no one. They'll have no one left to do a big offensive. And if they do, the people who they've got left don't want to go, do they? They're all going. Oh, we're not going to address.
Yeah, they've wasted a lot of material, a lot of men in Bakhmut, and a lot of material in Volodar. What is it now? About 150, 160 armored vehicles.
It's just incredible, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning their losses. It's important. I was going to. I keep reiterating this. So it's big important note for everyone when they look at when Ukraine states losses, as in Russian losses. When they talk about the Russian troop losses, the thing to remember is they're not counting the Wagner troops. UK has total Russian deaths is over 200,000. Right, so when everyone goes, it's the Ukraine is saying 160 odd. They're not counting the Wagner troops, right? So that figure is a lot bigger, a lot bigger. Yeah, look, it's just stunning, isn't it? That the numbers of people who've, that they've lost, right? Again, every time they do this, because they just put their experienced people in with no idea about what can they do later. So they'll be replacing rubbish with rubbish now.
I wanted to ask 122 a question, since he has actually played around in the commander spot, but like I said, played around. Uh, but 122, you've actually been in the commander spot. Can you tell us on the Swedish version of the Leopard what your optics look like, and what capabilities you had without giving away too much?
Sorry, baby, causing all kind of trouble here. Sorry, I didn't catch the last part. Probably I will now. Now she's not screaming, so.
Sorry, I didn't get what 122 said.
I think he's saying he's otherwise occupied and between typing and looking after the baby, he hasn't got a lot of CPU power left, right? but at some stage, yeah.
God bless him, baby. Yeah, I don't want to go back to that.
I'm amazed his baby's able to type back at him, though.
Yeah, that's incredible. So he's texting the baby.
No, exactly, right?
Yeah, we jest here. Yeah, but
baby, I've sent you an email. Read it.
No, yeah. If he does get a chance, if you're listening, we want to do, and you do get a chance, yeah, I'd just like to for you to come up and just when you get a chance, tell us about the commander's position and what your what the capabilities are, because I know they're heads and tails above what we see on a T-72 and T-88, on a T-80, excuse me, T-88. Where the hell am I going? Anyway, yeah. So anyway, David, um, so have you did you ever see the armored D9 bulldozers, David?
The D9s, D8s. What else do you want? Yes, so I have seen them. The so the I've never worked with an armored one, but I can guess what it would be. It would be a very big bulldozer with some armor around it. In my day, they just expected you to go forward without the armor around it. So in fairness, you weren't going to get a lot of bulldozer drivers wanting to do it, right? Not that they'd be able to run away either, because they were typically big lads.
But so you've seen what they can pull and what they can push, right?
Oh yeah. Whatever we've seen, right? That's not being stopped by these things. They are hugely powerful.
So that berm that that you discussed, that we were mockingly, rightfully so, that the Russians wouldn't have a clue of what's coming over coming up against the berm, especially ATGM crews. What would the D9 do to that? How long
Well,
would it take
other than destroy. Oh no, it would be. I mean, look, these things don't go quickly, but it would be done and dusted really quick. I mean, I have to go though. I don't even think you would use a bulldozer over it. You would just because the trench is just so small. You would just race you would just put the tanks, in to go directly over it. However, right, let's assume they didn't, right, and they just had a bulldozer. So 10 meters before they get to the trench, they would just start scooping earth, and when they got to the trench, it would just fill in, and they would just keep going, right, and then you would have this flat, basically a little bump down and a little bump up for anything to go over it. I mean, it's not stopping anything. This isn't a section where someone's going to be there flattening out like you do when you watch someone making a motorway or something. It would just be 10 meters away, start picking up the earth, which would fill in that hole, and then they would just keep going, and then take a bigger dirt bit out, and then knock it out. So it would just end up like a little bit of it wouldn't obviously be a tunnel, but there would be a dip and a gone. It would just be yeah. The amount of effort needed to make that trench, it doesn't add up to how easy it is to get rid of it.
One of the things that I haven't seen in Ukraine that I lament to this day, especially with urban warfare that we've seen. But one of the other things that would come in handy when you're trying to punch a hole in someone's defensive line is smoke.
Yeah,
We
no,
haven't.
we haven't seen smoke, and there's the other one, isn't it? Right? I am absolutely amazed that we just don't see smoke. I've no idea why. And there's the other part, right? As you were saying, right? So imagine that position. Let's just say that those tanks, those shell scrapes at the back of the Russian position that we've seen, do have some T-72s, and then but there's a whole load of smoke put out, right? What are they shooting at? They might just start shooting and hope that they would randomly hit something, but that's not going to do anything, because all it's going to do is anyone who's got a thermal scope at the other end is going to be able to target them, aren't they? So
That's true, and and the whole, like, I know because I think we were on bullet points with Chuck Farrar and Colonel Spencer, and I brought up the question, and he said even in the United States, it smoke has become a little bit of a lost art, and that's a shame because back in the day, right, David, when we were still using bows and arrows, when me and you were in the service, no, we use smoke a lot because it conceals your movements, especially in an urban environment. But it definitely can conceal, over a battlefield if it's well placed and well timed, can conceal the movements of your armored force. It can help disguise how big of an armored force you're using, right, David? The other thing we didn't discuss is um, when you're trying to punch through a defensive perimeter, sometimes you might actually use a feint. In other words, a fake attempt to draw the enemy to thinking that, oh, the the uh, the breach is going to happen. Let's say sector 6, when it's really happening in sector 14. Uh, 50 kilometers to the east or west, right?
Yep. So did Colonel Spencer say that why smoke has become a bit of a lost art? Is it because they assume that everyone's got thermal?
No, I don't want to, I'm going to very, very, really quickly paraphrase him because I don't want to put, the wrong thing out here. But he said a lot of it had to do with when we went to like this anti-terrorism, that type of campaigns. We kind of, I don't know, just kind of moved away from it. And I know that he was also one that lamented the fact that we don't use smoke, especially in urban combat, because back in after I left, First Armored Division, I was sent to Fort Bragg, and I did training on. They had a mount site, which is where you learn urban warfare, and we use smoke all the time because it can seal your movement. When hey, you've got to get from one building to the other building from across the street, right? uh, Best thing is just throw out a couple of smoke grenades. It blinds the enemy. They might shoot into the smoke, but the thing is, you don't get the well aimed shots at you, right? And you cross the alleyway or the street or what have you. The same thing in armored warfare. We saw that used a lot in World War II. They had smoke generating machines. They had tanks. They had artillery rounds that could drop smoke, right?
Yep. Yeah, no, so
Use
that's the
smoke.
bit I was going to say because I was it was one of the big things. I remember they used to have artillery rounds that would use big ass flares as well, right?
Exactly, but the smoke rounds, like the British in World War II used smoke a lot. They would just drop these huge, you know, uh, you know, s- uh, s- smoke rounds from their artillery, to blind the enemy on where the main assault was going to come from and confuse them and mask their movements. So yeah, the fact that we don't see it in Ukraine, I think needs to be revisited moving forward. It's just me, but I think if we had seen more smoke being used by the defenders.
Yeah, so I've lost a bit of sound from you there, George. So I was going to say one of the most satisfying things in the very short period of time when I was a Spartan driver was the times when we were allowed to put smoke in them, and we could pop the smoke and go yes, and it's really really effective, isn't it? You go, there we are, right? So eight smoke pods pump out, right? And if there's 3 Spartans, suddenly you got all this smoke everywhere, and if you need to reverse up or whatever you were doing, then you were given quite a bit of cover. um yeah, I mean, it's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these things, as we say, is that we appear to have lost many things in the, like you say, over the 20 years in the on the war on terror.
Yeah,
Lost you a bit.
just I just lament the fact that you know, especially in these urban fights in Bakhmut and Severodonetsk, that we haven't seen it used. You know, it's a lost art, and I would just you know, I think it would have definitely benefits you know, the attacker, but also especially the defender, because you can mask when you're regrouping and doing things of a defensive nature, not only in the offensive aspect of the battlefield.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I see one
Well,
two's got his hand up. The
he's finished it. He's finished emailing the baby, right?
Go ahead, 122.
Stop joking. I'm alone with the kids, so I have to put her to sleep. No, but it's funny you're talking about smoke, because I mentioned that a lot throughout this war, that we're not seeing enough use of smoke. And actually, in the Swedish doctrine, what we're taught is, for example, armored brigade moving, and you get into a contact with the enemy. It's we got to forward, which is basically halt, fire, smoke, and reverse. So it's the smoke is actually an integral part of how we move. And I think I saw a training video that was leaked by the Ukrainians were doing on the CV90s, and you see them actually doing this type of following these steps: halt, fire, smoke, and maneuver, and then they reverse with the CV90s. Then after they pop the smoke, so hopefully those guys that have been trained on the CV90 by us will have this in their backbone to use it if it's available for them, because it's a real effective way to cover your movements, and especially after you've fired, because then you're one of your most vulnerable moments, when you have fired and you're standing still and you need to gain momentum to get out of that position. So yeah, I hope it's going to be more used when they get their new Western kit, because it's a real effective thing, even though some military persons deemed it not so useful anymore. I think it's coming back to bite them, because they're discovering it's actually really crucial to have this capability. And we saw this. The Ukrainians did an assault. We discussed this, I think it was last or the one previous weekend on tank ruts, where they attacked a tree line with APCs and a tank covering them. Then in front of these APCs, they drove a tank that spewed out a lot of, or some sort of, BMP version that spewed out a lot of smoke to screen the APCs approaching the tree line, which protects them for a long while, and makes the enemy keeping them guessing what's coming through the smoke. So that was the first thing we saw. The Ukrainians really using it, and it's quite nice to see.
Yeah, so I don't think I've ever seen them use smoke. So not once. I've seen some BMPs putting out a lot of smoke from their exhaust, which is a little bit different. But I don't think I've seen a deliberate use of smoke. I've not looked for it though.
I'll see if I can find. I think I sent Doman the tweet. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll.
No, you're a good man.
It.
I am bringing you Timothy. Or perhaps Timmy. He falls under one of them categories anyway. You figure out which one.
Oh, Tim. All right, it's very good that Tim's here. Hello.
Hello, David. How are we doing?
It's very good. And how are you?
Oh, I've been worse. I actually had a question. I don't know if we're still on track, Ruts, or if that has wound down, but we do seem to have some armored warfare chaps up. I've got a tank question for you all.
Go ahead and
Quick.
shoot.
Quick, run away, George. Run away.
Well, oh, excuse me. Specifically, it's not a tank question. It is an armored fighting vehicle question, and something I discussed briefly with George a couple of weeks ago. These wheeled large gun platforms, such as AMX RC-10, Centauro, and the Striker mobile gun platform. What are they actually good for?
Okay, so they're good for two things. One is because because they're wheeled, you can move them from point A to point B usually faster, right? You can move them a longer distance faster because you're not going to wear out the track, right? They're designed for the roads, whether it's an access road, gravel road. They're going to move. They tend to move a little faster. They're a little bit more nimble. So what you do is you can use them for reconnaissance, right? Now you're like, well, why the big gun? Well, you can also use them not only for reconnaissance, and they can hold their own for that first or second shot and get the hell out of there, damage your opponent, make them think like, oh, okay, where the hell did that come from? And get the hell out of there. Also in ambushes, right? Same type of principle. You get them somewhere where it's a semi-fixed position along a roadside, maybe an access road that's covered by, let's say, a forested area or something like that, right? You hit the enemy column a couple of times and get the hell out of there, because obviously it's not armored where it can take a tank on tank engagement, but it can do its job. Remember that 40-mile convoy, the killer convoy of death. I mockingly make that because it was so sensationalized that this 40-kilometer convoy was going to come and wipe everything off the face of the earth in Kyiv, right?
Hell of a target.
CNN,
Hell of a target.
CNN, all the goofy channels were like talking about the killer convoy. Now imagine the roads that was all choked up on. If the Ukrainians had a couple of these French wheeled light tanks where they could come through the forest, right? Pop up, hit a couple of vehicles in the convoy, and get the hell out of there, right? Maybe with some javelins or whatever. If someone goes in pursuit, right? This would be the good thing. You come along the access road, right? You fire at something. If the Russians are stupid enough to pursue down that access road, then you have a couple of ATGM units, and they take out the first couple of vehicles that come down that road, clog that road, right? Ensure your escape till you find another ambush position, maybe farther along the convoy or up the convoy. So that's where these things come in. They're really good at doing that because they can fire quickly and get the hell out of there.
So,
sorry, Tim, say your bit.
Yeah, sorry, please, David, if you have a follow-up to that, please go on.
No, I do. So as you said this, George, I went, because I've always been, okay, because they've got these guns, these, I mean, they're decent big guns, right? Especially the AMX is 120 mil, right? So and if we just assume that the optics are the same, really good, they could have just sat 2 kilometers down the road and just gone pop 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 pop, gone. Suddenly you got 4 tanks down, haven't you? And you would think that in Ukraine, because they have these very straight roads that the Russians just drive down, you've got to go, Oh yeah, I mean, imagine even with some of those huge fields that people are over. If you were like, as I said, behind that sort of the hedge line or whatever, and you've got those tanks going over it, they would be quite ideal if you're on a road, right? Because they could just pop away. They're not, the Russian targeting isn't very good. Suddenly, you've made a little bit of sense to me, I think.
Yeah, well, that's what you would use these things. But like I said, you would. So the perfect for me, the perfect scenario would be to marry one of those to a Bradley, right? Where a Bradley can now open fire with its 25 millimeter, keep all the infantry at bay because they're like, oh shit, this thing's going right through my BMP. I'm screwed. And then the Bradley would have like an ATGMT that would cover its that two armored vehicle ambush would cover its withdrawal. Like I said, if anybody tries to pursue, you take out one or two of the vehicles in that pursuit unit, and the rest of them are stuck behind two wrecks, and you make your getaway. But that's where the Centauro, which is the Italian kind of equivalent to the AMX-10RC, that's that's what you would use them for. I see 122's hand shot up. Go ahead.
Because sorry, could I have a quick follow up to that, please? The way
Sure.
what you just said, George, and please forgive me if I'm missing something here. As soon as you combine them with other vehicles, they lose that speed advantage. And the gun
That's
advantage
true.
they have, they're not, a 120 millimeter, it's a big gun, it's nice firepower to have, but what is it actually likely to encounter that a Bushmaster can't comfortably take care of?
Well, here's the thing: is well, it's a 105. Let's clarify that the AMX-10 has a 105.
Sorry, yes, of course.
Yeah. So
I do apologize.
no, that's fine. It's fine, David. So what I'm saying is, when I'm talking about in reconnaissance, right? So you would marry it with a Bradley because there is a reconnaissance version of a Bradley, and that's what it's used for. So having the 105, because it can also fire high explosive shells, will keep the enemy at bay, right? You have a lot more firepower. Once a 105 goes off, everybody's like, huh, what? It's a big boom. People usually it becomes a code brown in the column, especially if you're shooting at them from the side. And people usually run away. But the AMX 10RC on its own can be used to plug and use it as a mobile defense. If you have a breakout or something like that, where you can get it from point A to point B. It all depends on what your doctrine is going to be, and I'm I'm lost at the what not lost, but I'm at a guess at what the Ukrainians would use them for. But if you were to give me like if you're gonna say, George, how would you use them? How would we use them? That's how we would use them either as ambush vehicles or married with a Bradley as a reconnaissance vehicle. So I'm trying to find where the enemy column is. I find it. Now that's up to what are my orders? My orders are to keep an eye on the enemy or engage and slow them down. That's where your reconnaissance uh, duty can now become an ambush duty. Where I say, okay, I found them. What do I do? You get a command. You get a order from your commander. Can you engage and slow them down? And get the hell out of there. Is the scenario you're in? Does it afford you that ability? And if whoever's in command of the recce column of this reconnaissance column says yes, I'm in a perfect spot. I can take out a couple of these guys, slow down that convoy, so you can better prepare for whatever is going on down in your battle space. So those are the options that you have with the good commanders and good knowledge of the terrain, and also good communications, which are key.
Because it seems to me that they're a lot like, I don't know, this is a crude analogy, but they're a lot like the battle cruiser concept, right? The idea
Exactly.
that it's heavier. It's heavier than it has heavier gunnery than anything it's likely to engage, and it's faster than it's faster than anything heavier than it. The problem with that is that the battle cruiser concept didn't actually work. As soon as you added it to your line, it was basically not survivable enough to to take part in a to take part in a battle between lines, and it was really far heavier than anything you needed for independent commerce raiding. So this concept was quickly abandoned, and I note with the Striker MGS, Uncle Sam is getting rid of that, whereas it's not retiring the whole Striker system. So it does seem that the grown-ups are starting to see the problem with these types of systems. Where exactly do they fit in? Because as soon as you combine them with other assets such as Bradley, their speed advantage evaporates, and systems such as Bradley are well armed enough to take care of themselves anyway. This is kind of the issue I have. But 122 is jumping up and down, so please let's go to 122.
It actually, I mean, if you have a Bradley and you have like the AMX and you combine them together, you actually get a sort of like more mobile force. So they are not, excluding each other. They're actually complementary to each other if you use them properly. So you're right in some way, but in another way, if you use them correctly, you can use both, because sometimes main battle tanks are not needed for certain operations. Main battle tanks sometimes are too heavy for certain tasks as well. So if you combine, for example, then the Bradley would become sort of like the main battle tank, and the AMX would be sort of like the IAV, except it's not an IAV, but I hope you get my point. But it's also one thing with the track versus wheel is the wheel tend to be slightly less maintenance heavy. So, for example, if you're a unit which relies on being out in the field, doing operations that maybe are sort of like more fluid and moving a bit more, and it's sort of like reconnaissance units tend to do, or other types of infantry. Mechanized infantry does. Wheel vehicles actually tend to be a bit better because they're easier to get in and out, start up, move around. Starting up a tank takes time. There's a lot of things, and tracks on tanks tend to need maintenance, and being looked after quite extensively. Not that what's called a wheel vehicle does not, but it's slightly better that way. So they're good for lighter units that still need to have firepower along with them. That's why they sort of like look like these battle cruisers that we're talking about, that they can take on a lot of different types of targets. And in war, speed and mobility is key, which has been proven over and over again. Maybe a bad analogy, but if you look at World War II, the types of vehicles the Germans produced mainly, versus maybe what the Allies produced and everything. Germans went for heavy armor and heavy firepower, but the other ones went for more smaller vehicles, better maneuverability, and being able to move better. Which in the long run is much better.
Really quick, Tim, about the Striker MGS, I sent you a link. I DM'd you a link. The issue with the Striker MGS wasn't the concept; it was the bloody maintenance. For whatever reason, marred with that turret, that thing became an absolute. The crews hated it because it was very, for whatever reason, it was very maintenance heavy, and that's why the Army's getting rid of it. It wasn't because it was a bad concept. It was just a bad design, maintenance wise.
Thank you for that, George.
And Tim, I might add something to that. No. I get strange sound delays and all sorts. So I would add something to that. So of course, the sort of the point at which we're the strikers and the rest of it are being phased out, as were. And let's just say, if it had been for something else, is at the point where we haven't had any warfare like this. So I guess what we would be saying is, weapons. Yeah, it occurs to me that there are some really ideal situations where this sort of wheeled vehicle could be really, really powerful. And the bit that when 122 said is, you end up with a powerful, more mobile force. So that's the real bit, isn't it? So the bit, if you don't need the heavy cavalry, right, what can you use? Of course, then there's the question is, does that increase losses? And we would hope not, because the Russians are just pretty shit, aren't they? And coming across let's say a CV90 and an AMX, that's going to be pretty devastating. I know the AMX it's not the L7105, but it was the L7105 that killed whatever it was, a T72 at 5 kilometers.
I'm just going to interject something as well. Keep in mind that, main battle tanks usually tend to have a slight heavy profile. They're quite heavy, so they're not suited to go over certain bridges and, all kind of terrain as well. That's why you need, lighter vehicles, but still need that maybe firepower to come along the infantry that's going over that bridge as well. So they sort of like fit a role there as well, which is important to keep in mind.
Sure. I mean, I guess my follow-up to that would be, and thank you, George, for your answer to the Striker MGS question. That was going to be my next question: is why is Uncle Sam abandoning this? That's very interesting. My next question is, why are these vehicles so unusual? I mean, it does. Correct me if I'm wrong, but only the French and the Italians have gone for this concept in any meaningful way, unless you count Striker MGS.
They read some history. They read some World War II after action reports. The Germans had a wheeled reconnaissance vehicle that had at the time. Remember, we're talking World War II. If you had a main battle tank with a 75 millimeter gun, that was considered sufficient. Remember, in the beginning, we're talking about a lot of the tanks in 1939, 1940 had like 20 millimeter and 50 millimeter guns. So what they did was they mounted a howitzer, artillery piece, turret on one of their recon vehicles, and they got some good reports from it. They were one of the first ones to try to do that. And it was a good vehicle because it could set up ambush on infantry that was coming up a road unsupported, and was pretty good in ambushes, and gave the reconnaissance units a little bit of a oomph, a little bit of a firepower. I think they toward the end of the war they were trying to upgun it to a higher velocity 75 millimeter gun. I don't know if they produced any or any actually saw combat, but the reports coming from the Germans that it was something that was needed. They saw a gap there, and they filled it with this vehicle. So maybe that's why. But if used correctly, it does give you some benefit, because a lot of the things that happened in the 1950s. Remember, we started believing our own hype, and X-ray guns and all this other nonsense. And there was actually people that thought that fighters never did not need any more, did not need to even have a gun on them. The Phantom the Phantom was produced without a gun. I mean, I don't know what they thought it was going to be, push button warfare. So everybody thought that that you're not going to need certain things on the battlefield, because it was all going to be all missiles and rockets and things like that. So some of the things were forgotten. But obviously, this war has us rethinking a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff. Remember, self-propelled, self-propelled, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns were seen as, that's old 1960s, 1970s stuff. There's a lot of countries now rethinking that, especially with the drone threats. Uh, look how everybody thought, oh, the Gepard is an older thing, blah blah blah. It was labeled as something that was going to be archaic moving forward. Now everybody wishes they had 120 Gepards in their arsenal. You know, uh, that actual combat changes a lot of perceptions that you have in those war games and what I call the sandlot warfare.
No, exactly, George. If someone said to Ukraine, "We have 200 Gepards, here you are," they'd bite your hand off, wouldn't they?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Can you imagine if they had 200 Gepards right now? That would be a huge, because you would have not only have enough to spread out through like the concentrations of your population and protect those, but you would have easily another 50, 60 that you could have at the front, which would make life very difficult for Russian Su-25 and Russian helicopter pilots.
Yeah, and it would give you the option of deploying other air defences elsewhere. So you may just be able to have more Gepards at the front. I mean, and there's the thing, isn't it? It's the people who've got the map in front of them will know how the success rate is and what type of thing is where, right? But is those numbers just give all that protection that you would want, right? Especially as, guess what? Ukraine doesn't have air dominant. There's only air parity at the moment, isn't it? So it's must be very, very frustrating for anyone who's in armor or something like that, because they just don't have the protection they might want.
And here's the other thing that we never gained on in the 1960s and 70s, especially in the 70s until like in the 80s. But no one knew that the T-72s would be popping their turret from 2.5 kilometers away. So we actually got into combat with them. Wow! Surprise, surprise!
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, or not, as the case may be.
Tim, I see you got your hand up, sir.
Sure. The story I like to tell about this was an anecdote from General Sir Mark Hertling, former SACEUR, and he was on one of those exchange trips when he was a lieutenant colonel in the 90s. When Russia joined, the OSCE, and it was all supposed to be huggy bears, post NATO, post Warsaw Pact era, and so there were a lot of these little exchange trips between kind of mid-ranking officers of the Russian and the NATO armed forces, where they'd go and show off each other's equipment, so to speak. And he was taken around. He was taken around a Russian armored formations headquarters, and he was shown the spiffy latest upgrades of the T-72. And the Russian officer who was escorting him remarked to him that, well, you're jolly lucky to be able to see these up close, Colonel, because not many Western officers have seen a T-72. And he said, well, General Hertling said, well, I did desert. I did Desert Storm, and there were plenty of them burning by the side of the road while I was there. So yeah, I did get to see them up close.
All right. Tim, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
All right.
I think we just lost
you,
David.
and I think I lost you for about a minute. And I know you were discussing something that when General Hertling was discussing something with one of his Russian comrades.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you lose my audio? Yeah, he was doing an exchange trip, and the Russian chap was showing him the latest T-72, and he said, you're jolly lucky, Colonel Hertling, to see one of these up close. Not many NATO officers have seen one. And Colonel Hertling's reply was, actually, I did Desert Storm, and there were plenty of them smoking by the side of the road, missing their turrets. So yeah, we've seen these up close.
Yeah, and that's what people have to understand. There's theory, and then actuality, and the sometimes your theory is correct, sometimes it's not. Sometimes your design is good, and sometimes it's not. The same thing goes on is also going with what you think the battle space is going to look like in the future. We've made certain calculations based on certain things, but like I just said a little while ago, this war has definitely opened up the eyes of not only the Russian military now knows that their equipment is absolute garbage. Um, it's also opened up the eyes of those who have purchased Russian equipment, but it's also opened the eyes of a lot of the Western militaries because uh, you know we might find that what we put a huge emphasis on might have not been correct in certain weapon systems, like I said, like the Gepard, the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, which was seen as something of the past, now gets pushed to the forefront because of you've got these kamikaze drones, you've got all these smaller air assets that you really didn't calculate, didn't put in your calculus. These variables weren't put in your calculus moving forward. So that's all changing. One of the biggest things that's going to change is there's going to be a lot of militaries that relied on Russian equipment. They're going to be like, uh, Houston, we might have a problem. You know, uh, I know the India has bought a lot of Russian equipment, and I'm sure some of the things that they have seen on the battle space has made them nervous. We did get a report. Now, I don't know how accurate it is. It was a report. I don't know how much it's based on fact or whatever, but that Pakistan was looking to offload 44 of their Russian T-80UDs. I think they have like close to 300, but they were willing to part with 44 of them in exchange for some financial contribution from Western allies because they realize, hey, they're not as good as we thought, and we could use the hard cash right now because our economy is taking a beating. So those are some of the factors that this war has opened up. There's a lot of armies right now questioning um, what they have in stock and what they don't have in stock. Uh, the Germans being one of them. I'm sure their defense minister is pretty much scratching his head, like, how the hell did we get to this point? That's a question for the ages, but I'm sure Axel can chime in on that, and he has in the past. But moving forward, um, you know, uh, combat is what really proves you know uh, your theory either correct or hey, you completely missed the mark. Go ahead, Tim.
Sure. I mean, I think one of the things that this war is teaching us is that if you think you have a capability gap, you probably do. And it's what we've seen is a resurgence in the usefulness of a number of, as you said, a number of systems that we thought were long obsolete, including gun-based air defense. And I bring it back to the AMX-10RC Centauro discussion. Speaking for my own country, the UK hasn't operated that kind of light vehicle with a big gun concept since the demise of Scorpion. which was a member of the CRVT family. So the same family as Scimitar and all of these super light aluminium vehicles. And the Scorpion was a reconnaissance / light tank, super light. It only weighed 8 tons. And it had a very big gun on it, so it had a 76mm or a 90mm gun, depending on the variant. It was a massive export success, so over 3,000 of them were made. They were very widely exported. A number of countries still operate them, including vaguely credible countries such as Indonesia, for example, still operate Scorpion. The UK retired that in 1994, and hasn't really operated a light / medium tank concept since. You think there are armored reconnaissance vehicles. There's also Warrior, the British Bradley equivalent, but the light to medium tank / wheeled thing with a big gun on it is not something the UK currently operates, and I think it is fairly unique to France, Italy, and pre the retirement of Stryker MGS, the United States. And I guess my point here is that if there's a thing that's proving useful on the Ukrainian battlefield and you don't have it, you probably need to take a look at that.
Yeah, Tim, one of the things that is also what we call MTO and E is how you outfit your platoons and your squads and things like that. I think there's my grandfather used to say this, and he fought for 10 years, obviously, with the Greek army from 1912 to 1922, and he used to say only a fool says we have enough ammunition. You never have that. And then the other thing was, we've seen that the way some of the squads are outfitted, I don't think there's enough machine guns on the battle space. I don't think there's enough, what do you call them, grenade launchers on the battle space. There's not enough mortars. We may have thought we had enough based on the type of combat we were doing, which was, counterinsurgency and things like that. But when you're talking about an enemy that has no regard for its soldiers and is using mass wave attacks, you don't have enough ammo, you don't have enough machine guns per platoon, and you definitely don't have enough armor, what do you call them, grenade launchers.
Absolutely, and this was one of the things we discussed earlier on. Well, when I just joined the space in the summer, was that one of the things that Ukraine never seemed to have a problem with was a shortage of those kind of platoon / section level weapons. To my understanding, there was never an issue with light, medium, and heavy machine guns. There was never a particular shortage of this. And you compare Ukrainian inventories with typical Western inventories. It's a case of having just enough of these things, and that seems to me to be a bit of a problem, right?
It's a huge problem. And one of the things is, I don't think there's enough mortar sections per platoon. We've already lamented the fact that the use of smoke on the battlefields, forgotten art, which is absolutely insane to me. The other thing is, back in the day when I was in the U.S. Army, later on, the infantry squad, so many of us had an M203, which is a 40mm grenade launcher per platoon. You don't see those things anymore. Right now in an urban battle space, that thing is a absolute godsend because it's like having a mini mortar. You can drop it and you could drop around and take out, that enemy strong point that's in the second story of the building across the way, 150 meters away. If more of these things were in the battle space, it would make your job as an attacker or defender easier. So I think a lot of these things need to be revisited because we got away from quote unquote conventional warfare. And what is conventional warfare? Well, right now, it's what we're seeing in Ukraine. That's what it is. And there's a lot of armies, a lot of countries in the West that are not prepared for it. So let's be honest here. They need to rethink what's in their warehouses and what you need moving forward. The drone threat is a huge, huge issue moving forward, and it will be for years to come as they get more sophisticated and more light and more stealthy.
Is this not the symptom rather than the disease, though? Because thinking about the way Western armies typically operate and behave is they rely on very, very well trained, very well drilled infantry and a very high quality of individual soldier. You look at the way, I don't know, say Wagner Group fights, infantry very, very low quality, so they have a higher preponderance of section and platoon level weapons to compensate for that with just pure firepower. The same is true of Ukraine to a certain extent. What Ukraine is fielding at the moment is essentially a conscripts / volunteer army, right? The people fighting, they're not professional career soldiers. They are people who have joined up to do their bit. And these people this time last year, they were software developers or they were security guards or they were lorry drivers or what have you. So Western armies have gotten away with having fewer heavy weapons simply because they can place a certain degree of reliance on the quality of their individual soldiery. Excuse me. And so I would say it's something that's emerged from Western training doctrine rather than a question of the allocation of resources, right?
Well, one of the issues, Nick, is you can have well-trained guys and things like that, but if you don't have some of the implements, like the implements we've been using, we have gotten accustomed to the counterinsurgency, anti-terrorist warfare type things, where we haven't seen, right, units having to deal with intense artillery barrages, right? That's one of the things. You can have a professional army, but if I don't have the firepower at hand that I need at that given moment, it doesn't. Everybody, if I don't have the heavy machine gun or the mortar section to be able to drop down fire on a mass attack, it doesn't. Professionalism can only get me through so much, And the other thing is, people will say, well, yeah, in the modern military, you'll have MLRS and things like that. Well, it doesn't always happen that way. There might be other things going on the front. Sometimes you don't always have air support. That happened in Afghanistan. It happened in Iraq. So I think we have to revisit some of our capabilities and some of our thinking moving forward.
So was there a little break? Sound check?
Yeah, you're good.
Wonderful. Right. So I've just changed phones. It's all gone terribly wrong on Android. So I'm on my very old iPhone 7. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I think, so I thought, yeah, I know, iPhone 7, right? I have 55 or 49% of battery left. But it occurs to me that the thing is that this is the first war like this that we've seen for a very long time. We've all got used to fighting things differently and fighting things with countries of different varying degrees of ability and equipment, and this is the really the very first peer on peer conflict on in this sort of European terrain without searing heat and all the other things. And we're now seeing what we would normally see. And to go back to what we've done, we've denuded our armies because we've got accountants going, but we haven't needed them for 70 years. It's time to get rid of them, right? And and there we are. We're now suffering the consequences to the point where, as I tweeted to the MOD, it's so bad we can't even get 50 tanks and 50 planes to Ukraine, which is just astonishing when you think about it. Yeah. Anyway, I thought I would add that because I've not managed. I was desperate to speak for ages, and I'd forgotten what I wanted to speak about. So I thought I'd add something like that.
Thank you very much, David. I must leave you now. But I will leave you with a joke for the evening. You ready?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't sure. Are we ever ready?
Where did Saddam Hussein keep his DVDs?
I don't know. Where did Saddam Hussein keep his DVDs?
In Iraq.
Oh, there we are. That's Yehuda style. Well done.
I'm so sorry. I'll be seeing myself out.
Yeah. Nostalgia.
Very good evening, everybody, and I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Tim. Much appreciated. And with that, we will leave the territory of terrible dead jokes and move to further terrible dead jokes.
Yes, and I think we had who just arrived. It was he's still connecting. Oh dear. Yes. It's the bad penny has arrived, or he will have at some stage.
Some of us haven't gone anywhere. I don't know the end of bad dad jokes. No.
Well, yes, it looks. I mean, it looks like Android is the new Twitter update has trashed Android. I've never had so many problems. But yeah, are you on an iPhone now as well, Nick?
No, I'm on my two aging Android phones, and they're both doing fine. But maybe I haven't got the update yet. Let me have I'm still on 9.78.0. So
I have no idea. They don't ask me what one was. I updated it a little bit earlier.
You can find out the version from the.
I am aware of how to do these things, Nick. I keep telling you, I've been in IT since 1994. Right?
Well, I wrote my first computer program in 1975, and yet my wife has to show me how to use Facebook. So.
Yes, but see, I can understand that, right? But as opposed to knowing how to work out the version number of something, that's a bit different, right? Anyway, yes. So no, I think George was he was on a roll but I can't even see George. Has George left? That was a question for you. Anyone? Can you hear me?
Yes, he seemed to have dropped. I don't see George either.
Oh dear. Oh, okay. 1 second. I can see some requests. Do we have a hand up? No, it's gone back down again. Right.
Well, we lost George, but to be fair, it was coming, I think, to the end of the scheduled time for tracker ups. It was just a little disappointing that more of the announced speakers couldn't make it for all kinds of reasons, technical, family, and everything else.
But Combat Bin Chicken is here.
Evening, guys. Good morning, wherever you are.
Good evening to you.
Thank you. I think just one thing we're forgetting is a little bit different with this war, as opposed to what all the Allied forces have always based their military doctrine on, and that is air superiority. And so where we're talking about more machine guns per section, more grenade launchers per section. In Allied doctrine, where you are having these large concentration of troops, that's going to come into, air power is going to come into that. That's all I'm talking about. Yeah.
Do you mind repeating that? I'm sorry. I seem to be having problems with all of my devices. So about 20 or 30 seconds just completely cut out for me. I'm very sorry.
No, apologies. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. And in actual fact, I can hear you so much better.
Okay, cool. Just talking about Allied doctrine these days is a lot. Sorry, I lost all my words now. We rely, or we presume that we're going to have air superiority, at least air dominance. And so when you have large concentrations of troops, that becomes an air target. When we're talking about more machine guns per section, more grenade launchers per section, human wave type attacks, in a normal battlefield that the Allies have planned for, those are going to become air targets, whether they're A-10s, Apaches, F-18s dropping JDAMs, etc. That's what I'm saying.
Well, certainly in the way the Russians appear to be fighting their war, right? If Ukraine had air superiority, it would have been even more of a disaster zone for Russia, wouldn't it? Or for the Russians, they would just be the country would just be littered with dead Russians. I mean, more so than it is now. Imagine if they had have had Apaches and all the other bits and pieces to go with it. And imagine if we had have given them the equipment they needed in the first place, the equipment they had been asking for, by the way. I mean, part of the thing is that when we're looking at this, is we have to take this into account. What equipment did they have with regards to what we would expect in a more modern army, US, UK, France, Germany, Denmark, etc. What would they expect to get, right? So, and we're seeing some really huge, differences to the point where, because they don't, because the airspace is so unsecure, they can't get helicopters in. So the golden hour doesn't exist for Ukrainian soldiers. So that sadly is going to have some tragic consequences, and there's all the other bits that go with it, right? They don't even have the same sort of support. So as it stands, we've got some nurses here who are trying desperately, ringing around hospitals in every single European country to see if they can get space for Ukrainian soldiers. And I think we've failed to appreciate these things, because we've been on, the military's been on a penny pinching part, and we've penny pinched with Ukraine, despite the fact we're giving them money, but we haven't given them the things that would have made this such a shorter, that would have made this much shorter. That's probably what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I was speaking more probably to the talk that we were having regarding Allied forces not really being prepared for the war that we are facing at the moment, e.g. that we're fighting kind of with our hands behind our backs. It's a unique situation where we don't have any air power because of the situation. And we've always planned that we would have that air power because we are just so dominant across the board. Now that we don't, then we are finding ourselves at, yeah, okay, 1 or 2 machine guns per section, 2 people in a section with M204s isn't significant. It isn't sufficient. 200 rounds. That's we're gonna need more than that if you're facing these large human waves, and that's because we don't have the air power behind us. So if we're in a Bakhmut such situation where there's masses of human wave troops about to attack, we would have the A-10, we would have the AH-64, numerous other options. In this particular war, because of the unique situation, the Ukrainians are fighting with what they've got, and so they're having to adapt. I just think it would be different if it was an all-out Allied war. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're differentiating, aren't we? So there's a difference, Ukraine and then we, right? We, if it was NATO, would have all these tools, right? And we've denied Ukraine the tools that we have, right? Really, but I agree, and as a result, the consequences are considerably worse than we would if we'd have done what we should have at the very start. As to the questions, I think Tom talked about them earlier today. The why, right? I mean, he was talking about the whole appear to be mad aspect, which is in actual fact, if when you break down what he was talking about, is the escalate to de-escalate, which is appear to be a madman and go really hard at the start, because that's not how most things start, is it? So in general, fights start out because someone nudges someone and then the other one nudges them back, and then it gets shove. So whilst and this is just my own personal opinion, that's exactly what we're doing, right? We're just shoving him back a little bit more instead of doing what in actual fact Putin says, which is escalate to de-escalate, right? So you go really mad, as it were, and go, here you are, give them all, here you are, this is what we've done, and then explain it. And there's a difference between how you deal with sort of normal people and how you deal with maniacs, right? People who don't think like normal people. And yeah, we're in this problem now, and it seems to be a cycle that we're not getting out of.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Summer. Well, in my opinion, I would like to think take Axel's view of just give them everything from the start, but I do worry. I just think that they might, be just a little too leaning towards that crazy side, where they might be tempted to cross that line that we all know that we don't talk about. I don't believe that's a viable option, but I don't think we need to go there. I think the approach that we've got at the moment is pretty good. I would like it if there was a little bit more push from our side. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I agree. Although I'm maybe I'm a little bit different. I'm a bit more of I am very much of the we should have given them everything. I am also of the opinion that we have enough people who are bright enough who have understood what is happening, and to also understood that we should have just started manufacturing stuff straight away, and that we needed to be giving kit from our own properly from our reserves, right? I.e., so at the moment we've got 12 12 challenges coming from the UK. There was an illusion that another, no, not 12, 14. There was an illusion another 14 going. That appears to be untrue. But we have over 50 to give. We should just be giving them, right? And I know why we're not. It's because someone's holding them back because they're going, but we'll have spent some money and all the other bits and pieces. The same with training, right? Because someone somewhere was looking at cost and all the other things and hyper looking at the meanings of this as opposed to looking at this is a problem for democracy. And I know we've got the American analysts are so worried about China, but they fail to appreciate that dealing with Russia immediately, right, would have dealt with the China problem so much more effectively. China just sees us as being weak now, in my humble opinion.
Couldn't agree with you more. As far as industry is concerned, so frustrating that there still is a reluctance to start to ramp that up. Obviously, Russia's doing the best that they can as far as trying to ramp up what's left of their industry with sanctions and whatnot. And Europe especially has found itself wanting with regards to years of neglect for the military infrastructure. Why people aren't just, why countries aren't just ramping stuff up industrial wise bewilders me. It seems they're taking the same approach as yeah, if we get a contract, okay. As with the rest of the world, China is becoming, stepping onto the stage and making threatening motions towards the South China Sea and stuff like that. I don't see why all Western countries aren't ramping things up. It's really frustrating, and I hope that we don't find ourselves in a situation in a couple of years from now where Ukraine is resolved, but China is doing a Russia Part 2 with Taiwan, and the West is finding itself, why didn't we learn from that lesson?
Which is likely to happen, isn't it? Let's face it. I mean, who knows? Let's give an excuse for politicians. Maybe, just maybe, they're not the sort of people who've ever been in a pub where there's someone who's a complete nutter, right? But I can tell that anyone who has been in a pub where there's been a complete nutter or the local bully is that you don't deal with the bully in the other pub by allowing the bully in the pub next to it to get away with everything, because the other one looks at it and goes, all right, well he's getting away with it, I'll see what I can do, right? And if it's a bigger bully, they're just going to see what more they can do. The only way is to deal with it directly. In fact, I'm struggling to think of any problem that will get better if you leave it, right? The abscess on your foot doesn't get better if you leave it, does it, really? No, that turns into abscess. I mean, everything I'm just thinking of, none of it really gets better. Yeah.
Back pain is almost entirely self-limiting, and people always think the last crazy thing they tried is what fixed it. Go into a Facebook group and say, I've got this pain in my back, and you will be offered 50 different solutions by 50 different people, and if any of them worked, there'd be something in common. So I'm just trolling you a little bit here, David. I agree with you on the general principle, but back pain is one of those things that will actually go away by itself. For anyone here suffering from it, I had a cruralgia, which is a trapped nerve that starts in the spine, ends in the groin, and I had that for 9 years and assumed it was permanent. And one day I woke up and it had gone. So there you go. But with that exception, I fully agree that an abscess on your foot should be treated immediately with antibiotics, etc., and should certainly not be left to fester.
And here's the thing: the back pain, it was just all in your mind, Nick. So it wasn't a physical problem; it was just mental. It was all in your mind.
Ooh. Combat bin chicken. Combat bin chicken. We've got combat. Oh, I suppose is that by extension from combat trash panda? Is that the Is that the yeah, the Aussie thing? And I thought maybe that it was a sort of Arabic name.
Yeah,
Kiwi,
taking the
first
lead
and
from
foremost.
Combat Trash Panda. I'm the Down Under version, Kiwi living in Darwin, Australia.
All right. Yeah.
Oh dear, poor you.
And as to David,
He's doing development aid, don't worry.
to David, it sounds like we need to send our politicians to Castleford then, mate. There's plenty of bullies in the pubs there, mate.
Do you remember the? Sorry, do you remember some of the Bin Laden jokes, Axel, at the time about his name? There was the Al Qaeda information terrorism wing was led by a German chap called Herr Unterladen, and then there were a whole selection of these. Laugh, Axel. It was funny.
It must have been funny because if you only knew that there's Oberladen, Mittelladen, and Unterladen.
Ah, but there's Herr Unterladen, isn't there, for download?
No, Herr Unterladen is what you say if you address someone, but there is Unterladen, there's Oberladen, and there's Mittelladen.
All right. So the joke wasn't even funny in German.
No, because it is so close to home, quite literally. Or equally, humor-wise, as far away from New Zealand as Darwin is.
That's a long way. I flew over there, and you fly from New Zealand to Singapore, and after about 9 hours, you look at the map, and you still haven't left Australia.
Yeah, the good thing about Darwin is that I think there's about four capital cities that are closer to Darwin than there are Canberra.
Yeah, and they all talk more sense, don't they?
Are we going to be asked to name them? There's a pub quiz. I'm afraid I don't even know what the capital city of Papua New Guinea is.
Port Moresby.
Port Moresby.
Jakarta.
Yeah.
Kuala Lumpur.
Kuala Lumpur and Singapore are all closer to Darwin than Darwin is to Canberra. That's impressive. I wonder how much further Bangkok is too.
A little bit further.
A little bit further.
You don't want to drive to Canberra. It's a long drive, and at the moment we've got floods, and we've only got one road in, so the shops are pretty bare at the moment.
And does anyone actually want to go to Canberra anyway?
Hey, actually, I always thought that, but Canberra's a really beautiful city. If you can suffer all the politicians, the diplomats, the politicians' assistants, etc., the city itself is. If you're a traveller and you've been to, once you've been to a couple of big cities, you've been to them all. But yeah, Canberra's really nice.
And it does have all the athletes there as well, or a lot of them. So
yeah, the Australian Institute of Sport. It's been there. Good sport. Good place.
I hope there's plentiful supplies of sandpaper.
Oh, thank goodness I'm Kiwi.
Indeed. I knew you'd appreciate that.
That is a blessing in itself. And a little highlight in Darwin. That community is not that big. What, a couple of thousand?
No, it's about 100,000.
See, sorry, you have 100,000 Kiwis in Darwin.
No, sorry, the Kiwis. Probably 3 or 4.
Perth and Melbourne were bigger in that regard.
The Gold Coast of down in just below Brisbane, in Queensland, is the second largest city of Kiwis in the world, outside of Auckland.
surely that's London.
Yeah, even bigger than London. That's all the students and whatnot, the backpackers.
It feels there's a lot of them in London.
I tell you what, though, South Australia, Adelaide has got a fair few Poms.
Yeah, well, we do that to irritate the Australians, and I think we do that very well.
When I was in New Zealand, I learned about the the importance for Kiwis of OE, which is a reference to the fact that many Kiwis, and certainly anyone who, excuse me, don't know what's happened to my voice, anyone who aspires to a serious professional career in New Zealand is expected to have spent some time overseas, and very obviously the UK is the most likely target for that. And they talk about doing their OE, their overseas experience. And I understand Kiwis sort of who meet each other will say, "Where did you do your OE?" Is that correct, Mr. Chicken?
Mr. Chicken. A great thing about New Zealand is because it's so isolated, population 4.5 million, most Kiwis travel all of New Zealand. I mean, here the closest city to us, well, it's not even a city, the closest town to where I am is 300 kilometres away. If I drive 300 kilometres in New Zealand, I'm going to run into the sea in any direction. So Kiwis see their own country really quick, really early, and there's this big wide world out there, and so a huge proportion of people travel overseas, and New Zealand being very multicultural to start with, and then seeing how other countries are, etc., gives them a perspective in the world that a lot of other countries don't. So, I mean, we notice it when we come to Australia. A lot of Australians don't go overseas. And so it gives us a sort of a worldier version, a worldier view. And I think that affects our politics and our worldview, and we're a lot more open and accepting than a lot of other countries. And so I see that as a good thing.
Something I noticed, we were talking about this, sorry, mic check?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Something I noticed while we were there, and I thought about actually, we were talking about in the space the other day, how there's two kinds of countries. There's countries where everyone speaks one language, and people tend to imagine that everyone speaks that language, and then going to another country where they speak a different language is the kind of shock of, oh my God, they're actually able to run their entire society without speaking English. And in New Zealand, certainly for, I think, probably the under 45s, in New Zealand, there's bilingual signs everywhere with English and Maori. And even if, I mean, a lot of European New Zealanders speak some Maori, but even if they don't speak it very well or very often, they're at least aware that it's around and that the place looks like a bilingual country. And I think if you come from a country like that, it's a lot easier to go to another place and fit in, because you go, okay, there are multiple languages here. I'm familiar with that, even if you don't know the actual language. And lo and behold, Russia and certainly Muscovy is a very monoglot country. Ukraine has more registered minority languages in the European Charter of Regional and Minority Languages than any other country. I think Ukraine lists either 19 or 20 minority languages, which it protects and encourages. There are different levels depending on the importance of the language, but on the 3 different levels, it protects or encourages 19 minority languages, and is the most of any European country. And I'm bringing this back to Ukraine because that's what we're here for. And here in Mallorca, everyone is bilingual. Everyone speaks Spanish and Catalan, and they're quite similar languages, but you still have to learn both of them. And the difference in outlook compared to Madrileños, who basically think the world revolves around Castilian Spanish, is quite noticeable. and in particular, the different attitudes towards foreigners. Also, the ability to understand that your language isn't necessarily the best in the world because you've already got two, and one of them can't be. So it's a big thing. It's a big thing. And I was really impressed in New Zealand by the coexistence of the languages in large areas of the public sphere, but also shops. Sometimes you see shops and the signs would be in English and Maori, which they didn't have to do. It wasn't a legal requirement. And yeah, I was very impressed. And Australia is a little bit monoglot. I don't know. This is how ignorant I am of Australia. I don't know whether how many languages the indigenous people of Australia have. Whether there's 20 different ones or just one that could be used. But Australia is not very multilingual, apart from the recent immigrants, of course.
Yeah, so New Zealand, we speak Māori, or we start learning Māori from preschool, and that goes through to high school when it becomes a optional subject. Yeah, most signs, especially anything government, but a lot of the banks and post office and all that sort of stuff are in Māori. Speaking Māori is very normal, and Māori culture is obviously huge. You come to Australia and you notice a big difference. Aboriginal languages there's hundreds, if not over 1,000, through it, because just different tribes, different sections. Australia's a massive country, and so there's no sort of one true Aboriginal language. They're all different in their own ways, and the further apart they get, the more different they get.
Well, the Aboriginals have been there 50,000 years, I believe, whereas the Maoris only turned up in New Zealand 400 or 500 years before the Europeans. So their language didn't really have that chance. I don't know whether there are dialects, but their language didn't really have the chance to get separated out across the two islands or across sides of mountain ranges. So I imagine when it was codified, it was already relatively coherent. I don't know whether there are dialects, but I've been in meetings with Kiwis, and me and 4 or 5 Kiwis, and occasionally a word will come up, and I'll sort of go, sorry, what was that? And there's some Maori word that happens to fit the situation better than the English word, and everybody knows what it means. And they go, oh yeah, you don't know that one, Nick.
Yeah, completely. So first with the Moriori's into New Zealand, and then the Māoris, and then obviously the English. Yeah, we have a lot of we substitute a lot of Māori words for for the English word, and it becomes commonplace, and you don't really realise it sometimes until someone looks at you sideways. But yeah, the most common greeting in New Zealand is kia ora, obviously, which is hi. But kids are often called tamariki, paki, hurry up, and things like that.
Kia ora is known to most English people over about the age of 50, because it was a brand of soft drink that you only tended to ever get in a cinema. Do you remember that, David?
Kia, yes, I do. Yes,
and it was pronounced Kiora rather than Kia ora, and the person who would sell you that in the supermarket, in the cinema, and it would come in a sort of square plastic container that you would put a straw into, and it was quite good. But I never saw it anywhere outside of cinemas. I don't know. For German listeners or European listeners, it was quite comparable to a Capri Sun. So just a simple child's still soft drink, but sold in, and they had quite good advertisements. Just before they came around selling them, the cinema would show you an advertisement to make you thirsty for it. And nobody knew. I know certainly nobody I met ever knew that it was the Maori word, that it was the sort of standard greeting in New Zealand. We just thought it was a sort of rather exotic sounding name for a fairly ordinary soft drink.
Yeah, I mean, and let's face it. So the Capri Sun came out when the days when she stopped being the cigarette lady, right?
Oh God, I can remember that. I can remember going to cricket matches that were sponsored by John Player, and the John Player girls would walk around the stands handing out cigarettes to the spectators. That was something. Free fags, free cigarettes, just amazing. Yeah.
Free cancer.
Yeah. Do you remember? I mean, everything was sponsored by tobacco. There was the Formula One, the black Emerson Fittipaldi, the John Player Special, that black and gold car in the colours of the cigarette packet. We had a physics.
I still have a photo framed here of that car.
We had a physics teacher who was a chain smoker, and he couldn't manage a 40-minute period without a cigarette. He would give us some work to do halfway through and go out for a cigarette, and we quite liked him. And he lived to he died about 2 years ago at the age of 99, and he must have smoked 60 or 70 a day.
I was just saying, were we at the same school? I also had a physics teacher who could not go a whole lesson without going out for a fag. Maybe that's just physicists.
In Birmingham?
No.
Okay, his name was Bill Trainer, and at the end of the year one year, the rugby team decorated his car with John Player special stickers to sort of commemorate his heroic smoking achievements. Yeah, those were the days. Tobacco, we've come a long way since. Does anyone know if it's is it legal to smoke in a restaurant in either Ukraine or Russia? Still, I know in Serbia you can. I wonder how far they've got. Maybe we need Ryan or Tim if he's around.
Need some Ukrainians to come up and tell us, don't we?
We need some Ukrainians, and yeah. I know in Serbia you can. So a friend of mine went to Serbia not so long ago, and he came back. It's absolutely disgusting. People can smoke in a restaurant. I was thinking, well, until 15 years ago, everybody could do that. We've come so far. We've come so far with that.
Tim was often smoking when he was over in Ukraine recently, but whether he stepped out of his breakfast, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Tim always had to step outside, so I presume it's the same rule, everyone. Because whenever we were on the phone, he was with each other, he was definitely outside. Because if he doesn't have a fag around, then something is wrong.
For our American listeners, we are using a British slang term to mean a cigarette.
That's very educational. Should we talk cricket?
Yeah, we can do. Cricket season's not started, and the Australians have lost what 5.
Okay, no, I was about to go to cricket because as Nick was just highlighting, the John Player
League, yes.
The ladies
yep.
walking around. If you think about it, there was a whole episode of Yes, Prime Minister about this when they were shunting around the health secretary and the Minister of Sports, who was evidently smoking more than anyone should ever consider.
Yes, I remember that episode. They were both the sort of largest and unhealthiest looking people you could imagine. Yeah, the Minister of Sport and the Health Minister. Yeah.
Well, there you go then. Well, the Minister of Sport later on was given the job of becoming the Minister of Health because the Minister of Health went on a tirade and on the hunt for phasing out cigarettes and whatnot, and that was actually quite funky. But
that would never do. Yeah.
It comes back to the cultural wars and how things have changed, and literally none of those beholden things of BAT sponsoring cricket lounges.
In Mallorca now, you cannot smoke even on the terrace of a restaurant. You have to leave the premises. Now, in some cases, this literally means getting up from your seat and sort of you're on the public pavement and you can continue the conversation with your table mates. But it is nice because otherwise what tends to happen in the European summer is you want to sit outside, but of course all the smokers are outside smoking. So during COVID, they banned smoking at the table on the basis that if somebody's smoke is drifting towards you, then that's just being pushed out of their mouth and therefore might be full of viruses. And it works so well that now all the COVID restrictions have gone, but you still cannot smoke even on a terrace. And people are pretty good about respecting it. They don't go any further than they have to, but they are pretty good about respecting it. And the tourists are a little bit surprised, but they're mostly delighted. So I think we're getting a little way away from Ukraine here. John, you have your mic on. Did you have or you appear to have your mic on, but it's not hot, so maybe that's just my display.
I think it's off, Nick. No, it's off.
Okay, it's just my display then.
Yeah.
Did we answer your Ukraine-related questions, Mr. Chicken?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
And importantly, Dan John's come up but didn't put his hand up. Why are you in the speaker panel, Dan John?
Yeah, because I came up and then I started something, so I got a little bit off track.
And now you've forgotten what you were going to ask. I tell you, I've got paper and pen by my phone, and when something comes up, I write it down because the amount of information and stuff we get through on this space, not to mention the dad jokes, but just the sheer information, by the time it comes to be my turn to speak, that's gone away. And then I sort of go, which is embarrassing for me, wastes everybody's time. And also, I find it useful because sometimes the conversation moves on. The point I was going to raise maybe got answered, or perhaps no longer seems relevant and I can cross it off. But for regular participants on the space, pencil and paper is, I think, a very good idea. And of course, for co-hosts, it's essential to keep track of the hands, which I am absolutely terrible at.
Yeah, I actually, when I sort of doing it professionally, I actually I do the same thing, have pen and paper. So, but actually, I can say something, Nick, because you were talking about John Player Special and what's his name? Andretti? Yeah.
No, that Mario Andretti was American. Emerson
Oh,
Fittipaldi.
Emerson. Yeah. I don't know who that is, but
he was driving at the same time as Mario Andretti.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I think you have the wrong name. It should be Ronnie Pettersson. Was driving black and gold John Player Special.
Well, there's always two drivers in a team, of course. So I'll go and have a look.
Then, John, you easily disqualified yourself for not being old enough. If you can't remember how during the days of Niki Lauda and the likes, Andretti and Fittipaldi, and then later Nelson Piquet, actually strutted about and drove, and what kind of amazing races these were, then I don't know. That's terrible.
Regrettably, I'm actually old enough. I was there at the time.
And you still didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, no, possible. No, but you know, I have to raise the Swedish flag whenever I have the chance to do it.
Did you know there was a John Player Special perfume? Eau de Cologne for men, launched in 1984. My goodness. Didn't smell of ashtrays, apparently.
Okay, we have to go back to Ukraine now.
How about now? Okay, are there Ukrainian cosmetics manufacturers? I'm sure there are. Are there Ukrainian perfumes? Eastern Europe still has quite a tradition of eau de cologne. I think the sort of the thin perfumed stuff that you doesn't cost a whole lot per milliliter. What are the male grooming or female grooming practices in Ukraine traditionally? What do they make cologne? Do they use? Can we get some Ukrainian perfume with a flag on the front? What's the deal there?
Where's
If you
Victoria
know.
when you need her?
If you know, please put your hand up. Yeah, we need some Ukrainians in tonight. I hope there are some Ukrainians available to come up and talk to us. I read that the heating is back on in Kiev. So they have I think they have a sort of central, or a lot of the city has a kind of central hot water system where they use presumably the hot water from the back of the power generation plants. And apparently 48 hours after the Russian assault, it's now been restored to the whole city. So that was a waste of time by the Russians and quite an expensive attack. But if there are some Ukrainians who can come up.
Well, I actually, we do have some hands coming. Like I was going to come up with a question, but I won't because Delish has a hand up.
I don't see that.
There we go. Hi. I was waving to be seen. So this isn't me personally because I haven't lived in Ukraine, though I'm Ukrainian Canadian. I did sponsor a family to come here, and now my new best friend is a young woman with a young son who absolutely loves my perfume. So this is a thing between us. We hug, and then she says she gets to smell it all day on her neck. But she had a wonderful perfume that was from, I don't even remember which one it was, but it was an international brand. And so if it's anything like Poland, where I have family, as well as Ukraine, then I think they have access to a lot of Western brands, as well as a lot of their own brands, because my mother-in-law brings in cosmetics from Poland that she laments she can't get here.
1 second, someone's opening a packet of of biscuits or something at the moment, and yes, it's very obvious.
Well, it's not me. It's not me. So I think they have access to Western brands, but I think that they have their own as well. And if it's anything like Poland, they are incredible. They have great quality. I don't know this for sure, and I can certainly find out from Nastia. But the Polish cosmetics that my mother-in-law brings are top quality. I'm sad when I get to the bottom of a jar of ointment or face cream.
I think you just utterly, completely discombobulated David. And Nick even dropped.
Well, it was Nick's question about
face cream and ointment.
Really?
Actually, can I interject for just a second because I have a question directly for Delish.
Go for it.
Delish, it is good to see you. I've enjoyed when you come on the space later in the evenings, our time. And you have talked briefly about the family you sponsored and how it was when you guys went to the events that happened around the 1-year anniversary. And
Yes.
I was just wondering if you would be willing to share a little bit more about that family and how they are doing now and the impact that going to those celebrations on the 24th had, because we get a different audience this time of day than we do in the evenings. And I think it would be something that Axel and some other people who are here would enjoy and appreciate hearing, I think is the word for it.
I would love to, and thank you. It's nice to be here this time of day. I have a different lifestyle. I used to be a journalist and for a very long time, and now I'm a business owner. But my son and his dad are away, so I have a free house, and so I'm taking advantage of it and have my team covering my stores so that I can organize and hang out with my cat and regroup. So more about the family that I helped to bring over. It was a multi-generational group from Kharkiv. It was an incredible journey full of ups and downs to get them here. So we were bringing over everyone from a 4-year-old child and his parents to his father's grandparents. So they're the elderly great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Now, before they were due to be evacuated the first time, great-grandfather had a stroke, and it was a serious one. And so he needed to be stabilized before he was able to be moved. He was not ambulatory. It was incredibly stressful for them. My friend's name is Nastia. Her mother was not going to go with them. She wanted to stay in Kharkiv, where she is still there now. And her brother was in Kiev, and he also did not want to leave. And so Nastia was feeling torn into, two separate directions. Go to safety and, do what's best for her son versus staying where she felt very much under stress, but more comfortable because she didn't have a good command of English at the time. So eventually, grandfather stabilized. They were able to be moved. Her husband had special dispensation and paperwork to be able to be great grandfather's or his grandfather's caregiver. But he was stopped at the border, and they wouldn't let him leave because he's of military age. So Nastia had to accompany the two wheelchair-bound grandparents and her 4-year-old, who is a handful, like most 4-year-olds are. A member of our team had a very good friend in Slovakia, and they were able to stay for a few months just to, I think, rest and try to find some health help for her grandfather and to try to get her husband as well. At that time, her husband's uncle came from Canada to help. And eventually they were all able to leave, minus the husband, who only joined them in Canada later. And so by the time I was able to meet them all, I hadn't been greatly involved other than fundraising. And all of this happened on a Telegram channel with lots of things going back and forth. But by the time they arrived, community of customers, and we've been supporting, and I'm Ukrainian Canadian, so I've been doing a lot of fundraising, and I'm a fella, and doing what I can from here. And I have a strong identity as a Ukrainian Canadian, so I've been very involved in my own way from the beginning. So I was able to put word out to my community, and we found them a home, and it's wonderful. It's a small little house up in the hills, in the mountains. I won't say much more. And it's a great space for them to be able to have a container to process. So things are a bit complicated right now because Nastia's family is back in Kharkiv, and her son is here and certainly acting out. And she's torn. She's every day really, really upset because Kharkiv hadn't had power for the longest time and now again doesn't. And she feels like, and she said to me before that, and this is such an eloquent way of putting it that brings me to tears, but she said, you know how there's heaven and there's hell and then there's the in between, and that's where I am. And so I explained to her this concept of purgatory and the word that we have in English. And it's when she and I get together, it's a lot of tears, and I just try to create a safe space for her to process and to speak, just tell me her experience. And we had them over for our Christmas, and then again for Ukrainian Christmas, and then again for New Year's, or the other way around, New Year's and then Ukrainian Christmas. And when Nastya and I get into the wine, we get to talking and we get to crying. And her husband almost chastises her. They all have jobs, and to him, they're settling in well, but he has his family, he has his support. And she has me, and she has her coworkers, but she's feeling like she wants to go back. And she said to me a number of times when things have gotten very difficult for her here, that she'd almost rather go back there and be under fire, where at least she would know the culture and the language and the system. I'll never forget when they had just arrived, it was around Halloween, and there were a lot of fireworks and firecrackers, and she and her son went under the table because they thought that they were under attack. And so, there's all of these layers of things to navigate. And I ask her if I can help her get a therapist, but she says she doesn't want a therapist. She just wants Russia to go away. And I'd like to help her with parenting because I have a wonderful 13-year-old son. So I have sort of maybe a little bit of insight. And I have said, my son is gifted, and I had to have a lot of help from child psychologists about how to parent this unique personality. And a lot of them run to one and try and figure out some of her unique needs. And she said she wouldn't understand them because she doesn't speak English very well. So I've said, well, I can go and I can translate. I don't speak, Ukrainian or Russian very well. But I could also just go with her unique situation and set of issues that she's having and even just report back to her. So that's where we're at now. is maybe getting him into some art therapy, maybe getting her some help with parenting, and just trying to get through day by day and hopefully hear from her mom on a regular basis. So that's what we're doing over here. And the community has embraced them in such a beautiful way, but we all feel like it's not enough. And I'm glued to Twitter because I know as a mainstream journalist that we're not hearing very much of what's really going on over there. So I've made a wonderful group of friends with the fellas, and we have a Vancouver contingent, and we meet regularly and plan what we're going to do next. So that's us.
Thank you, Liz, for taking the time to share that. I think it's a story that is repeated in many homes around the countries all around the world who have taken Ukrainian families in, and we have other people on the space who have taken in Ukrainian families and helped them to find housing and jobs and things like that. And I've heard some of this before when you've been on to speak in the evenings, later in the evenings, my time, our time, and I wanted you to share it with this time zone where people are listening from Europe a little bit more. I just think it's a fabulous story. So thank you for taking the time to do that.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
David, Axel, Nick, for letting me interrupt.
It was a
I just
beautiful
knew
story.
I just knew she had a good story to tell, and I knew that was there, and so I wanted to make sure that it got shared with some Europeans and some in other time zones that probably haven't heard it before. So thank you very much for letting me do that.
May I have a few more minutes? Would that be too
Go.
presumptuous?
No, it's not presumption. Go for it.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to share that when the war first started, I pulled out this wonderful file that my Uncle Boris put together. He's our family genealogist. And Uncle Boris was a dentist. He's now retired. And he put together the history of where we came from, and that was Lviv. And it was generations ago, but it's strange because I've always felt this sense of not belonging where I was, which was in Alberta. And that's where my ancestors settled. And it reminded them of Ukraine with the blue sky and the fields of wheat. And I come from a farming family, and yet I never felt like I was truly maybe Canadian in a sense. And when I met my Ukrainian friends, it's funny because from time to time they look at me and shake their head and say, "You are so Ukrainian." And I feel like, what a badge of honor. How amazing is that? But what I've been contemplating over the last few days is that I have a few customers who come in who are Russian, and I have signage in my window. So I have soap refill spaces with eco-friendly goods. And I have a sign in the window that says Ukraine fundraiser inside. And I do various campaigns and things. And I had a customer in yesterday, and I knew her accent. I knew she was Russian. But we also have a large Ukrainian diaspora, and we have a lot of Ukrainian refugees here. And we have quite a Polish community as well. And as I said, my husband's family is Polish, and he comes straight from Poland. So I have the heavy accent in the house. And so I said to her, knowing full well what I was going to hear as the response, I said, "Oh, are you Polish?" And she said, "No, I'm from Russia." And she seemed quite proud of it. And I have several Russian customers who are very shy about it. They're almost sheepish when they talk about it. But she was very in my face about it. And of course, I, as a struggling small business, want the business. But in that moment, I just wanted to toss her out on her ear. And I know that I shouldn't be that way. So I have these two sort of, um, I guess, the angel and the devil on my shoulders. So
Explain to me, please, why you shouldn't be that way. Is that a
why
Canadian thing?
why I shouldn't ask her to leave my business.
Oh, you
I mean,
can. You know, you
I
can.
can, but I mean,
If you can forfeit the income, I don't know whether you
mhm.
can, but if you can forfeit the income, and it makes you feel better, that's completely fine.
I guess
It's
maybe it's
your
very
it's
Canadian
your
of
right
me.
as a business. That's why I was asking. See, that's why I was leading it. I was
Right.
trying to defend this because it's extremely Canadian. I can definitely tell you that friends of mine who are here in the region in northeastern Europe have very politely, when Russian customers were not quite demure but rather rude or rather assertive, just asked, "It's a very good idea of you leaving."
Right. I suppose if she had been overtly rude, I but her expression may have just been my interpretation. I don't think that she was trying anything. And certainly if anyone said anything or pushed their attitude, I would absolutely refuse service. We do have the right. But also, I mean, I'm a small business. I need every sale right now. We've been through a very bad year. So there's that playing on my mind as well. But honestly, my ethics will not let me sell to someone if they're overtly saying or doing anything that I don't believe in. It's against my values. I would rather go out of business than serve people like that. So in the moment, it's just sort of like the calculation of what to do. And oftentimes I get into those conversations after checkout. So it's not even like I could refuse service, but I'll tell you, I did go to hold the door for her. She had a stroller, a baby pram, and she would have, that's for sure, down the sidewalk. Anyway, thank you for letting me share that.
That's very kind, and it shows that you do not necessarily. If somebody is kind enough and they are just human beings, we can treat them as human beings. If they are rough and rude, that's a different ballgame. I think our friend Nick has had some fair share of experience of exactly that in Spain and Mallorca.
Oh, I more into the volunteer gig that I've had in a completely different aspect of my life for the last 15 years. You learn to deal with situations. Delish, I wanted to ask you. You said something about having real life meetups with MriyaReport members. Can you say a little bit more about that? I'm interested also if other people have if you live near a big enough city and there are big enough participants. I've personally met up with, as far as I know, the only other listener on Mallorca, and it takes your virtual contact to the next level. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I'd love to. Actually, it wasn't the MriyaReport people, but it was fellas.
Oh, okay.
And so the way that happened was I'm quite active on social media, Instagram and Twitter, about my business and my Ukrainian identity and the fundraising. And so several customers, or I suppose people who were fellas, became customers. So they came into the store. And in one day in particular, I was having a really hard time dealing with, gosh, whatever had come out in the news. It was several months ago, so I don't know exactly what it was, but something from Ukraine that hit me really hard. And a fella came in with a gift for me. I hadn't met him before, but he had seen my tweets and knew that I was in a bad way. Came into the store with a bonking bat for me. So it's a NAFO bat. It's a little blue bat that says NAFO and bonk on the side, and just gave me this gift. And he and I connected, and then another member and I connected. And so I finally said, why don't we just have a meetup? And so we call ourselves the Vancouver Oblast Fellas. And we've met a few times already. We go to the local Ukrainian restaurants and give them some business. And then we also met at the most recent rally, the march, and also the peaceful sort of candlelight vigil the Friday before. So it's great. We have a little group, and we're trying to now maybe do a little bit of political action, get involved in some petition signing, also some flyer deliveries for Ukraine Aid Ops, just door to door, really. I do that so much with my business that I may as well add another flyer in there.
Oh, that's very good. Right. Okay. So thank you very much for that story. It's wonderful. So Jag Girl, so I brought you up a little bit earlier, but you put your hand down.
Well, the topic sounded like you were having a slow news day, and the topic kind of changed. I would like to know more about those Polish cosmetics, but maybe.
Well, ask away. Ask away.
If you, no, I'll have to find out for myself, I guess. But that was kind of fun. But no, I wanted to talk. I had a thought while I was driving about Ukraine, but the conversation is just not that tone. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then because I have a question about cosmetics later, but it's
cool.
Not the sort of cosmetics that you've got. Okay. So Lusitania.
Hi. Well, I was 2 hours. I had requested this morning to speak, so I took notes of a question I wanted to make. And so it's quite late, or maybe you talked about the subject during the day, but
Go for it. Go for it.
no. Well, anyway, I was listening to this lady a few minutes ago, and I wanted to share also that I'm a teacher and I lecture on ethnic conflicts. I'm an anthropologist, so I had this last semester a Russian student and an Ukrainian student in my class, and it was quite uncomfortable because the Russian lady, because she was an older student, older than all the others, um, all the time she tried to sabotage the classes. So I used a lot of examples when I was lecturing on conflicts, concepts, and the motives for conflicts, the origins of conflicts, the different kinds of approaches to conflicts from social sciences, from international relations, sociology, anthropology, etc., and psychology. She all the time she would say, she would defend Russia, and she was so irritated in the classes that at one point she said, please teacher, don't talk about that subject anymore. Please don't talk about the war anymore. The Ukrainian student, she was petrified. All the time the Russian lady would open her mouth, and so I had to say to that Russian student that the door of the classroom was at her service. So please leave the room. This is a university. Academia is a free space for speech. Anyone can say whatever one wants. So if you're not happy with what you're hearing in the classroom, you can leave. And so she left, and she never came back anymore to these classes. Also, a neighbor of mine received two Ukrainian girls, and one thing that touched me was that I have four children. One of them loves roses water. I don't know if this is the correct translation in English, but it's the smell of roses as a perfume. Just, it's not a perfume, it's eau de cologne. And when she got to my house, she started crying because of the smell. She said that was the smell of her grandmother that had remained in Ukraine. So she wanted me to tell her where she could find a bottle of that eau de cologne. So I offered her one of those. Then I invited the girl. There were two Ukrainian girls. They came for lunch, for Easter lunch, and so they brought eggs. And I thought it was really interesting the way they decorate the Easter eggs. Maybe it's a general thing in Eastern Europe. I didn't know this tradition, but they boiled the eggs, and one of the girls was studying arts in university in Ukraine. She had to leave, and she was looking for to continue her studies here in Lisbon. But anyway, they boiled the eggs with the coat of the onion. But before that, they did a lot of drawings in the eggs. So when the eggs were boiled, they kept the drawings in red, so that the onion left the red ink on the eggs coat. I don't know how to the cover, the outside part of the egg. So just small details on these traditions that we all learn from each other, especially from Ukraine. It has been a really amazing experience to not only all of us in Europe, in Western Europe, to gather and unite in a mutual cause, which is freedom and liberty, and fight for all people's rights, right? And society and the country has that right to survive and not being invaded, but also a chance for all of us to learn more about Ukraine. And that way, when we know another culture, we want to visit it, and we surely want to go and help reconstruct also, not only help during this horrible time of war. So the question I had this morning was, I read a tweet that says that Prigozhin was thrown out of Putin's entourage. He was turned off the special, took away all the passes, and are not allowed into the Kremlin offices. He even complained to the media himself. He recorded a video complaining, which I didn't understand because I don't speak Russian. So he's having a hard time now. And also maybe Kadyrov. So these warlords, hard time now with the Kremlin. Is this it, or the chain of commands are trying to give some more sweets to the generals in Russia instead of helping more these warlords, Prigozhin and Kadyrov? Thank you.
Oh yes, so there's quite a few there. I'll start with the. I mean, there's a wonderful story about the Yoda clone or the Rose thing. We do know that smells are powerfully important to our memory, and that they're very, very powerful. Where Prigozhin is concerned, I mean, I don't think that was this morning it came out. I think it came out yesterday or the day before. He's basically made a complaint, as far as I'm concerned, and he's published it, hasn't he? So if he's been cut out, then that would be as a result of the fact that he's at war with Shoigu, and anything that happens as a result of that is going to happen. Shoigu has been around for a very, very long time, and you have to expect that, despite the fact that he's not been a soldier or an airman or something like that, that he's been around for a very long time, which tells you he knows how to survive. Prigozhin, I suspect, may find that his days are numbered, but we don't know. Kadyrov as well. They're both with Prigozhin. They're both presumptive people, aren't they? They're behaving in the way that you would expect 12th century, princes in the waiting that might have behaved, or something like that. Although I'm not saying they're princes, but it's the power grab, etc. So I suspect it's a wait out and see what happens, where that's going, and that's probably going to be related to how badly Russia does in the next 2-3 months. I mean, Prigozhin might find himself dead before then, but I suspect he's living in a bungalow, which will make it a bit safer for him.
It's more like the behavior of the courtiers at the court of the Dauphin of Bourges.
Yeah, exactly. Did you? There was another part to that question. Can't remember if I've answered it all.
If that was true, if actually Prigozhin was cut off from Kremlin's relations, and if there were any developments on that. Thank you.
Well, we don't know.
It's
true.
Oh,
sorry.
which we know. There's nothing further which we know. We only know what is self-stated. It's like a self-declaration as to your taxation, and it's public kabuki. You never know what is true about it and whether it has a lasting impact. So wait and see. Don't interpret anything into those games they play, because they play it for the camera and they play it for a Western audience as much as they do it for a domestic one.
Okay, so it's too good to be true for now. Thank you. Unfortunately.
And so with that, I've sort of had an order in my head. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But it's Denjon, Dadillo, and then Delish. Denjon.
Yeah. I just want to say what I saw on FlightRadar. Actually, I saw it here first, and then I looked it up on FlightRadar, which was quite a ballsy flight from US Air Force. It was a B-52 flying about 10 kilometers north of the Kaliningrad border, out on the Baltic Sea. Obviously, it doesn't mean anything, but it looks quite ballsy, and the right thing to do. Showed on the muscle. I don't know if you've seen it.
Now, I did see it, but I did see part of a tweet before I got distracted somewhere else, saying there was a B-52 somewhere. So what you've done is told me where it is. Right, that is quite interesting, and yeah, another little, it's a message, isn't it? But unfortunately, we don't go far enough with our messages. I'm not saying the B-52 should be weaponed up and doing something, but I'm talking about the other messages that we should be doing, other than these very, very sort of subtle things that the messages that we're sending Putin.
Yeah, actually, I think it was like 50 kilometers too much to the north. Otherwise, it would have been good.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Go and drop a load. Armadillo.
Hello,
Hello,
everyone on the space here. I'm in Texas, and it's gotten
No, really, an armadillo in Texas.
yeah. Well,
did someone shoot it?
Well, here's the thing. The armadillo is a tough little critter, and so I think psychologically, I kind of went with armadillo as my NAFO personality. Because I think here are these Ukrainians, they're tough people. They just need to be armed, right? So I don't know. That seemed like kind of a connection there for me. Okay, so question though. I was going to ask about weather over there in the mud. It seems like it's going to last for a while. So I was able to look into that on my own and didn't really so I don't have too much of a question there, because it seems like the mud's going to last for a few more weeks at least, and so that probably, I suspect, that would decrease the likeliness of a wide scale Ukrainian offensive or counteroffensive, depending on how you like to look at it. But I guess what I'm most interested in at the moment is, and certainly we can talk about offensive and counteroffensives, but there's still this great reluctance for countries to give up fighter jets or to hand over fighter jets to Ukraine, even when the prime minister, in the case of Finland, says, "Hey, I think we can do this," and then immediately, just I guess the day after she made her statement, I don't know, their commander of the Air Force or something like that, or commander of defense, comes back and says, "No, we can't do that until the Americans send F-35s," and there seems to be several countries.
He's right, and she's stupid that she did so. While she did great going to the funeral, which was one thing. When it comes to military items, she has had a number of faux pas already since the beginning. It's nothing unusual for her. She is in a very contested election for her failures.
I see. So, but how many other countries are in a similar situation where it's like, there seems to be some level of desire or willingness to send fighter jets, but for some reason they say they can't do it? What's the latest on fighter jets, I guess, is kind of the crux of my question. And I'll drop down.
Everybody's waiting for the F-16s.
Okay, so they're saying as soon as they get F-16s, or perhaps in some cases F-35, they will.
No. F-35. No, sorry. Wait. So you're now projecting this upon Finland. Finland has F-18. Okay.
Okay.
They have the Hornets, actually the Super Hornets. The Finns converted those over a certain period of time. After a pre-selection of about 1.5 years, they went into a program which lasted, if I'm not quite mistaken, what Jarmo told us, it was 15 months and plus a subsequent period. Training took place for 9 months. These were very experienced Finnish fighter pilots, but they were prepared for the mission, for the conversion, and then all over the active period was 18 months of the conversion, which is nothing unheard of. It's actually quite short. Why is that important? The guy who told us the story was Jarmo Lindberg. Not only was he, until not so far in the past, the head of all Finnish armed forces, so your General Milley, but prior to that, he was the head of the Finnish Air Force in charge of that conversion program. Your 4-star Air Force general. All right? Let's just put it this way. This guy knows what he's talking about. 100%. And he was here for 2.5 hours with us at the Doolittle Air Wing. And he actually came twice. And in each and every case, very focused, very clear. Finland, of course, defending the northeastern flank of our borders to Mordor, cannot afford to walk away now in the run-up to joining NATO, cannot afford to walk away from its own air force. It requires definitely backfill, as in ready-made backfill, and not just NATO air cap. It's nice to have other people doing joint combat air patrol, and the Finns have for many years already, together with the Swedes, but also together with NATO, coordinated general practice, general combat air patrol. They've exchanged information, and now this is integrating already in the run-up to NATO. As a consequence, the likelihood of them having being able to or willing to give away their planes whilst they have not yet attained the F-35s, which they've contracted for, is insanity to expect. What they can do, and this is what has been stated before, and this is what potentially has misled Ms. Marin to state such things in view of her election campaign, in public, is that Finland would like to help. That's grand, that's fine, completely okay. And that would be spare parts, training, ordnance, and maybe even maintainers, meaning Finns who have retired recently from service, who could technically serve with the Ukraine Armed Forces or in Ukraine on under whatever kind of arrangement. And we've discussed this here with Colonel Jeff Fisher many times. There's various ways of skinning a cat in such instance to provide Western expertise to the supply train, because the supply train for the Air Force is equally, if not more important than the pilots. And it's also the complexity of the supply train which keeps everybody awake at night when thinking about aircraft for Ukraine. So those are the four things the Finns could contribute, and that is something which is worth mentioning, but she didn't say that. She skirted through that. Are other countries in the same position? Absolutely. Are other countries willing to give F-16s, for example, which they have? Yes, there are a number, and the F-16s are available. Could the Spaniards give some F-18s? Yes, they could, because they're actually the next in line for F-35s, and the Spaniards can backfill, and they also don't have such big need at the moment. They could reduce their F-18 force, and they are the candidate if and when you were to give them, together with the Canadians, to put up some F-18s for Ukraine, if that were the case. But the training for Ukrainian fighter pilots is almost likely looking like they're training on F-16s and on Typhoons, the Eurofighter, which then is present in Italy, Spain, Britain, and Germany, where again the situation arises. The Germans won't afford themselves to give fighter planes. That is politically currently not possible. The Italians may or may not want to, albeit that they have the Sixth Fleet on site and they have enough of their air force in order to cover the ground, and they do have sufficient capacity to defend themselves. And there's no current attack going other than them running, say, Mediterranean air cap. So having said this, that's the Italians. They could give some. Will they? Highly unlikely. The Spaniards are, again, the candidates for the Typhoons. But then if the Spaniards give Typhoons, then you can write off the F-18s. So it's almost likely going to be Typhoons. The Brits have a hard time giving away Typhoons unless an acceleration can be made on aircraft, which the United States would have to give to them. There is a possibility for that. It's as Colonel Jeff Fisher highlighted earlier today, as a good old former Air Force colonel, this is a matter of how you ask the question to the Pentagon. And if you want to have some, as he says, tails, or if you want to have some aircraft to be given to Ukraine, that's absolutely doable. It's a matter of will, and it's a matter of asking the right question and reallocating the resources the United States of America can dispose of. And that's all there is to it. So you'll see F-16s, and you may also see Typhoons, but the Typhoons take longer to train. They're very good planes, no question about it. Like the F-16s, Typhoons were put in service. They were designed to defeat the Russians. All right, let me do this again. Like the Leopards, these are planes designed to defeat them, and they're better than anything they have in their multi-role capacity. So those are the ones we need to focus on. So if you in Texas have a possibility to talk to Mr. Cornyn, you should do so. He's already in favor of it. We know that, but maybe you can muster more support.
I will start writing to him. That's a great idea. Yeah, I know people who work at Lockheed. I don't know, people who can. And of course, to your point, it's more of getting the government to do it. But there may be some aspects where Lockheed needs to, accelerate production in some capacities. But yeah, they're
And they will when they're given a contract. Lockheed will do it. There's just no
yeah,
question.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, they make the F-35 just probably 20 miles from where I live. So yeah, right here in Fort Worth. So okay, I'll drop down now. Thank you for the insights on fighter jets. Really appreciate that.
Of course, we're here to serve.
Great. Thank you very much. Great question. Great answer there, Axel. Yes. I'm going to go Leo Feller, then Jagul, then Peter. Leo, you were wait. I spent forever trying to get you up, but it wasn't working. But you are now. Yeah. Do you want to say your pit?
Hello, I'm from Ukraine. We Ukrainians very much thankful for the support, for enormous support you guys all doing. I just put a link to perfumes. Some time ago, somebody asked about perfumes, and I just put a link about Ukrainian perfumes in the chat, so you can use it basically. Yeah. Also,
Yaku.
Sorry.
I said Yaku. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Namazasha. Yeah. So, I'm originally from Kiev, Ukraine, and in my opinion, I'm very. I know a little bit of history of Ukraine, history of Russia. In case you can ask me some questions about Ukrainian politicians, about anything connected to Ukraine. Thanks.
Well, we do have one question that
Yeah.
Nick asked, which was the smoking in restaurants.
Smoking in restaurants.
It was a small question from earlier, Leonidas.
Yeah.
Apologies to start with that.
Is it legal in Ukraine to smoke in a restaurant or in a bar, or do you have to go outside?
In case you will tell that you're from country that supports Ukraine, you can do whatever you want in this restaurant. No, actually, I think it's in Ukraine we have in restaurants we have special places that areas that you can smoke and other areas that you cannot smoke. But in general, it depends de facto on restaurant.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
Yeah,
I want, yeah.
No, keep going, fella. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to raise a topic. Actually, following up about somebody mentioned about Russian and Ukrainian students, right, in the class. So again, we are very much thankful for all the support what Western countries are doing to Ukraine. However, for us Ukrainians sitting in Ukraine, not able to move around, to travel the world, it's very painful to know that some countries, for instance, United States, gave more visas to Russians this in 2022 than in 2021. So basically, I think, in my opinion, it is better that Russian people to fulfill some questionnaire before entering Western countries, because seriously, even especially old people, Russian people, born and raised in Soviet Union, they still trust Russia. They still loyal to Russia, even though they live in the Western countries. Because believe me, for instance, in Mariupol, right, people weren't able to evacuate in a time because Russians living in Mariupol, a Ukrainian pro-Russian party, they navigated that missile that destroyed autobus that was supposed to evacuate people from the Mariupol, right? And basically, some Russians that even living in the West before war that already received Western citizenship. I think, McCarthy, remember such U.S. politicians. He introduced McCarthyism, something like this policy, when almost all in 50s, all communists were deported from United States. Yeah, and
Not really, not really.
something like this. I heard maybe it's not really, of course, not all. Yeah, but again, I think West should not be liberal towards Russia and Russians. Believe me, just believe me. I can tell you
We
numerous
agree,
historical.
Leonidas. We agree.
Yeah, that it's not a Putin who is. It's not just Putin. Millions of Russians approve him. They approve him both from the left side. They approve him both from the right side. Some Russians hate Putin, but they hate him because he's not a Stalin, because he's been too quote unquote liberal towards Ukraine, because he didn't start full mobilization, because he not enough bombs Ukraine, right? Those Russians who are against Putin, they just left. They are not fighting for better version of Russia, right? Why Soviet Union failed? Because Soviet Union banned everyone to go outside of Soviet Union, right? And therefore, mass protests erupted in Soviet Union, even in Moscow, even by Russians, yes? And it was one of the reasons why Soviet Union fell. So my question to you, what do you think to do towards Western elites, towards Western politicians, decision makers, in order to change the view of Russians? That Russians need to learn, I know, some lessons that many Russians literature people like Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, believe me, they were the same imperialists as Putin. They thought very bad things about the West, and many people doesn't know about it. About Dostoevsky, what he told, he worked with Kremlin, with Tsars, actually, right? And when we hear in that in Europe, everybody love Dostoevsky, that work on Kremlin, that didn't fight Kremlin. That's our that's not very good, not just towards us. We understood everything about Russians, especially about this war, right? But it's very painful. So my question to everybody: what do you think? How to change the view of the elites, Western elites, and to show more how aggressive Russians are? Thanks.
Oh, I'll happily answer that. Okay, so we often get sidetracked with mass media and their need to sell copy, as we would say it in the olden days, right? Now, if you ever consider there's no support from Western elites on what's happening in Ukraine, look at the support they're getting now. There's tanks that at the beginning of this would have never have crossed anybody's minds going there. Now we've gone beyond tanks. We're talking about fighter aircraft. And although the people that were asking the president about a month ago, 2 months ago, if F-16s were going there, those are the wrong. Axel alluded to it earlier. Those are the wrong questions to be asking. The question should have been, are we going to send fighter aircraft there, modern Gen 4 plus fighter aircraft there, with or support others to do so? That's the question that should have been asked by the media, but whatever, it's spilt milk, right? Not only are we setting military support, many of the countries, Western countries, are ponying up to so Ukraine can basically carry on business, per normal. They're supporting the economy because right now Ukraine does not have any income beyond Providence. Minor income from the sale of what grain they're able to get out of there, but that's a pittance compared to what's being brought in by Western and various allied countries. They're basically footing the bill. So if you ever think that the West doesn't support Ukraine, take a look around, and I'm assuming you're in Ukraine. Take a look around at the Western equipment, the donations that are being sent there and whatnot, and it's not very much. And I agree with you. We have to fight the narrative, because unfortunately, in this day and age of social media, everybody gets the same allotted time. So you get these pro-Putin knuckleheads out there that go and spew their BS out to the masses, and they get the same amount of time and oxygen as the people fighting the good fight, right?
Yeah.
So it is out there. We see zero chance of this subsiding. I'm Canadian, so don't ask me. We got a couple Americans kicking around here. Go ask them. There has never been more solid bipartisan support. Contrary to what the media is saying, there's never been so solid bipartisan support in the United States ever.
Well, not from MAGA, from Trumpists. And in case you want to support more,
yeah, but those fringe people, because there's people on the left that don't want war. You know, they want to hug the dragon and whatnot. Little Game of Thrones there. I just got done watching Illusion. But they're the fringes. The vast majority of the Congress people and the senators, full bipartisan support. If you don't believe me, ask the Americans in the audience. Ask the Americans here. This is unbelievable, the support they're getting, and don't succumb to the tripe that mass media is spewing, because they're the days of pure journalistic integrity. I don't know. I'm not one that you should be asking that about, but I question it. However, they're there. It's a business. They're there to sell copy, and in the new world order, they want the clicks. They want you to click on their news article. So the more outlandish they can make it, the more clicks they can generate. That's why all these weird and wonderful stories about Ukrainian corruption get so much traction, because that's what the media wants. They want people to be aghast. They want them, they want them to turn around and be clicking this because it's something that grabs them. If I say, Axel went out yesterday and did a barbecue for a bunch of homeless people, people would applaud him and go, oh yeah, that's very, very nice. He's a very good man. But if I turn around and said, Axel did a barbecue and poisoned everybody at the barbecue and asserted himself Emperor of Estonia, people will click that. No matter how outlandish. That's why the National Enquirer still sells newspapers, because lizard people and chemtrails and stuff like that, people believe it. Or for the pure entertainment value, they believe it. Sorry for jumping in here, co-hosts. I had several people DM me around the same lines, and I just wanted to put that to bed. Now,
sure,
we're delighted.
I did, although I did have an answer, right? So anyway, maybe we can say it a little bit differently, right? I would say, look, when you're reading the news, you will see all sorts of different types of news. Some it will be positive, some it will be negative, right? And if you're living in a stressful situation, often you might be looking at negative stuff and seeing it very negatively. Sometimes we ourselves may be talking about this in the way because it concerns us that the West isn't doing enough, but it is doing more each time, and that's something very, very, very important to keep hold of, right? And the other really important thing to do is that the majority of the people in the West want Ukraine to win. So let's forget about the minorities, because there's always going to be some, and there's always going to be, as I call the Russian disease, that influence coming through. And in all things, right, the best way to deal with that is just put it aside. It's like a competition, right? You have your goal. What is that goal? And focus on that, right? And everything else to that is peripheral to it. And it's really important to try and, if there's little moments where you're going, is the West really going to help us? The West is, but they for whatever reason, they maybe thought about it too much, but they are now getting there. And focus on the fact that they are doing something. It's not they haven't done anything. It's just taking them time to get on a bit faster. Right. So I would focus on those things. And of course, right, it may be, I don't know what news you see. You may be seeing more of the Russian type troll stuff, which is designed to make you have negative thoughts about what is happening and what the West is doing.
I am very thankful for the help. It's really enormous help. We are truly thankful. Even though we have corruption, obviously, in Ukraine, corrupt politicians. But believe me, when the war will finish, those corrupt politicians will go into history, right? Nobody following those old politicians in Ukraine. Of course, a material help, tank help, armory, everything, on battlefield, we are enormously thankful to you, right? But again, I believe that truly battles being won on the ideological surface, not just military, right? And
cool. But here's the thing, right? I don't think anyone's saying anything else. That we are. I mean, this is absolutely a battle of ideology. Russia is a cuckoo nation, isn't it? What they do is they invade somewhere and then push people out. And they say push people out. What we really mean is we kill them. They kill them. They arrest them. They get rid of them. And then what they do is they put someone else into someone else's home. Let's be clear about this. But we know this, right?
But some Westerners unfortunately believe that Dostoevsky was a fine guy, that Tolstoy is
let me stop you there, right? So here's some do, right, but not in this space. We're all aware of it. The people here. So I mean, and the bit I'm trying to say is, we know, right? So this is a story that we're telling everyone, and in effort, no one here is an actual fact saying or even suggesting that whatever Dostoevsky and all the other people, right? Because guess what, right? We do know that in actual fact, no, they can't be trusted. In fact, that is the big message that we get that goes through, right? That Russia has never ever signed a contract without it being a lie, right? So that's great, right? But we want to sort of focus on different questions, because this is all stuff we go through, right? And it's very good that you're telling us, but we sort of said this a couple of other times.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Thank you very much for enormous support. Also, I wanted to raise a topic, for instance, that some Western corporations still doing business in Russia. For instance, the biggest are like French Auchan. You don't have America.
You should look at my timeline, right?
Yeah.
Auchan, and I mean, the thing is that we have in fact, some of the things you're talking about are individual topics that could take up a couple of hours, and we should probably have that. Why don't you send me a DM and we could get a whole load of ideas? Because it isn't just the Western business is doing business, is it? We have other things like the IOC, right? And let's not talk about the International Fencing or Federation, right? The FIA, right?
Yeah.
And their process. I mean, in fact, there was a fencing club that was bombed and a whole load of them killed, right? And yet the FIA has gone ahead, right? But these are long discussions and they're not 5-minute discussions. Why don't you put together a whole load of questions, DM me, you can follow me, I'll follow you back, and then we could put something together, and maybe we could discuss what a subject in a little bit more detail. How's that work?
Yeah, perfect.
Wonderful, Leo. Thank you very much. And oh right, the hands have changed. So angry.
Hey, how you doing tonight? I just wanted to kind of give some supporting fire, and very often
What's with your voice, Bill? Do you need a hot
I
toddy?
probably do a little bit, but just to give some supporting fires and to kind of help Leo with this conversation, especially from America's standpoint, is that if there's even the slightest change in support, headlines are going to pull that out and exacerbate any type of change in support or stuff like that. The reality of it, for a country that is very politically divided, this is by far the most bipartisan and combined support of any other issue in America right now, is the support for Ukraine. And what this space does is we constantly work to continue to shore up that support, look for ways to even improve it. So your input is really important on this, and I recommend you listening and contributing when you can. But remember, most of those headlines, you have to dig a little bit deeper than them. And you will find that again, you're never going to get 100% of folks from either the left or the right. I come from the left side of politics, and I do a lot of work myself to support that. But don't be worried too much about the headlines and look at the substance. Over the year, it's not enough. We should always have more aid, faster and sooner. But the reaction that we've seen over the last 12, 13 months to an illegal, horrible invasion of your country has been fast and has been large, and that probably one of the largest responses to a genocide in world history. So it's not enough, and we're here to fight for more. But appreciate you being on tonight.
Yeah, and thank you very much for their great questions, Leo. The thing is, as I said, each one could be a 2-hour subject, right? So make sure you DM me, and we'll sort something out.
Yeah, I already did. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wonderful.
Can I just say this? Our friend Will just sounded like Noddy Holder, voice-wise.
Oh yes, right. That was a band, Slade. Hey, who could? Is there a finer? Was there ever a finer band in Christendom? Anyway, it's then John, then Jack Girl.
Yeah, thanks, David. So yeah, actually, I think you almost closed the topic with Leo, but I just want to say a few words. I mean, regarding visas, I don't think you should see that as a sign. I mean, that Russia's getting visas in Europe and elsewhere. It's not a sign of siding with Russia. I mean, this is basically the downside of democracy. We follow the rule of law, and every visa, I guess, is handled separately based on the merits. But I mean, if it was up to me, there would be no visas issued, and all visas existing would be cancelled. Yeah,
Perfect.
but I'm not making those decisions, unfortunately. And then also with the companies, yes, it's disgraceful to see companies still operating in Russia. But I mean, remember that over 1,000 have left. Over 1,000 have left Russia already, and there will always be rotten eggs, unfortunately. But a majority have left. So the big picture is that it's a good picture.
Okay. Thanks very much for the answer.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Jagul, you had your hand up. Please do.
Yeah, it was. I wanted to say I have had a peculiar number of people who really supported our last president. It's odd, but I don't know anybody in my life. I think I had one friend at the start of the war who really didn't, thought we were spending too much money, but apart from that, I'm really happy to see that again, out of right or left, all of my friends are supporting Ukraine, and so that's one thing. And then one of the things that, talking about the older Russians, and it was controversial or whatever to some people, but I think they cut off Russian television here, and that spoke mostly to, the older Russian immigrants in the United States. And then as far as like checking the visas, think about, after 9/11, when we had some Muslim terrorists invade, we still let Muslims come in, and they work their way up. But you remember our last president was still trying to ban Muslims from the country, while by all appearances, snuggling up with Putin. But yeah, like everyone, like other people said, there is a lot of support. And then I would, as David said, I think that there was a lot embedded in what you were talking about. It would be, it's enough for a whole session. And any countries, I think, if you know of countries that are still doing business in Ukraine, those are things that you can post those and make them so people can find them. I think a lot of the companies that I've seen, I don't patronize anyway, but yeah, I think that's all I had to add. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And actually, it's another good topic to discuss maybe later, but still that West need to sanction.
Oh, slow down there, Leo. Right, you got to put your hand up, right? So, yeah, okay, right. Anyway, I do apologise. I lost a bit of sound for about 20 seconds there. So, Jagdil, do you want to say the last bit of what you were saying?
Yeah, I just
No, not you, Leo. Jagdil.
Don't even remember. I think I was just talking about
just a comment. Okay, right. Okay,
yeah.
then there you are. Right. Okay, listen, Leo. We have a rule here, right? When you want to talk, you put your hand up. If you think that you've got an answer, you put your hand up, and then we all get along fine with each other. But so I'm going to go to Nick, then Combat, and then Leo. If you've got something to comment, say afterwards. But you need to put your hand up. If you don't know how to put your hand up, I think you do, but you have done it before, maybe. Yes. Okay, great. You know how to do it. Wonderful. Nick.
Yeah, I had the visa word. There was what Agel, she dropped, said. Yeah, Trump wanted to keep out Muslims, but his only way that he could do that legally was to withdraw US visas from Muslim majority countries, which was not quite the same thing. And I don't think there was any question that, I think there were 8 or 10 countries. There was no question that those 8 or 10 countries were themselves engaged in hostile acts. So it was a little bit different. In terms of Russians, what kind of visas are we talking about? Is it that they're turning up as tourists, as students, or as residents? Maybe you can, Leo fellow, if you can just kind of, if you've seen this, what kind of visas are you seeing, or do you think you've been seeing Russians with in Western countries?
Can I answer? Right?
Sure.
Oh yeah, please do. Yeah.
Okay. So regular tourist business visa, H1. Oh my God, I have this kind of visa. I've been a couple times to America, and okay, Russians in Turkey, I know for sure. They're just entering U.S. embassy. They're asking us questions about the hotel reservation on the hotel, and that's it. U.S. Workers of employees of embassy are not asking any questions, any ideological questions, and just they giving the visa, those tourist business visas, to Russians, and they issued more those visas in 2022 than a year before, right?
Okay, so United States.
Yes, United States visas. Yes, but
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So, well, I don't think they should be asking questions about ideology, because guess what? the Russians are going to lie. So if Russians are still finding it easy or indeed possible to get tourist or business trip visits to the United States, then that's, I would have hoped the Americans would have stopped that by now. I'm really rather surprised to hear that. The European Union has mostly stopped giving tourist and business visas to Russians, as far as I'm aware. We had quite a discussion last year. It was that people were going, well, maybe I can go to the Hungarian embassy. But if you go to the Hungarian embassy, even if they do give you...
One moment, Nick, let me say something. Sorry. So we're getting some host connection issues. So everyone be aware that the space may go down. We don't know. We'll carry on as it is. But if it is not, the space will come up as quickly as we can. And when we get in, we'll retweet and do all the rest of it. And Nick, carry on, please. Thank you.
The current incarnation of the space is always the pinned tweet under the MriyaReport Twitter account. So I was going to say, even if you get a Schengen visa from the Hungarian embassy, which I don't think is happening, but you can't then fly into Spain. You have to get your Schengen visa from the first country that you're going to, or otherwise have a very, very good reason. So we have seen plenty here in Spain, Russian tourists just dried up. So I was just kind of making sure but since you're talking about American visas, Leo fella, that I don't know much about that. If any Americans can comment, why is America apparently still giving tourist visas to Russians? The one issue we have to be careful of when we see Russians partying is that in some cases they are legitimately resident. At least within the European Union, there was a picture the other day of some of them behaving badly in France, and they might be legitimately resident in another European Union country, and they can move around between them. Organizing the deportation of Russians with valid residence permits is a step that the European countries have shied away from, and there are good reasons for and against that. But if the Americans are giving out tourist visas, that's amazing. That is amazing. I hadn't heard that. But it's true, when we talked about visas, we didn't really talk very much about US ones because the European visa situation was so complicated and enabled me to nerd out on all kinds of Schengen stuff. So I don't know, Alan or any of the Americans here, do you know about this? I would just have assumed it was a stroke of the pen by Biden, but apparently not.
Well, I can add a little bit, although I'm not American. I did read there was a whole load of tweets and stuff coming out from Russians who tried to get in via Mexico and found themselves stuck in Mexico where they weren't wanted. So it's clearly not as easy as we think, and but some people are getting through. However, they might we don't know how they're getting in, though, right? You've got to remember that in general, they don't have a problem with lying either, right? Maybe they've just lied or something else. Don't know. But you would think it's a problem. You would think that America would be trying to solve it. Other than that, I can't add any more. Leo.
Yeah, I just David, I just tried to send you some message, but it failed. It says that your account can be blocked if you send message, something like this. Yeah. So can you please send me?
No. I've just followed you. Have you followed me?
Yes. And but it's still, maybe you should send first message.
No.
Yeah. Don't hear you.
Dave, I think your audio just dropped out.
Well, maybe it is. I'm at 13% on my phone. So I'm going to have to plug it in, which means I will have to. Anyway, can you still hear me now? There we are.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Right. Okay, great. So Leo, just make sure you follow me. I'm following you. I'll attempt to try and find you otherwise.
Okay.
And Combat Trash Panda, you had your hand up, but you put it down. I assume you still want to say something, though.
There, I'll be the model citizen to put my hand back up. I was going to go down another tangent, but I got sidetracked here because I was actually looking up whether the U.S. has actually banned travel visas for Russians, and of course I'm in a quagmire of bureaucracy right now, so it's kind of hurting my head. I want to go down a little different tangent here, and there's been some talking points in the media and coming up in the space quite a bit, and it's about the and our friend Leo here mentioned it, about the amount of cash that's going to Ukraine. Now, people, I'm kind of looking at our Western listeners here. Everybody that's really upset about the billions of dollars that the Americans are sending in terms of military aid, not a penny leaves the United States. Okay, let's get this through our heads right now. That those javelins, they were already paid for. Those M777s, they were already paid for. And guess what? If they don't get used, they go out to a stock room someplace, never to see the light of day again. Same with those Bradleys. The Bradleys go out somewhere in the desert, and they pack them full of grease, and they'll stay there till the end of days. So all this stuff that we're sending there, none of these governments are out of pocket for it. And so, okay, well, now we have to replace the equipment to replace the equipment for your country. And I'm talking if you're in Canada, US, England, Germany, France, it doesn't matter. When they're replacing their equipment, what do you think's happening to your local economy? Like, give your head a shake for a second. And like, military equipment is very, very high end skilled labor. So you're employing skilled labor, especially if you were talking aircraft or high end electronics or missile systems and whatnot. Raytheon does not hire an idiot from the mall that's sitting there picking their nose. These are well-educated, well-trained, well-paid individuals that are working in these companies. So these contracts to backfill all this stuff, what do you think's happening in the hometowns where Raytheon is and Lockheed Martin is? You're bolstering your own economy. And I'm Canadian, so I often point to the Lav 3s that we sent to Ukraine. The Oshawa plant where they're made was scheduled to be shut down right after the current run of super bisons that they're making. So it was very advantageous that they got an order, and of course the order was paid for by the Canadian government to go over there. What do you think that did to the hometown of Oshawa and Mississauga and all the other little they're not really hamlets, they're bigger than the town I live in, all the areas that live around there? Now we're talking like the 6 degrees of bacon. You have somebody that has a good paying job that's contributing to the local economy. They're bolstering the economy in their area. So now we need to hire teachers to teach their kids. We need medical personnel to man the hospitals. It's all a cascading effect. So when certain elements are whining about, $40 billion are going to, first of all, I'm pretty stalwart that Russia is the enemy. They've always have been. I spent my adult life learning to kill Russians. So I'm pretty biased about that. So don't take it from me, but it's money well spent. It was equipment that was there. What do you think that equipment was there for? It was to fight the Red Horde. And now the Red Horde is knocking at our doorstep, and we should kick them in the teeth while they're down on their knees.
I'm devastated to learn that my prospects of a high-paying job at Raytheon are are not good because I am the guy hanging around at the wall picking his nose.
Yeah, but you're the one yelling at the kids to get off his land.
I can operate a shotgun like Clint Eastwood.
He wasn't a shotgun guy, though, was he? Oh, dear.
In that movie where he played the cantankerous old guy and the Korean kids were always, it was Get Off My Lawn, wasn't it? I think he had a shotgun. Not Dirty Harry.
No, you mean, I know what you mean. The film with the Korean neighbors.
With the car.
Yes, what's it?
Gran
Torino.
Gran Torino. Yep. Not a bad movie. A little bit corny at the end, but not a bad movie.
David, I think we have Denjon, and then we will have completed raised hands. Denjon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just to back what Combat Panda was saying there. Good example in Sweden. We have a company called Hägglund. Actually, it's BAE Hägglund, but they are, among other things, making the CV90 and other tracked vehicles. And in 2021, they had a revenue of 2 billion SEK, which is $200 million or something. Last year, 2022, the revenue went up 10 times, and I think it was more than 90% of that was actually taken in 1 or 2 weeks of that year due to incoming orders. So yeah, I mean, all this money supposedly spent is actually spent in the countries where the equipment is sent from. And if you look at it, not that long ago, and actually what's happening now in Sweden, the government is sending out energy subsidies to everyone in Sweden. I mean, because we have very high electricity bills, and that's just cash down in the pocket, and no one is complaining about that. And actually, to send equipment and then backfill equipment with equipment manufactured in your own country is the same thing. I mean, it's money into the economy. It's the same thing, but it's a better thing because it creates jobs, not just money in the pocket. So yeah, no worries about parting with the equipment where it's needed.
And as Combat was saying, there is no military manufacturing that does not require high-skilled labor. It requires very high-skilled labor and knowledge about precision machinery. And this is true whether you were building a fighter jet or a tank, or frankly, an artillery shell. And the other thing I'll point out in the United States, as in so many other places, munitions and defense manufacturing is spread throughout the entire country. There are 435 House districts. Some defense manufacturing occurs in a majority of those districts. Not all 435, of course, but I bet in 400 or 350, and there's a reason for that. Angry, you've come up with your hand. Please go ahead.
No, Alan, and I really think that that's a really great point, and I'm really glad this is the way where the conversation went to, and going after Combat Panda and your comments of defense production, and especially in the United States. It takes a while for this money to kind of get into the hands of the contractors and companies, and contracts to be wrote up, etc. New assembly lines need to be built. Or old assembly lines need to be refurbished and kind of brought up to power. Sometimes there's modifications, and what I can tell you, as someone who has very good knowledge of the people who use their hands and their minds and every day to go to work and use their labor to create and reignite the arsenal of democracy in America, that we are seeing that increase happen. it's going to take some time, and I think that actually might really bode well for the ongoing support. We have not really seen that money, interject itself into the economy yet, but it is happening soon. And places in Arkansas, Pennsylvania, and New Mexico, Washington State, really all over the country. My home area in Southern Illinois even has a munitions depot with the defense contractor that are expanding a shift. So we are seeing almost every, I work with trade unionists that work in many of these places, whether they're refurbishing depots where, we saw a couple weeks ago a few members of a Army depot that refurbishes and make sure that every counter battery artillery piece that goes to Ukraine radar is in top notch. Meet with the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States and talk about how proud and how patriotic they feel. All the workers at that plant, many of them who are veterans of the military in America, to do that work every day. And I think as communities start to see the hiring notices come up and the money getting into the economy from this, we will see another change in perception of what we're doing. It's going to take a little bit of while for that to actually come to fruition, but we do know. I know for a fact that almost every plant is working on starting to put on either a third shift or they're adding overtime. So it is something to think about, and it's going to help out many of these communities and give regular folks who have nothing but labor to give the ability to support Ukraine with their hands.
And I guarantee you, Angry, you poll the workers at any defense manufacturing plant, you will find a very knowledgeable group of people. And I almost guarantee they support Ukraine wholeheartedly. In fact, there was some discussion just earlier tonight. How much does America support Ukraine? There was some talk about fringe elements on the left and the right. If you're listening to the fringe, you're not getting the main story. And the main story is that support of Ukraine has not declined in any way. Gallup came out. Gallup is a long-time polling company in the United States. They practice asking the same question months and years apart. They don't change the wording, so they have an exact read on what the results are. In January, January 2023, 65% of Americans supported Ukraine. A year before, February in 2022, or it was, I guess, in March, February 2022, within weeks of when Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine, 66%. There is no difference between 65% support and 66% support. And in the United States, if you get that kind of majority saying they support something, it is unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented. So there's no decline in support for Ukraine, and I don't think there will be over the coming summer or over the coming year. Leo,
Alan, I would love to hear some of those numbers on some of the other issues I work on a daily basis sometimes, but to actually see American people come together like that, it is actually very impressive, and it's something that we look forward to. And it's always we have to always ensure that we're continuing to build that support every day, especially through this amazing space we have here.
And that means we have to focus on what the real story is, and the real story is why we are supporting Ukraine's fight. Ukraine has not asked for American troops or NATO troops to come and fight their war for them. They are simply asking for the tools they need to finish the job. I know I have now said that 1,000 more times than Winston Churchill said it, and I'll keep saying it. So we can go through the hands that have come up. Leo, you put your hand up again, then Nick, then Peter. Leo?
Yeah, again, that's very important point that you stress, that we don't need like Western soldiers themselves to help Ukraine. We just need more. We just need more tanks, more things, more armored vehicles. We will get the job done by ourselves, right? And actually, I don't know whether our Minister of Defense is talking about that with some like Western military elites, but on front line, as from those info that I know, we need something more than jets. We need mortars, right? Mortars, those like vehicle mortars that help to destroy Russian infantry, because unfortunately those Wagner group was successful in some places because they have lots of waves. They literally sent 4 waves of meat of Russian criminals that brought out of prison by Prigozhin, and on the 5th or 6th waves, only Russian professional forces are going. Yeah, so really they have a lot of people to destroy. We have a lot of people to destroy Ukrainian soldiers. So, like, in case anybody has any connection to Western, I don't know, military elites, we need more mortars, right? Not just jets. And actually, I wanted to say that the information that I received, maybe anybody heard about that Prigozhin mother, she was withdrawn from Western sanction list, so she can travel to European Union sanctions list. So she can, Prigozhin mother can safely travel to Paris and have some shopping. It's absolutely disgusting. Like, seriously, it's another topic about banning all visas to Russians, and some Russians. It's obvious that Prigozhin mothers support him, right? So yeah, something like this.
Yeah. Thank you, Leo. And I don't think you have to worry too much about equipment Ukraine is asking for getting to Ukraine. It's not just Western nations. There are now 54 nations that gather at Ramstein for a monthly conference, the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Munitions and armaments are coming from South Korea, from Pakistan, from Morocco, from Jordan. Many nations understand why Ukraine is fighting, and they support Ukraine 100%. So Nick, and then Peter. Nick, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just something that Combat Trash Panda was mentioning about some of the people and people imagining that all the that the US just basically a truck drives across the Polish border once every couple of days with a few $100 million in bills in the back. There was someone the other day who, I mean, I don't know if these are real Americans or if these are actually bot accounts run by, but he seemed to have a lot of followers, seemed to be a sort of serious MAGA type, and it was so the theme of about 10 days ago was, is the war real? Is the war real? I'm not seeing any footage of the war, which is kind of funny when you think about how many clips most of the people here watch just on a daily basis. I'm not seeing clips of the war. And then he said, we shouldn't be going to send our boys and girls to die in this war. And I remember thinking, if the war doesn't exist, why would it matter? How is anyone going to die in it? And the level of intellectual argument, the level of logic from this individual was just absolutely mind-blowing. That you could be, it's a terrible war that doesn't exist. And it reminded me of some of the stuff that went on during COVID, which was an incredibly powerful Chinese bioweapon that didn't work and was caused by 5G. And it was like, look, make up your mind. But they can't even make up their mind, some of these people, with which conspiracy they're going to go with in the space of one tweet. It's utterly astonishing. But there is I think this one of the narratives. It involves mocked up pictures of Mrs. Zelenska allegedly going on shopping trips in Paris with all this cash that the United States is sending. And the reality, and again, we were talking earlier about how to talk. Who was it? was talking about how to talk to people on the right who won't support Ukraine, and the reality is that, that's right, is that for 10% of the US defense budget, Russia is being eliminated as a threat. For, I mean, what, 1% of what the US spent in Afghanistan? 2%?
No,
Absolutely
significantly less than 1%. I think
really
we were at 57 basis points before. I can check the update for the end of February. Will have ticked up a bit.
So I mean, I guess the lesson is if America ever decides to go back to Afghanistan, they should just ask the Ukrainians if they'd like to go, and we'll provide the weapons. That's probably I hope when Ukraine is finished, when Ukraine has replenished itself, because it seems to me that Ukraine's ability to turn defense dollars into boom is something quite astonishing. And as Combat Panda said, Ukraine and Leo said, Ukraine doesn't want people to be sent. All they're asking for is the equipment and the money and the supplies, the money to buy the supplies and the ammunition, and that's what we can give them. And this is the most amazing deal for the West. The West is getting the most phenomenal bargain in terms of assuring its future security, and all we have to do is grasp one or two really quite small nettles.
I believe, Nick, it's actually less than 2% of the total American defense budget that is being devoted in one way or another to Ukraine. So it's a tiny percentage, and it's far less than 10%, which would be really a gigantic investment. That is how big the American defense budget is. So on to
Alan and everybody, hi. Yeah, I was going to speak about half an hour ago, and then I got a slight problem here, so I had to drop out. But we had, I think it was an American guy was asking Axel about fighter aircraft, and Axel, as usual, replied with his absolute brilliance and knowledge. But we had a
Peter, flattery will get you nowhere.
I'm not flattering you, Axel. No, you are.
Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going. I'll pass
Axel,
it on to
you are.
to
You've
the
got an amazing voice, and your knowledge it's way above anything I've got. So,
don't tell anyone.
Okay. All right. But yeah, we were talking to Colonel Jeff, and we were discussing really about escalation and the fear that the West does have of Putin. And we were talking about how Ukraine needs aircraft today, and all these delays are going to mean that they'll probably get them after the war, or in months to come. And he actually mentioned at the time that the problem wasn't so much the pilots now, but more the ground crews and maintenance and all this sort of stuff. And yet there's such an easy solution to that. All they do is they have a big maintenance unit in the south of Poland where the aircraft have all their maintenance done, or the majority of their maintenance done, and they're flown without weapons to a operational base in Ukraine where they're fitted with weapons, their pilots are briefed, they go out, they do their sortie, they return to the operational base, and then the aircraft is flown, if needs be, for maintenance back to Poland. Now, tanks are maintained in Poland, other equipment is maintained in Poland, but oh no, we can't do that with aircraft. We might upset poor Mr. Putin. He might not like it. Yet Mr. Putin's quite happy to go into Belarus and fire missiles from there. He's quite happy for his MiG-31s to take off with ballistic missiles from there, and send drones from there to Ukrainian cities. But we can't even do maintenance in Poland, which we're doing anyway, because you couldn't possibly fly a maintenance aircraft from Poland into an operational base in Ukraine. And it makes you feel exasperated, because there are ways to get those aircraft there and operational straight away. I'm sure a lot of the Ukrainian pilots are already trained up on the F-16. And we keep coming up with this escalation. We can't send long-range missiles with his cowards pressing buttons 800 miles away or 400 miles away, where he knows nobody can send anything back to him, and he can quite happily send those to citizens who live in homes and houses, and women and children. I mean, what sort of army with any dignity could do that? And they have no dignity at all. They're the lowest of the low.
Yes, Peter, and you draw our attention to lots of incongruities in this war. It's been said before that Ukraine, which was invaded, is essentially fighting against Russia with one hand tied behind its back. In other words, being denied longer range missiles simply out of this anxiety, this sense of caution. We can't have Ukraine fire those missiles into Russia itself. Well, I guarantee you, as long as combat is here, if Canada were to invade the United States, do you think we would not fire something at Ottawa? I think we probably would. We wouldn't conduct the defense solely on American ground in Detroit, for example. We'd bring the fight to you, and that's really what.
Oh, you can keep Detroit.
Well, actually, we'd like you to have Detroit.
And then we can get Toronto play American football proper.
Yeah, I see no reason why not.
I'll take that swap. I'll take that swap anytime.
So just on to more hands. Nick, Leo, Marie. I think Nick wants to get into this conversation. Go ahead, Nick.
I agree with most of what Peter said about supplying weapons. I think there is a specific problem with aircraft, because flying aircraft across the Polish-Ukrainian border, I think will pose various forms of legal problem. And there is precedent for this. Someone dug out a couple of months ago a wonderful story from the Second World War, where America was supplying planes to Britain via Canada, but was not able to fly them across the Canadian border for some legal reason or other. And so the planes were being landed at an airstrip near the border and physically hauled across by trucks, or I believe in one case they used a horse, although that may have been mostly for the photo op. So there is a specific issue, I believe, with the aircraft. The lawyers will have looked at this. It's who's flying them. If Ukrainians are flying them, are they flying them into NATO airspace? It gets very complicated, I believe. So with the specific case of the aircraft, but everything else, yeah, we should absolutely be giving them bigger and better weapons, and the Ukrainians are absolutely entitled to blow up Russian bases within Russia. And I don't think the Ukrainians are about to start targeting the Kremlin or apartment blocks in Russian cities. They don't do that, and also it'd be a waste of their precious ammunition. But as I say, the plane thing, it seems it gets a bit complicated. That's all.
Well, Nick, you make a good point. Planes do not need to be flown to get from place to place. They can be trucked. So that would be one solution. And the other solution, which I know has been talked about here, is to service and maintain all the planes Ukraine needs in Ukraine itself, because contract mechanics are available. They don't have to fly anywhere. They simply have to be on the ground where the jet fighter needs to be maintained and serviced. A pretty simple solution to a problem that's not all that complex in my mind. So we can go back to Leo, then to Marie, and then to then John. Leo?
Yeah, thanks very much. I just want to mention that I already sent my questions to David. I have lots of questions. Seriously, very interesting topic we should discuss about Ukrainian history, Russian history, Russian, elites. When it comes to planes, I just wanted to mention that. And when it comes to bombing Russian territory, Ukraine on the third or fourth day actually bombed Russian the place where they
Taganrog.
Airport.
Yes,
And
they bombed Taganrog Airport on day 2 of the invasion.
Yes, exactly. And in Russian, somebody died there. So actually, come on, I don't think that it will lead to escalation if Ukraine will bomb like Moscow or something like that. They already installed Russians in Moscow, those anti-aircraft. Believe me, Russians were not thinking at all about going full-scale war about any countries in the past 30 years. When they invaded Ukraine, they honestly thought that Ukrainians, remembering Soviet history, will greet with them with bread, will cheer them up, will hug them, but no. Yeah. So they literally had no clue about what modern Ukrainians are, what modern Ukrainian youth are. So actually it can be a different topic. And what else about aircraft? From information that I know, Poland wanted exactly on the second month of war to give its Soviet planes to Ukraine, but some either American or German elites told Poland to send their aircrafts from NATO Polish base to German NATO base. Yeah, not only they asked Poland to do not do this, but they transferred Polish aircraft from Poland to Germany in order Poland not to do this. Yes, and there's a way. Those who, when a helicopter or plane flies close to the road, to the ground, you cannot see it on radars, right? And so actually, this is a way how planes can be transferred to Ukraine.
Well, thank you for that, Leo. And I think there are enough EU and NATO nations now talking about transferring Russian MiG fighters to Ukraine that we will see a resolution of this inactivity. In terms of the air defense systems that have been set up in Moscow, for example, on the roof of the Ministry of Defense, this is nothing more than a propaganda image. In order to convince residents of Moscow and Russians that they are threatened. And the only people in Moscow threatened are the young people who might be drafted and sent to war in Ukraine by Putin. Those are the only people threatened in Moscow, threatened by their own government, not by NATO, not by Ukraine. So on to Marie, then John, and then to combat. Marie, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody, and I'm really sorry about the war. I'm American, okay? And there are two sides to a coin here, okay? I I'm not going to make any judgments at all on war. I am not an expert, but I do study. I'm up against a big battle and just a personal one, but the MAGA crowd. I get into a lot of rooms and I know what's on both sides and how the Democratic Party really, we have two parties over here. I'm not going to get political, but I'll just explain it. We have Democrats and Republicans, and the Democrats really support, I believe, what you're doing. But we do have extremes on both sides. And, whoever is our next president will probably play some role in politics. Some of the MAGA crowd are really still in love with Mr. Trump. I think he'll take us backwards. I'm not enthusiastic at all about that choice because of things that are happening here that are somewhat of a very quiet battleground. And if I post anything,
Marie, one thing we try not to do here is get sucked into American politics. I wonder just where you are going with this topic.
I will stop it there. Okay, but yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that just want to keep sending money, and there are people that are very concerned. I'll put it that way to not be rude. I wish the war wasn't going on, and I hope it does not escalate, but that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, well,
That's
I
it.
thank you very much for coming on. There are two.
Maria,
Just a minute,
Marie, sorry.
Nick, just a second, please. Marie, there are two kinds of experts in war: the experts who fight them, and the people who suffer as victims. And you want to know about war? Talk to the soldiers who fight them. You want to know about war? Talk to the Ukrainian victims who are dying under the onslaught of Russian missiles and artillery. Those are the experts who can tell you everything you need to know. Nick.
Yeah, Mary Louise, before you go, I think you might be about to step down on. Great. Don't step down. You mentioned continue sending money, and maybe you didn't hear the last 10, 15, or about 10, 15 minutes ago where we discussed the United States is basically not sending any money. This is, if anything, this is stimulating the local economy. A really important point that was made about 10, 15 minutes ago, if you didn't hear that. And if you come across people and one of their arguments is we're sending so much money, we're not. We're spending the money at home, and we're sending them. Last year's model. It's a big outlet mall. They're getting last year's model. So, and to the extent that is being replaced, that is the money that is being spent. The budget money is either write downs, or it's being spent right there in the United States. And the European contribution is being spent right there in Europe to make new weapons. And now some people at that point, the libertarians might come along and criticize the government spending. But generally speaking, the MAGA people don't object to the government spending a whole ton of money in their town. Their devotion to the free market is, like most people's, I think, is moderated by the creation of good, high skilled jobs. So turn the money thing around. If it gets mentioned, you have a terrific opening there when arguing this kind of case. That the money is not going to Ukraine. In fact, quite the opposite. And I apologize for interrupting Alan, but I thought Mary Louise was about to drop down from her tone, so I thought I'd leap in and get that in before she did. But she seems to be staying with us.
Can I finish?
Yes, Marie, get back into the conversation, please.
Yes, I'll finish. Listen, what astounded me most is when you guys said that the percentage, 2 to 10% of what they had spent in Afghanistan, those are astounding numbers. Astounding. Okay, because honestly, people, listen, you guys, you want to hear the truth or do you want to hear a happy story? I'm going to shut up. Okay. But those numbers are astounding. 2 to 10% of what was actually spent in the Afghanistan war. And the rest of it, thanks. I mean, that's astounding. I'll be quiet because I don't know too much. Okay. I'm just an American. Thanks.
And thank you for coming up and joining the conversation. I believe the order is Denjon, Combat, and Peter. Denjon, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I was a little bit triggered about that thing you said, Nick, about there would be legal difficulties to fly planes across the border. Is that really so? And what would legally happen if so? And if that's the case, I mean that's bonkers.
I don't know, but that's the impression I have, is that the physical delivery of the planes. We had this also fairly early on when there was talk, and then on day 3, or like February 26th, there was talk of Poland wanting to send all their MiGs, and that was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, there was a screeching halt came out of Ramstein, and then we started to hear about it being okay to supply parts, and some of the parts were pretty big, and some of the crates of parts weighed almost exactly the same as an entire MiG. And there, I remember at the time, I don't remember the details, but at the time, I remember there being a big discussion of what it would represent to fly those planes across the Polish-Ukraine border. It maybe that's gone, but at the time that was something that was made out to be quite a big deal. Maybe Axel remembers.
Yeah, I do remember we had discussions with a number of people at that point in time. That it was before some of us decided it's really enough now. But okay, you can transport planes with wings down sensibly on trucks. It has been done many times before. B, if you want to transfer them. B, you can fly a plane which somebody else acquired from an airbase in country X to Ukraine. There's no question, doesn't mean anything. It has, during the time of the flight, absolutely no impact on what the Russians may or wish to perceive. It doesn't matter. You can even technically donate it and have it without any kind of flag. That's technically feasible. It's a complete artificial discussion. It has no bearing whatsoever. It's also no problem for Ukrainian pilots to pick up a MiG in Poland and fly from Polish airspace, typically in such instance escorted by Polish aircraft into Ukrainian airspace. There is no issue with that. There is nothing in any treaty, there is nothing in NATO doctrine which speaks against it. There never was.
Yeah, what are the Russians going to do? Shoot it down? I don't think so.
Which is what they would be trying anyway with any plane, but it doesn't really matter. The plane at that point in time is conveyed as soon as it is in Ukrainian airspace, and Ukraine, so to say, has assumed not just possession, but legal title as a consequence thereof. That's done. So they just, put the ordnance on it, and that's it. Touchdown, put the ordnance on. Thank you. Next.
So what was the debate about then at the time that led to the suggestion, which may even have been done, that I think it was either Polish or Slovakian MiGs would have to be broken down and shipped across in boxes with parts written on them? What was the reasoning behind not flying them at the time? Which is to say, not flying them, but still supplying them. Wink, wink. Do you remember what the logic was of why it would have been either escalatory or difficult legally to fly them over? Because I remember that was what we were being told, roughly. At least I think I do. My memory is not great.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind the individual laws in each country. And I remember with the Polish deal, there was something, the Americans were involved, and they wanted to keep it on the Delta Lima, and then some idiot in the press leaked it, and then the Americans basically said, oh, "Okay, we're out," and the deal fell through because they were essentially brokering the deal for the most part. I think the whole part of escalation has gone by the wayside now that we see that Russia is this big paper tagger, and if they can muster any of their air force to get off the ground, other than bombers, blowing up civilians and schools and infrastructure and whatnot. It's been a hot minute since we've seen a strike aircraft or fighter aircraft in Ukraine, because the battlefield is littered with man pads, just itching to eat these things alive. It's got more man pads in theater than the Russians have aircraft. Same with anti-tank missiles. There's more anti-tank missiles in Ukraine than the Russians have tanks. So it's a particular situation there. I don't know what the solution is. I'm glad that the countries of the world have ponied up and finally said we don't care what the Russians think. You're getting aircraft. It just depends on what kind you're getting.
When you said on the Delta Lima, I did a bit of work from first principles, and I think you mean on the down low.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I did for the listeners. I managed to work that one out. The number I saw is that the number of ATGMs I saw reported was actually more than all the tanks in the world, but maybe that was a little bit of an exaggeration, and I will listen.
Then that's not quite enough for Ukraine to have. So I think the order of hands is Denjon, Peter, Leo, and Jag Girl. Denjon, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Follow up on that legal issue. So because I actually wondered if it was an internal legal issue within the EU, or it was an international treaty. I mean, if it's internal EU, then it's like the what's the bend of a banana thing almost. I mean, almost not. That can be it. Put like that.
Yes, and whenever you get lawyers involved, I can guarantee you will face months and months of delay.
But who would actually object it? I mean, that's my question. Who would stand up and say this cannot be done?
That I cannot tell you. I don't know. And I don't know who knows. Maybe Axel knows, or maybe it will be something we won't find out until after this war concludes. I cannot tell you, Denjon, but I'd like to know. So on to Peter, Leo, and Jag Girl. Peter. Peter, I think you are speaking into a muted mic.
Yeah, okay. I think when we were talking about America, I don't think it's actually the support from the people which is causing a problem, but more with politicians, because they will, obviously the Republicans want to hit the Democrats. They've got an election coming up, and so that anything that Biden attaches his his flag to, they're going to try and attack him to get votes for themselves. So they're going to try and attack anything he's seen as his success or his power or his decisions from that angle. So a lot of Republicans do totally support Ukraine, but then there are some who see, can say, oh well, look, Biden's sending all this money to Ukraine, and you poor people can't feed yourselves in the street. I mean, they've had this bank go down now, and there's all these threads running now on America facing a big financial crisis, and all this sort of stuff. But it's usually the politicians who cause the problems because they see it as a target to get votes, and maybe not so much the people.
I agree with you, Peter. It's not so much the people, it's the politicians and their handlers who cause most of the problems by looking for what is called a wedge issue to divide people and find a way to win votes. So on to Leo and then Jag Girl. Leo?
Thank you very much for interesting conversations. I'm about to go to sleep, and just remember, guys, you're really heroes. You're heroes of Ukraine. You're heroes of your own country. We're in Ukraine extremely thankful for all your support, for all your engagements, for all the thanks for everything, for all the memes on Twitter. Seriously, we are very much thankful. And remember that that's war not just against Ukraine, it's a war against all civilized world. Russians want to turn all planet into gulag. That's what they wanted since the establishment of Bolshevik Party, of NKVD and all the stuff. So what we all are doing actually very important. So thank you very much for interesting conversations. In case you will want to speak about some topics of politics about Ukraine and Russia, you can send me a message, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Good night, Leo. Thank you for coming up and speaking. Jag Girl, please go ahead.
I was going to say, I think for Afghanistan, it averaged out to about 50 billion per year. So just that it's clear, it's not the whole cost of the war over the 20 years that the war was there. And I think, the other thing that I don't know if this was mentioned, but the fact that the military equipment that was sent over had already been depreciated out. So it was basically on the books, it probably would have been worth nothing. I mean, it was obsolete to us. And so that's another thing that artificially, makes the spending look higher than it is. And it seems to me that the headlines, when I see a headline, it's something like, and people have pointed this out, they say US released another $400 million or whatever. But that's all part of the initial package. And so, the news headline that you hear a lot of times is, oh, more money being spent. And then, if you want to just be completely practical about it, the reason that the US is engaged in this is, partly because it's a strategic interest. That's why we have bases in Eastern Europe. We're actually spending more money on NATO because we recognize that the threat of Russia is still present and alive. So, you have to actually, like people have said, this is a bargain to the United States. And it really is. To me, it's embarrassing when someone like Leonid comes and says thank you, because I know that they're acting on our behalf too, and with people dying. So it's and you know what, it's like someone mentioned here the other day, and it was interesting to me that the cost of maintaining our nuclear stocks is 60 billion a year. So when you think about that, and you think about the threat that Russia is or poses, it's hard. I guess the point is that it's hard to put the spending really in perspective. But I agree with others; it's really nothing compared. It's necessary. Basically, it's non-negotiable anyway. But think about the fact that we're not actually spending more. We're just kind of spending what we spent on Afghanistan now in supporting Ukraine, and probably money better spent. And that the numbers are inflated above, or the accounting numbers are above the actual expenses. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Alan, if I may, I'm going to add a little bit to what Jagul was saying. So listen, so Afghanistan cost in total 8 trillion. 8 trillion was the total, because it's not just military aid, it's all the other aid that went there as well. It cost a bit over 2.5 trillion, I think, in military aid, right? But and let's, we can't forget about the number of people who died in Afghanistan as well. So there's so many factors to weigh up here, right? And a lot of the problems we have are as a result of Russia. And the list goes on, right? The list goes on. The half of the weapons we have are a result of Russia, right? So there, if we can remove one risk out of the threat aspect, or the threat window, as it were, then we are really winning. And this is a point that Nick made, right, and which is very important. The money that's been spent is spent in the United States, right? It's not spent anywhere else. There is a positive gain because, right, virtually every state has some sort of a defense industry that will benefit from it. So it's really important that we put this into perspective about what we're getting rid of and what's been actually spent. And I'll finish with one thing, right? The amount that is being spent is tiny in comparison they could have spent, or should only have spent, if they'd have given the aid at the very start. Axel and I have gone through this back of the fag packet stuff, right? Many times, right? The planes, the tanks, the IFVs, and the ammunition, not really the logistics in there, but that's going to be tiny in comparison, would have only have come to 10 billion. So we have to remember, these big sums that may be going to service debt and the rest of it, they're a result of our inaction. So we've made this decision, right? It could have been over very swiftly, and we didn't do it, right? And there's the thing. And if we get onto Europe and the whole energy crisis, right? Well, guess what, right? We could have solved that as well. But our individual countries decided they wanted to spend hundreds of billions instead, right? So, which is, I'm on my high horse here, because it frustrates the hell out of me. Our politicians decided they wanted to spend 1,000 times more than it could have if we'd have done this correctly at the start, because we all know that when a bully pushes at you and you give ground, they only ever step forward, don't they? In the history of bullies, they never step backwards, they always step forward. So there's clearly some sort of mental mind games going somewhere with our politicians, because they seem to think that Russia is normal. It's not, nor is China, right? It's not normal, and we should not deal with them as if they were normal. Anyway, my rant is done, Alan. I will leave it back to you.
Not a rant at all, David. Thank you very much. Is it a bargain for America? Yes. Is it a bargain for every EU nation? Yes. Is it a bargain for all the free people living in the world? Yes. And that's the kind of bargain I want every single day when it comes to fighting Russia. Marie, your hand is back up. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. You just sold it. My God, a bargain. Listen, the numbers, boy, the numbers were astounding, but that's how you have to look at it, I guess. But what I wonder too, and then I may run off, what states, we have 50 states here. I'm wondering, what companies there, it's easy for me to probably research, but I guess we have 2 or 3 major manufacturing, let's say, arms that make military equipment. BlackRock, we all say BlackRock. And I'm wondering where these facilities, where they're operating in what states and what states are benefiting to them. And then, of course, the local economies there will probably favor their participation. So that's what I kind of want to know right now. So if you can throw that at me now,
So I can help you a little bit. I can't give you specifics. I can only give you generalizations. America did something very, very bright, right? They what's the word? My brain's gone dead. Right. So they distributed.
That's the word I was going to give you.
Yes, exactly. They distributed where manufacturing happens. So a plane isn't every single component isn't manufactured in one state. It's manufactured in many, many places, right?
Right.
And there's the thing, right? So it's not just one big factory where there's the F-35s are, right? So you'll have the where are the engineers coming from, and where it comes to arms and things like that. What's very important to understand is that there are many, many small individual contractors, small specialist companies that do highly specialized stuff. All of these people benefit from this. So the knock on into these country into the local areas is huge, right? And guess what, right? So if someone builds a factory, so you have to, when you account for it, okay, so someone builds a new factory. Well, the people from the local area are building the new factory. They've benefited from it, haven't they? Right. And then factories going up, you've got to get the equipment. Someone may be buying the equipment from there. They may be buying the equipment from another part of the country, but that doesn't matter. The other part of the country has benefited, hasn't it? But when you've got the people who are going to be operating those bits of equipment, well, they're not coming from the other side of the country, are they? Right? Because no one commutes 3,000 miles every day, or 6,000 there and back, right? So they're all from the local environment. Every section, and because military expenditure is high, benefits. Now, in the days of Vietnam and the rest of it, everyone going about the military complex, it was seen as a bad thing. But when you analyze it, it's seen as a good thing, because guess what, right? What it does allow us all to do is have our own opinion without someone murdering us in our sleep because our opinion was contrary to what the person in charge thought.
That's a very good appraisal there, David. Defense manufacturing in the United States is dispersed throughout the country. I think probably every state benefits in some way, but it's really about House districts. There are 435 House districts. I bet there are 400 or more than 350 House districts that have defense manufacturing in them. And this makes a difference to the elected official, Democrat or Republican, makes no difference. As David pointed out, there are many specialized components that are manufactured throughout the country that are then shipped to the assembly point. The final product might be assembled. And, you mentioned a couple of big defense manufacturers, but I do want to emphasize what David said. There are so many small, specialized precision manufacturers that are integral in America's defense industry. And this may well be true in Europe, for example. I don't know, but I do know a little bit about defense manufacturing in the United States. Does that answer your question, Marie?
I think that is very, very interesting because this is a selling point. Listen, you guys, I'm sorry. That's how I think. And when you're going to ask people for money, you have to sell it. And I think these numbers have kind of like toppled, kind of like put things a little bit more in your favor. I don't know because I've never heard those numbers before. So, hey, this is whatever kind of radio it is. And here we are talking in the world. And maybe we just came up with a little idea that, hey, may just be a thought. But boy, those numbers don't lie. Again, if boy, the 2 to 10% of what we spent in Afghanistan. Okay, I guess let's move on.
What I can help you here as well is it was Brown University that did the expenditure. So if you do just a Google search, it'll come at the top of your list. How the Google search is how much did Afghanistan cost, and it'll come in there. They did a quite substantial report on it.
Post it, post it, post it, post it.
I've barely got 22% on my phone, but just do a Google search. How much did Afghanistan cost? Brown University. Now, it's quite a prestigious university, as I understood it. So,
of course it is. It's Emma Watson went there. Brown University is one of the Ivy League. One of my strange little party tricks is I can name all the members of the Ivy League, and Brown is one of them. And I mean, obviously, what better? There's a French wine called Chateau Brown. It's great. It's just go Brown, people.
I've had some of it as well. Chateau Brown. They do
Brown.
a very nice. They do a very nice white. But I can say, but is Brown as good as the University of Hull, which is one of the 3 great universities?
It is on the same level, unfortunately. Because
University of Kingston upon Hull.
Whilst it may still belong. Hold on 1 second, please. Whilst it may still belong to the so-called Ivy League, it has shed its luster a little. Whilst the University of Hull, at least, has a great archaeology and history program. If I don't quite fail to remember, Mr. Icon actually was there for many, many years, for over 3 decades, and is also the guardian of the Board of Trustees of the Battle of Crecy, and a very, very famous medieval historian, and they have a great program in that regard, albeit that the University of Hull, as we all know, is not one of the 2 universities in England. In Britain.
Nick, I can't believe there are people who cannot name all the Ivy League schools. After all, there are only 8.
You don't need them anyway. There's only 2 universities that matter in that regard, and that's Oxford and Cambridge.
Which I thought they were full of communists, Ax.
I didn't say that they weren't, but it doesn't matter. We have to fight them. We have to fight them not only on the beaches, mate. We also have to fight them in the mess hall.
Well, I went to Peterhouse in Cambridge, which was the alma mater of Roger Scruton.
I used to have breakfast there.
Which is the alma mater of Michael Portillo, and the British Defence Minister, and of many famous people, including James Mason, the actor, but was also, when I was there, the centre of operations of Roger Scruton, a man whose conservative credentials I think are impeccable beyond any sort of question. But yes, there were no communists at Peterhouse. I think we can very, very safely say there were literally 0 communists there, even among the engineering, in fact, especially among the engineering students.
May I say, I believe the comedy Porterhouse Blues is based on Peterhouse, isn't it?
Yes. This is the Porterhouse Blue. It's a fictional.
It's true.
Tom Sharp. It's very funny. There were some. There are caricatured, but there were some fairly. I was a grammar school boy, and turning up at Cambridge in 1978 as a grammar school boy was quite the cultural experience, I can tell you. But yes, I learned, Alan. I doubt if 1 European in 1,000 can name you all 8 Ivy League schools. Really. I don't know how many Americans can, but not. Yeah, I don't know how many Americans can, but not 1 in 1,000 Europeans.
We'll run a poll, Nick. Marie, please go ahead.
Hey, let's have some fun. So God, how do I put this? In your feed, in your big, where you tweet all your big stories for the space, there's this moving video, a black and white, gorgeous woman. Who is she? What does she represent? And that's it. I'm not gay. I love beautiful things. That's it. I'm an artist. Who is the woman?
Whose feed?
Yours here. Who posted it? It's a little mini movie. Oh, it's Alina. Alina, a woman by the name of Alina posted it. It's of a woman, black and white, photography, little movie.
That is the fiance. That is the fiance of the soldier Da Vinci, who just passed away, and was his funeral happened yesterday. And Alina Mikhailova was his fiance, and that's the video which was made in that regard.
It is a beautiful movie, isn't it? And tragic.
Oh God, I don't want to start crying. So anyway, how long ago was this movie made, please? Like a month ago, 4 months ago, 6 months ago? Do you know?
I don't
Sorry, what? I didn't listen. What
How
was the
long?
question now?
When was it? When was the video? I mean, I assume it was their wedding, but I don't know when they got married.
I don't know.
Okay.
I would strongly advise to consult Dr. Google.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to shut up. This is a woman's story here. Let me run along. You men talk. I'm a woman. I'm going to go watch the girl stuff.
Okay, Marie, thank you for coming up. We have many voices here, including many women, including Ukrainian women. So depending on when you come up to the speakers panel, you will find others. David, I don't have a current topic. I know that we are in the midst of what I would call a news blackout from Bakhmut and really from the entire length of the line of engagement. The only thing I saw is that it is likely that the Russians lost 500 plus soldiers today in Bakhmut.
Gosh, well, that's good news, isn't it? I guess, as we know, Bakhmut's going to be a news blackout area for a while, isn't it? So we are struggling, as you say, for a little bit of news. And here, Alan, I'm desperately trying to think of a subject, but other than tea, which I've just made and just drank because I was very thirsty, I'm all agog as to what to talk about. Yes. Nick, can you? What have we spoken about today? So I don't cover another subject that I've covered 5 times recently. Yes.
Fair. Well, why don't you say what you were thinking of bringing up, and I'll tell you if we had a discussion about it.
What I wanted you to do was to say some subjects, and I would go, "Oh yes, I might be able to talk about that."
Don't worry about it. The audience changes. The audience changes regularly. We're in a completely
and then
different
Johnny's
time.
hands up.
No. Well, saved by the bell.
Oh yes, we did talk about trenches. We talked about trenches a
No,
lot.
but not enough.
Okay.
Not enough.
Yes, I could talk about digging trenches underwater, right? Because everyone digs 4-man battle trenches hit the bottom of Portsmouth Harbour. So yeah, or don't, right? So I can tell you the other impossible task they used to give to us was to take a so hopefully everyone knows what a mash hammer is. It's like a miniature sledgehammer that you use with a bolster. So they used to give us a bolster and give us a 20-ton iron link, and give you a bolster and go down to the bottom of the Portsmouth Harbour and say, break this piece of metal. Right? Of course, underwater, you want to try hitting something, right? I might as well have been hitting it with a feather. It is another impossible task designed to make you to want to give up. Right. Anyway, yes. And then I'm going to put this out. Someone ask me a question, please. Could be anything about Ukraine. Oh, wonderful. Speaker. So speaker, speak.
Hey there, Forrest. I'm curious about the B-52. Is a Stratofortress? Seems like it's been closer and closer to Russia lately. Do you know anything about that?
I think we know. Nick might know a bit about this, but I only know a little bit. In that it's up, right, and it's being flying backwards and forwards, or doing its the loop, or whatever it does, right? I mean, not that they do the loops, but you know what I mean. I assume it's a warning to the Russians, going, look, we're here, we're watching you. But maybe Nick's got a little bit more information. Nick.
No, I just saw Gunny earlier when we were discussing it, and put up a flight radar image of, and it appeared to be doing donuts around Kaliningrad. I'm trying to call up, my computer is being dog slow today. I'm trying to call up flight radar, see if it's still up there. I mean, the B-52, flying a B-52 by somebody has been the classic American way to in using the Simpsons meme, tap the sign, for a very long time, has it not? It's up there with the call sign Noble 61. I don't know, we don't necessarily know where it took off from. Let's have a look where it currently is. But it's, you know, it's like, we're the United States. Who the hell are you? And these amazing, I mean, how old? Okay, it's now flying back. It's over Spain, and I presume it's probably based. What's the big American air base in the south of Spain?
I don't know the name of that air base, Nick. Yeah. I'm sorry.
There is a big. Actually, it may. Is it descending? It's at 26,000 feet. No, it's cruising over Spain.
Palma is the base.
So you mean Moron?
Pardon? Moron. Yes. Sorry, I thought you were being rude there, Axel. Yeah,
I would never do that to you, Nick.
In fact,
you went to one of the two universities. How could I be rude to you?
There you go. It looks like it basically flew around the Baltics, possibly for I don't know, morale-raising purposes. I mean, I guess these things have to do a certain number of hours, keep the engines in good condition, and you know, where better to fly them than that part of the world. But it's not clear where it took off from, and also we shouldn't never infer something direct only from flight radar, because there is some inaccuracy sometimes. But it appears it flew around the Baltics. It didn't fly through the Suwalki Gap, which it could have done, as far as we can see. But I just flew around once and went back again. But it's, you know, the Russians will have seen it. It reminds. How old are these airframes? Some of them are like getting on for 70 years old now. I think they're the B-52 airframes.
They might be 70 years old. They're certainly 60 years old, but they can fly forever.
Yeah, they were built in. I think there is a program to replace them by 2045, by which time some of them will be 90 years old. Quite incredible.
When you started with the B-52s, I was about to go to the kitchen, make myself a cocktail, and I was already humming "Love Shack, Baby Love Shack."
The B-52s will outlast all the members of the B-52s, quite likely.
Possibly. But Nick, we can answer your questions also with our naval aviator friend Hop, if you don't mind. At least he has seen the B-52s from the side.
Good evening, gentlemen. Anyway, I'm not sure what Nick's question was, so I'll just start pontificating. What you probably had would be a standard freedom of navigation, just like they do with ships. It's definitely designed to evoke a response. More than likely, that response would be something on the electric, the EW spectrum. You're just trying to collect information, see what's where, take cuts off things, clip off any kind of SIGINT you can get, and just generate responses. Who knows what else is out there? Sort of vacuuming up the intel that the presence of a an airplane like a B-52 could generate. Yes, a lot of the airframes are 70 years old. I even know a father-son that flew the same airframe, many years apart. So what they were doing in the Baltic was probably that. I didn't check it out on FlightAware. If they dropped down to low altitude, they may have been feigning some mining ops, which are always get people's attentions. B-52s are very effective at dropping airborne mines. So, does that help?
I think that was perfect. And I was just about to say, if only you and I could go into one now, because it's a fantastically charming airplane.
I've been in one.
But it is an old piece. You've been in one?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I just only visited one.
Yeah, I've been up in the cockpit of one, and it looks like you've taken a dive back into the Thunderbirds. I mean, it's there's 8 engines, so you have 8 throttle quadrants. I mean, 8 different power levers. It even smells old, but it was and that was 20 years ago when I was in it. They have just run the re-engined. The new engines are going to put on them from that are being they're a Rolls-Royce design. I don't know where they'll be manufactured. I just saw them being tested the other day on some aviation site I follow. So yeah, they're going to be around for quite some time. Very effective weapon system.
It must have been quite a look and feel, as if the Brits who went into the Vulcan bomber and gone down to the Falklands. I mean, come on, what an old system at that time already. And the B-52s outlast them.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Preceded them and beyond.
Stunning piece of engineering.
Any other questions, Nick? Otherwise, I'll step down.
No, that was it. I'm just the constant. Every time I read about the B-52s, it just reminds us. I mean, a little bit like we've seen 1 or 2 other weapon systems in the war. It reminds us that the sheer longevity of military weapons in many cases. When was the F-16 first designed? Mid-70s?
Mid to late 70s is when it won the lightweight.
Mid to late 70s. So in the mid to late 70s, we were, the avionics, I'm sure, would have been updated over the years, but we were laying down an airframe and that with performance parameters that it may not be the most up to date aircraft anymore, but with it still packs a punch. It's still the kind of aircraft you want to be taking ownership of 40 years later, and the ability also of these systems to be upgraded. I'm always very impressed when I read about a particular tank, and it turns out this tank is simply the Challenger 3, which I believe Rigmarol's recalling all the Challenger 2s and basically making a completely new. It's a bit like George Washington's axe. Almost making a completely new tank out of it.
I'll give you an example of what the longevity of a system and how, or an aircraft, if you look at an aircraft as a system of systems, of how it can regenerate. I was on a cross country one time, and I came across a fellow who was flying an F-18 from a reserve squadron and was going to the boneyard. And the boneyard in Arizona, which is where pretty much all U.S. military aircraft end up at some point in their lives. Sometimes they come out after they go in, but in this case, he was taking a pretty old F-18 airframe that had been updated, and he was from a unit that flew reservists, and they mostly flew ACM training, presenting adversaries for whoever needed an adversary those days. And they had taken all the old avionics out of that F-18 and put new avionics in, and it had reduced the weight so much that this old F-18 became a rocket ship again and had better performance than, say, this was a B model or a model that had been upgraded, and it was able to outperform in terms of acceleration the much newer versions of the F-18 that this reserve guy had flown in the fleet. So, and it was probably a 25, 30-year-old airplane. I mean, so old that life cycle wise, it had to go to the desert and or be completely taken apart and refurbished, which may have happened.
Hop, stay up. Forrest may have another question for you. Forrest, go ahead.
I was just curious if there have been any other, I don't know if anomalies are the word, but of American or NATO aircraft in the region.
Well, I don't track that quite closely enough, Forrest. I don't, and I mean, you know, the U.S. has been flying B-52s on freedom of navigation since the B-52 came to exist. It's not at all unusual to find a U.S. aircraft in the Baltic, just if for no other reason to evoke a response from the Russians. I mean, they send Tu-41, you know, they send bears all down the coast of the UK all the time, and over Iceland and into the ATIS, the air defense interzone of Alaska for the US. And it's by design. It's to show the flag, and it's to test response times. Let's see how long it takes the F-15s out of Elmendorf or the F-22s or whatever to show up, and when does our ECM, our electronic countermeasures, detect that we've been detected. So it's a little bit of a chess game. Everybody does it. Every competent military has a version of this.
Emphasis on competent. Every competent military has a version of this. But you know, even the Russian Air Force does it, right, Hop?
Oh, absolutely, all the time. And they've been it used to be one of the good deals for them. They would take the ASW version of their Bears, I think it's a Bear H, I can't remember now, too many years, and would fly them down to try and do operations off of you know, where they thought maybe a US sub would be or something like that, which was laugh out loud. And they would fly all the way around through the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap, all the way down to off Bermuda, do a 2-hour mission, and then recover in Cuba, drink it up for a week, and then do the opposite on the way back. And that was just, they wanted us to know that they had capabilities, and we would accompany them for most of the way.
Or maybe they just wanted us to know they had enough fuel to fly that far.
Oh, well, that's one of the capabilities they were showing off. Bear's an amazing airplane. Old as snot. It's probably old as the B-52s, but you know, sometimes when you get it right, you get it right.
There you go. Just like the Model T or the Model A, there are still some of those on the road, believe it or not.
Yep.
So I just want to go to Joanna, who has come up and often has news, and then to John. Joanna.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. So it was about the B-52s. In fact, it's not so unusual as it seems, because in the early stages of this war, we had in Romania 2 B-52s circling around above the Carpathians quite daily, and they even had a fueling plane nearby. So it was quite interesting to see that. Our photographers were eager to take pictures, you know, with the fueling the planes, but they didn't manage. 2 days ago, there was a flight over Bulgaria and close to the border to Moldova in Romania. 5 days ago, there was a flight like this over the Black Sea, and they reported at our news that even Russians sent some Sukhoi fighter jets to escort them, or just to be there. I don't know, just in case. I'm not. I don't know what are the military protocols in such a case. And a few days ago, also, there was another B-52 that crossed Romania and Poland and went to the Baltic Sea. What happened today, it was unusual because this B-52 went very close to St. Petersburg, well, close in aviation terms, because it was about, I don't know, 300 kilometers or something like this, and then turned and entered the Estonian airspace. So the B-52s two days ago, it was just one. It departed from Moron, from Spain, as you said earlier. And usually we have this kind of flights. I think we had a flight originated in Ramstein, and over Romania are constantly NATO planes. There is an AWAC that is AWAC, or how do you call it, a surveillance plane that goes over the Black Sea usually, and we have some other planes in the region of Constanța in the southeastern Romania, and also planes that are going close to the border, to the northern border with Ukraine and to the border with Moldova every day. So it's not so unusual for us, because we are looking on flight radar and we see them every day. The only fact different today was that it went very close to St. Petersburg in the Baltic Sea. Sorry, it's very late here and maybe I'm not so coherent. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna. It was interesting that you mentioned one of these B-52s flying a mission, whether it's a practice mission or a training mission of some kind. And every mission is a training mission, really, when you come right down to it. You mentioned that there were fueling aircraft accompanying this B-52. B-52s can stay in the air for days and days and days. And mid-air refueling is an expertise that the Americans have perfected. I don't think that the Soviets are quite as good at it, if they are good at it at all. And I think they have far fewer fuel aircraft, tankers that fly in the air and can fuel a B-52 or a Bear, as Hop was talking about. They have far fewer of these aircraft, and they're just not as good at it. So I think that's interesting. If you have a tanker up with you, just strikes me as some kind of training mission. Den John, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to what one was saying, up north here in Scandinavia and the Baltics, we also watch the flight radar. And I mean, there's daily flights from all over the place. I mean, from the Nordic and Baltic countries, and also UK are here, and the US with rivet joints, and so yeah, the airspace is interesting at the moment.
Well, these flights do take place all the time. They took place before Russia invaded Ukraine. They have a slightly different meaning today, of course. Flights over the Baltic or flights over the Black Sea can gather intelligence that would be shared with Ukraine by the United States or other NATO nations. This might be denied, but I feel quite certain that Ukraine is getting quite a bit of intelligence from the United States and from NATO nations, primarily from these kinds of overflights. And when I say an overflight, they're not flying over Russia, they're not flying over Ukraine, but these days you don't need to have a U-2 at 60,000 feet taking camera images. You can be looking hundreds and hundreds of miles and even over the horizon with an AWACS or a surveillance flight of some kind. Folks, I want to ask you all to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. Maria Report is here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, giving you news from Ukraine, news about the war, news from the front lines, news from Ukrainian cities that are under attack, There was a missile attack on Zaporizhia earlier today. It appears to have cut a gas pipeline. And today and yesterday, Ukraine has been recovering from a massive military strike launched by Russia. Lights and heat and water, gas are back on in Kyiv and Kharkiv and in suburbs of Lviv. It does not take long for Ukrainian first responders to restore energy and lights. While not all lights might come on right away, within days they do. And that is just one example of the resilience that Ukraine is able to show Russia and show the world. It's something that we applaud. It's something that makes Putin grind his teeth because his terror campaign fails every single day he launches it. So please do retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. Dan John, go ahead, please.
Yeah, question. Is there any chance Chuck is coming up today to talk about Bakhmut? Because I always miss those on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's so late here. But I happen to be up today.
Yeah, I don't think Chuck is going to join us today. He may join us tomorrow, but he will be back on Tuesday with his update called Bullet Points. I don't think there was significant change in Bakhmut today. Chuck posted a map. I'll put it up in the nest for you to take a look at. But all Chuck has said is what any observer says. Fighting is intense. It's intense inside the city limits of Bakhmut. It has been intense to the northwest of Bakhmut. And Ukraine has also apparently made some advances southwest of Bakhmut. But every single day, when you see Chuck's reports and reports from other military analysts, what you're seeing is Ukraine repelling 30 or 60 or 80 attacks by Russians all along the line of engagement. Maybe it's in Vuhledar, maybe it's in Bakhmut, maybe it's in Kremina. And what Ukraine is doing here is wearing down Russian forces. What they're specifically doing in Bakhmut is fixing a large Russian force so that these Russian forces can't be sent somewhere else. In fact, they might be more useful somewhere else. It would make all the sense in the world for the Russians to give up on Bakhmut. It would make all the sense in the world for the Russians just to give up and with their tail between their legs to race back into Russia and let Ukraine be Ukraine. So I will put that map up in the nest, Denjon, but I don't think we'll see Chuck again. We might see him tomorrow, but we'll certainly see him again on Tuesday. Forrest, please go ahead.
Hey there. Speaking about the attack today in Zaporizhia, I heard some conjecture earlier in the week after the Kinzhal missiles were fired that possibly that was testing to see if the Patriot batteries were in Ukraine. One, do we know how many are actually going at this point? And two, it's middle of March. Do we know when they're going to be active?
To the best of my knowledge, and Axel or David can correct me here if I'm inaccurate. I don't believe any Patriot battery, it's an air defense system, is yet operational. I believe one has arrived in the country. A second is due to arrive within days, and either 2 or 4 Patriot defense systems have been promised to Ukraine. Just exactly where they will be deployed, I don't know. It is possible that Russia used the Kinzhal missile, which is a hypersonic missile, to suss out where Patriot batteries might be, or whether or not a Patriot battery was already in Ukraine and operational. And again, to the best of my knowledge, it has not been proved that Patriots can intercept these hypersonic missiles, the Kinjal. Maybe we will see that proof in the coming weeks. That's all I know. Axel, David, if I have said anything inaccurate, please correct me.
All good. We have no knowledge, no confirmation whatsoever, no indication as to any operational system in place.
Well, it's always good to get the all clear from Axel. I try to stay within.
Please don't do this to me. I just confirm exactly that we both know nothing. Take it as
That's what I call the all clear. You know, what's interesting is how you and I choose to say we know nothing. We don't say it like that famous sergeant in Hogan's Heroes, whatever his name was. I can't remember it right now. But you know, you can say you know nothing in the most elaborate kind of way, which convinces people you actually not only know something, but have said something. For hours and hours and hours, every night here at MriyaReport, I am saying next to nothing and revealing that I know nothing. You just have to listen closely.
Is so utterly overtly wrong and far too humble. But having said this, I will in future always follow the good lead of this milestone of television history, Faulty Towers. Manuel, I know nothing.
Oh, what a great show that was. Faulty Towers. Well, in any event, we can't get into TV history here. We're into Ukrainian history here. I have seen reports today of deep strikes into Mariupol, of Russian command and control centers and concentrations of troops. But as has been said earlier tonight, there is a news blackout, not only from Bakhmut, but really from all along the line of engagement. It's not exactly the time of day or night when you hear a lot of news from Ukraine. I believe that the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine made a decision not to give an update today. And I'm not even sure they gave an update yesterday. And with that, I just asked people to retweet the space. I want to finish my PSA. In addition to retweeting MriyaReport.org and bringing people here to Twitter to listen and to participate, go to Spotify and search for some of the archived interviews that MriyaReport makes available there. Among the most outstanding are interviews with Thomas Tyner, who's an Italian military analyst. Thomas Tyner will be back here on March 19th, I believe. And it's never too soon to let folks know that Thomas Tyner will be at MriyaReport. The interviews with Thomas Tyner run for 5 and 7 hours. He is the most concrete thinker when it comes to the battlefield, when it comes to weapon systems, and when it comes to what NATO countries can and can't do together and how they're going to do it. He's well worth listening to. If you had a single professor whose class you didn't want to miss, it would be Thomas Tyner's class. And he's here at MriyaReport, and he's back on March 19. I'll find the exact time for you and put it up in the nest. But, you know, he's not the only person in the archives you should be listening to. You can listen to Mick Ryan and Ben Hodges and John Spencer, many others. Ukrainian voices also. Chef Zhenya, the former CEO of the Ukraine Railway, members of the Ukrainian Rada. They are all to be found on Spotify when you search Maria Report. Richard, you've come up with your hand. Please go ahead.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for running the space as always. It's always a great way of hearing, up-to-date information. It's been a go-to for the last year now, really. So I'm extremely grateful to all of you regulars that run these spaces. What it was really, I suppose, is some what you might call rumors that I've heard over the Twitterverse as the last 24 hours has unfolded. I've sort of heard through various different routes that, particularly in the Bakhmut direction, that there are a lot of Russian Mobits going into that area in swathes of considerable quantities of men, but are going in extremely what you might sort of call as under-equipped, going in with small amounts of ammunition, and I mean we're talking 60 to 120 rounds of ammunition, and I mean that's quite alarming because you can spend that ammunition. I mean, I'm not a military man, but I know from sort of doing shooting and stuff like that as a hobby, you can offload that amount of rounds in just a few minutes, really. I've also heard today through various different avenues that I think it's in the last sort of 36 to 48 hours, particularly in again in the Bakhmut area, that the casualty rate for the Russian side is extreme. To about, I would say, what I've heard is around the 240-ish KIA or killed in action, and around the 200 mark of severely wounded. I don't know whether anyone has any facts on this or whether there's any solid information of that area, but it's something that I've heard, and obviously something that I'm obviously interested in that channel of thought. I have heard another, obviously it's rumors because you don't always hear straight facts, unfortunately, through social media. It's always a thing of picking apart what is real and what isn't. But yeah, I've obviously heard a lot of that going on over the last sort of 36 to 48 hours, really, and just wondered if anyone had any different story or anything that would point in the right direction. So thank you. I do appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Richard. Your rumors match the rumors I have heard. Roughly 500 casualties in Bakhmut today. How that is divided between killed in action, wounded in action, I don't know exactly. It has also been rumored that today there were more than 1,000 casualties, Russian casualties, altogether, all along the line of engagement. Because the Russians are not only engaged in Bakhmut, but also in Kremna. And I will put Chuck's 2 maps up in the nest for everyone to look at and to get his take on it. In just a moment's time, I will do that. But the other thing you mentioned, Richard, was that the Russian assaults are being conducted with soldiers who are ill-equipped, especially with a lack of ammunition. Chuck talked about that last night, and seems to have verified these reports of Russians going into assault with 2 or 3 magazines, which, as Chuck pointed out, you could shoot off in a few seconds' time if you had set your weapon to automatic. The other report we had was from a Ukrainian soldier fighting in Bakhmut, and he reported that in 10 days of fighting, he had killed upwards of 200 assaulting Russians. And we talked about not only how that would affect the morale of the Russian troops, but frankly, it would be an experience that the Ukrainian soldier would probably remember for all of his life. It's not an easy thing to do to face these human wave assaults. The way Russia does it is Wagner, the private military group of Prigozhin, will send convicts forward with a little ammunition, and they are sent first in order to waste Ukrainian ammunition, to use it up. And then regular Russian troops follow them, better armed, with more ammunition. But what they are finding is the Wagner convicts have not exhausted Ukrainian ammunition. And the Ukrainian forces are able not only to take them on with infantry weapons, but with artillery, and artillery well aimed. The Ukrainians have prepared the battleground in and around Bakhmut expertly. The line of contact does remain on the Bakhmut River, according to Chuck, and it is there that the Ukrainians have repelled several attempts by the Russians to cross the river and infiltrate the city center. So we just have to wait and see. We may know more on Tuesday when Chuck comes back. If there's more to report tomorrow or Monday, Chuck will come back and give us that news. But it's Bakhmut and Kremina, Vuhledar, the artillery exchanges down on the banks of the Dnipro River, around Kherson, are all areas we're watching very closely, as well as up in Sumy Oblast, up around Kharkiv, where there are artillery attacks every single day by the Russians. These are artillery barrages aimed at civilian targets, at markets, at schools, at residential buildings. The Russians have proved they're very, very good at killing Ukrainian civilians. They're not so good at winning the battle on the battlefield. I'm quite certain David has gone to sleep, and we have no hands at the moment. So I would encourage anyone, if you have a question, an observation, some news, tap the mic icon at the bottom left of your phone and request to speak. We'll bring you up. And when you do come up, raise your hand by tapping the heart plus icon, and we'll call on you. Ordinarily, there's a long line of people with their hands up, but if you were to request to speak and raise your hand right now, you would be the first in line, the first and only in line. Well, you know, there, Richard does bring to mind, and there's an interest in Russian casualties. That what is the total throughout this war? How much longer can they keep fighting? And there are any number of ways to calculate this. Forbes magazine and the New York Times, within the last couple of days, have both run articles that seem to confirm Russian casualties approaching $200,000. That's $200,000. 200,000 individuals. That's what the New York Times says. Forbes is suggesting that Russian losses could be closer to 270,000. Just in and around Bakhmut, it is well confirmed that Wagner has expended the lives of 30 to 40,000 individuals. So the question does become how deep a well of human lives does Russia have to call on to keep fighting this war. So ordinarily, Russia calls up roughly 200,000 young Russians twice a year. And they are supposed to serve in the military for 1 year. So they regularly call up 400,000 young Russians a year to serve in the military and to get training. But in every one of these drafts that take place in Russia, and I think they occur in April and October, 200,000 are drawn from a list of roughly 700,000 who are eligible. It's also pretty evident that that Russia is calling up people under the radar. So they are trying to fill out the military needs to continue this war. How long can they do that? Well, the estimate I've seen that seems most believable to me is that they can call up manpower and continue this war for about 2 years. The question is whether or not it will cause so much social unrest. It hasn't caused any social unrest to date that it could threaten Putin's hold on power. And now I want to thank our listeners who have come up to speak. Richard, your hand has gone back up to carry on this conversation. Then I'll go to Forrest, and then I will go to Thomas. Richard, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just quickly, I don't want to hold anyone up, but I just want to reiterate, pointedly what you were saying, really, and that is the fact that they've only got so many expendable human beings at the end of the day in terms of how many Russians they can send. And it does lead me to believe that at some point they're going to run out of people that they're actually going to be able to use that are going to be any usefulness at all in this attack on Ukraine. And it does lead me to sort of wonder how long this can continue for at this overwhelming rate of losses that we see. I've seen some pictures today, just recently, that of where the snow has begun to melt, of bodies littered everywhere. I can't remember exactly where I saw it, but this thing was 4 or 5 football pitches inside, and there were bodies and bodies and bodies of Russian mobics spread across this area, which was just unbelievable to see. I don't have to say, I don't think ever in my lifetime I can ever recall seeing anything like this. I mean, I was too young probably to remember the Cold War, the 90s kind of era, Syria, all of that. I was probably a bit too young. I was born in 81, so I was maybe not quite into it at that time. But yeah, definitely, it does lead you to believe, how much further they can carry on. They must be being squeezed incredibly tightly by sanctions at this current time. And the one thing that leads me to believe that they are going to expend everything they've got and not have much more to give is the fact that we know how powerful the allies of Ukraine are in this. And I don't think, no matter who steps into the power seat, I don't think they're going to stop the support to Ukraine. Anyway, I'll leave it there because there's other people waiting to talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard. Those photographs you're referring to were photographs taken in Bakhmut. I've seen the same photographs. You asked the question, how many lives does Russia have to expend in this war? Well, every life in Russia is expendable. And this is the problem with Russian society. Every life in Russia is expendable. And there are 1 million Russians who understand this. They have fled the country. Mostly these are young men of draft age whose lives are at risk. Could they have stayed in Russia and protested? Could we have seen protests on the street as we've seen in Georgia and in Iran, or as we saw in Ukraine? in the Euromaidan revolution of dignity. We might have when Boris Nemtsov was murdered in Moscow. Tens of thousands of people took to the streets. But Russia has changed. The controls of the population are tighter than ever before. They harken back to the days of Stalin and to the 1950s. So, will we see Russians protesting on the street? We can only wait and see. There must be a breaking point inside Russia. There must be a time when every Russian begins to understand my life is expendable. My neighbor's life is expendable. My son's life, my daughter's life, everyone's life inside Russia is expendable. When they have that understanding, maybe we will see something change. So Forrest and then Thomas. Forrest, please.
Well, it's a little hard to follow that, but I was going to ask, what is the annual Lada production rate in Russia post-sanctions? Because I don't think they're going to keep up.
I will have to take a look at the Lada production rate, Forrest, but no, they're not going to keep up. And even though families have been promised a free Lada in exchange for their son's life in Ukraine, those Ladas are not currently being delivered. Rather, it's just kind of sad and ridiculous to think of. They get vegetables or chocolates or potatoes or something like that, but they haven't been getting their Ladas, and sanctions are biting into the Russian economy. The deeper they bite, the more Russians will see it. There will be shortages on the shelves of grocery stores. There will be things they simply cannot buy, and then they will understand that this war is affecting their daily life. So Thomas, and then Denjon. Thomas, and welcome.
Yes, good morning from sunny Tokyo here. I guess you could say not a lot of Ladas in Russia these days. And it's good to get back on the space. I've been out on some extensive travel now that Corona is down. We're able to get a little more freely back into Japan, which we hadn't. And so I have a question. This is kind of a throwback, actually, to last year. I've tracked this a bit off and on. I have kind of a curiosity on this. I've researched the company that made the mobile crematoriums in Russia, and we talked about them in this space in, I think, March and April of last year. But were any of them ever seized? Were we ever able to capture one? The suggestion was that if so, they could be put on display, maybe even taken on the road to the UN and some other places to show the atrocities, or any other material like that is on display. I believe there is something in downtown Kiev, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. And on item 2, I promised Axel and others here to give a Japan report. And again, I'm just kind of getting back up to speed here in Tokyo. So I have about 5 or 6 bullet points I'll be working on. We'll be coming back in the next few days to give you an update on Japan-Ukraine relations, particularly with respect to the G7 meeting that's coming up in Hiroshima, where we might have a couple of surprises that'll be good. So I'll back on down. That was my question for today. Thank you very much. Oh, and a little Japanese fun here. We say Slava Ukrainia, which my pronunciation is really bad, but the Japanese for that would be Ukraina ni eiko, Eiu Tachie eiko. So that's the direct translation in Japanese. Hopefully we'll get that trending here in Japan and give a little extra spirit for the fight now that we're into year 2. That's all.
We need this. We need this in writing for a meme, Thomas.
Well, I can generate a meme. I mean, I need a little help on it, but we can put something together. We can have some fun.
Very good. Thank you. I'm very much looking forward to that segment.
Yes, indeed.
Me too. And Thomas, I hope you cover, from what I've read, Japan's initiative to help with demining Ukraine. That is something they stepped forward with from what I've seen. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. In fact, that's like bullet point number 1 or 2 that I want to get the latest information. I want this to be a report of value for everybody. So actually, I'm working on securing a meeting with the ambassador of Ukraine to Japan, either him or his assistants on that particular issue. So just as soon as I get more details, I'm going to deploy that into the top points of the presentation.
Well, I hope I'm here when you come back. If you don't see me, DM me, and I'll get a little ding on my phone because I want to hear your report.
Will do. Will do.
So your question about mobile crematoria that the Russians had reportedly used in Ukraine, and they were apparently or could have been used for 2 reasons. One, to cremate Russian soldiers who had been killed and possibly disposed of, I don't know. But second, and more disturbingly, to cremate the victims of genocide. And if indeed that is something that has happened, it would be a horrific piece of news to find out. Absolutely horrific. To the best of my knowledge, I do not know that any of these mobile crematoria have been captured. If they had been, I think we would know about it. But yep. I don't know. Killick, I think that was you. We don't
I'm
interrupt.
so sorry. I'm so.
And if you do, okay, thank you for muting your mic. In any event, Thomas, it's a topic to follow up on, and I want to go to Denjon and then say to Killick, if you have a question or an observation, you can raise your hand. You do that by tapping the heart plus icon on the lower right-hand side of your phone screen, and then I will call on you in order. If you interrupt with such sounds, I will probably drop you down, but I see your hand raised. First, Denjon, and then Killick. Denjon, please go ahead.
Yeah, first I want to say now I really miss Japan. I used to live in Tokyo a couple of years, around Shinagawa. I'm sure Thomas knows where that is. And then also, Alan, you actually forgot a few items on the gift list to the Russians. And that's blocks of ice, which is very helpful, and blocks of frozen fish on top of the potatoes and fruits or whatever you mentioned.
Well, blocks of ice. I presume they are needed in to keep to refrigerate things in Russia. So Killick, on to you. I am quite certain that that was an accident. These tiny screens
Yes.
on our phones
I'm
don't
so sorry.
help
I
us.
apologize to the audience. I pressed something and there's a soundboard and voice and there's all these icons. I've been trying to get rid of it, and I apologize. But it was a good sound. It was clapping rather than laughing or something. I was just came home. I was driving, went to the grocery store, and I'm in Winnipeg, Canada, and we have another one of our snowstorms. And you had been asking for people to come and comment on something, and I had thought about something that I had seen recently. I think it's a little bit of an older documentary. And then when I came in, you were talking about, or somebody had asked about, Russians not being able to stand up or do anything anymore within Russia. And I saw from somebody's post, I saw this documentary that was maybe made last year, Popular Front. And it was, I think he was Australian or from New Zealand. I couldn't place the accent. He met with a couple of masked and heavily disguised and voice disguised people. One was a man, the other might have been a woman or a smaller man. It doesn't matter. In the woods, and they wanted to have the world know that there were many, many groups across Russia, right from Moscow, right from the border with Ukraine all the way to the, I guess, the Pacific Sea, who were on purpose trying to disrupt and not only just stop the war, because it's been happening for the past 5 years. They're blowing up, as we've heard about many of the accidents, they're blowing up the some warehouses and where they had military equipment, and somebody mentioned about the recruiting offices, blowing up documents, re- um, loosening tracks of the railways so that the cars crashed, had accidents, throwing Molotov cocktails and gasoline into buildings and just burning them. And we had heard about them, and I had heard about that last year. But now they wanted the people to know, and they wanted to promote it more across Russia. That and the idea was, this is our country. This is not Putin's country. This is our country too. And if we don't do anything, we're going to regret for the rest of our life that we didn't do anything, because if this war escalates and Russia has nuclear weapons, and if this goes, there were several reasons that they gave, but they were tired of not having a life in their country, and they are trying to disrupt as much as possible. And they talked about, the interviewer asked, what if you're caught? And they said, we won't be caught. What do you mean? Well, I mean, they talked about how they would kill themselves first. They said, we know what torture is. We know we don't want to tell anything about anybody else. We don't want anyone else to get caught. We know we're risking our lives. And they just wanted the world to know that there are people who are standing up. But it's very difficult, because if they get caught, then they're in prison or tortured or killed or so on. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that Popular Front. I just found it out, but I think it's an older documentary.
Well, just
Thank
before
you.
I will, thank you, Killick.
Kuliki, finish the whole. There's more
Kiliki.
syllables. There's more
Kiliki.
syllables. Thank you.
But Kiliki,
just
you have to tell Alan what it means, Kiliki.
Well, it just means enough.
And also,
I'm enough.
exactly. And also, when you go for Kuliki in Estonian, the
Yes.
other Ugric language, then you end up with a little. It's essentially it's the whole chicken coop, the little chicken coop. Kuliki. It's the little chicken, the spring chicken.
You just know everything, don't you? That's amazing.
No, but this is because you and I spoke, and you have
Yes,
Estonian
I
and
know.
Finnish heritage, and I remember.
Yes. Yeah, I know. But you just know everything. I'm saying it as a compliment. I'm saying it as a compliment, as somebody else said. It's amazing the knowledge that you have. So yes, thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I don't.
Yes, I used to think that Axel's mind was a mainframe. Now I know it's a whole server farm, or 2 or 3. But Kiliki, what I was going to say is there was a recent report and an image of a Russian fighter jet in Vladivostok burning on the ground, and I think it was suggested that this was some kind of Russian partisan force that had done that. And then the other thing that we have seen on the anniversary of the murder of Boris Nemtsov, there were women in Moscow laying flowers at the spot where he was murdered. They were all arrested. Now, young men who might have done that would have been arrested and immediately probably put into the army. And anyone who lays a flower at a monument associated with Ukraine is immediately arrested. Most of the protesters I've seen in Moscow, for example, are women. And I think the reason why is that any young man who joins such a protest will be pressed into service in the Russian army. But I don't know that for a fact.
Sounds reasonable. I mean, they've gone. They're the men who could be drafted, and who are thinking, who have a more of an open mind, or just survival instinct. They're gone. So yeah, there's women left, and yeah, I guess they're not even so advanced. The women are not going into the army. They're not being recruited, whereas the Ukrainian women, I think it was, we had Ursula, the president of EU, came to do a presentation in Canada to the in Ottawa in the Parliament, and one of the things she talked about was that the Ukrainian women were not really part of the army before 2014, and after that there were some that they did join, and now they just it wasn't even what did she say, the glass ceiling. It wasn't, they only broke the glass ceiling, they kicked the damn door down, which she didn't use damn, but anyway, they kicked the door down, and Ukrainian women are fighting beside the men. Many are medics as well, but many are armed. And then she talked about Melanie Lake, who I didn't really even know that as a Canadian, that she went to train many years ago, as did many Canadians. The Canadian Army went to train Ukrainian soldiers, and she was one of them who trained them. And she said that because they were trained, when the first assault happened on February the 24th near Kyiv, that the reason Ukrainians could resist so fast or well or quickly was because they had been trained mainly by Canadian army, and then also other armies. But anyway, I guess she was in Canada, so she was talking more about the Canadian effort. Yeah, so I guess they're not recruiting the women yet. They have kind of an old-fashioned way of maybe thinking yet, and women are probably more for staying at home and producing soldiers to send to the front.
Killicky, I think my co-host Prince has more information about Melanie Lake and Operation Unifier, and of course, Melanie Lake is a friend of MriyaReport and one of the founders of MriyaAid.org, and this is a charity you should visit tonight. MriyaAid.org. Make a contribution and send humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. Prince, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good to see you tonight, Alan. And Kaliki, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you up here in the speakers panel for a while, so it's good to see you and good to hear you. I always enjoy you coming up. And yes, Melanie Lake, it wasn't all that long ago. There was a interview that I read not so long ago, and I could find it again if I needed to. That was done shortly after the full-scale invasion started. And she had actually just returned from Ukraine, from Operation Unifier, about 6 months before the full-scale invasion began. And part of what they talk about in that interview is how the Russian buildup started shortly after her rotation for Operation Unifier in Ukraine started. And so there was a lot of keeping a very close eye on that, and sort of separating their contingent of people who were there to train the Ukrainians into separate areas for safety. And so it was really interesting. So Melanie Lake, she just always has really good stuff to say. And that quote that was read by Ursula, and I can't remember her last name right now, I apologize, in the Canadian Parliament, was a direct quote from Melanie Lake. And it just is so moving. But mostly I wanted to say I'm really happy to see you up here, because I've missed your voice. You always contribute some very good things. And I do have to confess, I believe you said your name is Finnish, but I always think of it as Hawaiian because I think that sounds like a Hawaiian name, and so that's what I thought I would pop up and say here for a second. But it's good to see you, and just wanted to add a little bit more there about Melanie Lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Yes, I hear a Hawaiian connection a bit. Yes, I'm really proud of. Yes, I know about Melanie. I've been listening since I guess probably March of last year. So, and I love listening to your contributions too, Heather. Everybody's, but also you found something that was really interesting about the Latvian cars too, that they take the drunken drivers' cars. They have a zero tolerance, as they do in many countries, northern Europe, enough to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's been a fun one to watch. They sure implemented that fast. It was like they had the idea, they made the law, they started putting it into practice, and they're already sending cars to Ukraine. It's just fabulous. So, yeah, that was a really cool piece of information from Latvia that I enjoyed bringing to the space.
Thank you, Kiliki. Thank you, Prince. And yeah, I did also, thanks to you, see that news about Latvians sending drunk drivers' cars to Ukraine. That's worse than having your car towed. I mean, how are you going to go get it? And frankly, if you're a drunk driver, your car should go to Ukraine. Shaggy, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd report in. I've had a Ukrainian day. I've been to the Solidarity with Ukraine conference in London at the LSE. I think that's the London School of Economics. It went on from 10:30 in the morning until probably about 6 o'clock in the evening, except I was late because I was working last night. So I got there about 1:30. Caught the end of it. It was interesting, should we say? But I wasn't brilliantly impressed by it. There seemed to be a lot of left wingers there, and in the audience. So I did quite a bit of education. I was the only fella there, actually. I was fully fellaed up with my hat and my Georgian Legion top on, and I looked like a football hooligan. I had my fella flag on my back, and I did get to speak as well. And I asked kind of how they thought NAFO was doing, and how they thought we were winning the information war and what we could do better. And basically, NAFO was a little bit dismissed, so I was a bit disappointed with that. But I did learn a little bit. A lot of the speakers there were concerned about employment rights in Hungary, which kind of surprised me a little bit, considering there's a war going on. My favorite part of the evening was when I left there and I took the tube over to the Ukrainian Social Club, which is not far from the Russian embassy. That was awesome. So I tried my first borscht ever. That was lovely. I had some bread with some kind of bacon, uncooked bacon thing on it with a bit of garlic. That was interesting. And I had a couple of different Ukrainian beers and met loads of Ukrainian people. I've met more Ukrainian people today than I have ever, and they were all really good. I mean, I feel like a bit of an information a giver. I mean, I did mention obviously MriyaReport, because I seem to have more information about things that are going on from listening to you guys and doing my own research than what the people that I was surrounded by today knew. So I was just giving information out, and collecting kind of acquaintances and pointing them in this direction actually. So hopefully you guys will get a lot more listeners because of that. I'm not quite sure how many. But it was it was an interesting day. So I'm just sat in my car waiting for it to warm up, as I have to do for 20 minutes. So yeah, had a good day. Had a good day.
Well, I'm glad you came back and shared with us how that went today for you, Shaggy, because I remember hearing you talk about it a couple of days ago or very recently, and I was curious to see if you met anybody from the MriyaReport there, because I remember you calling it out.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of kind of Labour Party representatives. John McDonnell, I think it was. He used to be the finance guy for Labour there. There was one very interesting guy I found, actually, a guy called Christopher Ford. I think he's connected with Labour as well. He was, when I spoke to him directly, he was really quite standoffish, but that could have just been my beard and the fact that I'd had half a flask of coffee. But what he was banging on about giving more aid, i.e., more military aid to Ukraine. So what he was actually saying, kind of on the podium, was brilliant. Hang on, let me dig into my. He writes this periodical, or whatever it is, called The Chartist for Democratic Socialism. So he's a little bit left wing, but kind of what he was saying was quite interesting. I mean, I basically agreed with a hell of a lot of what he said. I think it was videoed, this conference, because there was cameras everywhere. I did meet a lot of Ukrainians there as well, a lot of Ukrainian speakers that were on the podium. I'd say 50% of them were really good, especially the younger ones. But some of the older ones, I don't know, they were just seemed a little bit kind of left wing and interested in things I'd never really talked about, and things that kind of I thought maybe should be discussed after the war rather than during it. But maybe I'm just a little bit ignorant on that. So maybe you can tap your head and rub your stomach at the same time. But yeah, I had great fun. I met loads of people and a couple of fellas in the Ukrainian social club, which is not far from the Russian embassy. I didn't throw any doggy do bags over the wall this time. I forgot, and it was raining, so I couldn't be bothered. But I would definitely recommend borscht. Actually, I had this beetroot borscht with onions in it and stuff, and I had some varenki as well. Yeah, I think I preferred the borscht to the varenki. The varenki, well, by the time I ordered them both at the same time, but by the time I got around to my varenki, they were a bit cold. I'm not quite sure what they had them in them, actually. There was this thing called liver cake, which doesn't sound very good, and they didn't have any left, actually, by the time I thought maybe I should try it. But liver cake sounds like an oxymoron to me, but apparently it's quite nice. I might give it a go next time, so I'll definitely go back.
Sounds good, and I can tell you, liver is not a preferred food item for me. I remember when I was growing up, my mom tried to sneak it into chili because she thought she could sneak it past me, and boy, howdy, did that not work. I knew there was liver in it, and we did not go for that. I'm gonna go with liver. I'm gonna go to NAFO Dave next. Thanks, Shaggy.
So I heard earlier about the car donation program. Does this mean that we should really ramp up our sales of alcohol to Latvia?
You are not going to let that go, are you?
I am not. That's probably the best joke I've made in a year.
Every time somebody talks about the cars being donated from the drunk drivers from Latvia, NAFO Dave suggests we send a bunch of alcohol to Latvia, which I think is a very appropriate thing. Dave, work on that in all your spare time, because I know you're a busy guy. Is there anything else you wanted to add, or should we go to, I believe it was Kaliki?
No, that was it. I'm just trying out new material here and got to work on the timing.
You go back there, boy. No hard time. Thank you. Let's go to Kaliki.
I love liver. That was brought up. That was like cheap steak. People who didn't. My parents were immigrants. So if you don't have a lot to eat, you eat a lot of beans and fish and liver. And my mom loved something that was called head cheese, which was just I don't know what it really is, a bunch of boiled fat and something. It's called head cheese.
It's brain. Big.
No, I never liked to eat that one. I never liked, but my mom loved it. Just gross. Anyway, and my dad loved eel. He'd bring smoked eel home. Looks like a big snake. And anyway, so yeah,
smoked eel is fantastic. It keeps the mind together. Dark sourdough bread, fresh, It's perfect. People in the Northern Sea and Baltic Sea on the coastlines eat it all the time. And then you need a nice, proper, solid glass of aquavit or Geneva with it.
Yeah, I'm familiar. But we're healthy for a reason, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. We say the eel must swim.
Okay, I don't know much about it other than stayed away from it. When my dad brought home hey, I got something, a really good, a treat. Anyway, the thing that I wanted to ask about, if anybody's heard about it, I know there's lots of trolls on Twitter, and sometimes I try to educate some of them or just call them out. But I wanted to ask, because I didn't think that it was true, that I think it was in The Economist. That's why I'm asking. Otherwise, I would ask about somebody's trolling. Is that it's that Ukraine was having difficulty mobilizing Ukrainian soldiers, and sometimes they were kind of strong armed or kind of pushed to volunteer from shopping malls, from towns, from, I don't know, like, just sounded horrific. And I didn't read the article because I don't have a subscription to The Economist, but I did read part of it because you get to see part of it. And then I read the comments that people were making. And I didn't think that there was a lack of volunteers. And I thought there were a lot of soldiers being trained in other countries and coming in. But any kind of truth to that? I mean, it was The Economist that published it. So that's why all the reason I'm asking. Thank you.
Well, what's interesting is that Alan was talking about conscripts in Russia and bringing them up. And one of the things that I did while he was talking about that was bringing up an article that I had read earlier today in multiple places, but I just pulled it up from one about Ukraine and asking for volunteers. And my glasses got dirty, but here a second ago. But Ukraine, since February 2nd, 2023, they have been asking for people to submit applications to join the offensive guard to take part in the upcoming counteroffensive. And they have had 28,000 voluntary applications for the offensive guard. So I think the answer is no, Ukraine is not having trouble finding people to volunteer to join their military and to join the fight against Russia. And just anecdotally, I'm sure I could find a source for it. I believe that it's fair to say that as far as people who started signing up at the beginning of this, they have not taken advantage of that entire list of people who have volunteered to join the military and fight on behalf of Ukraine. There are still people sort of on a waiting list to join the military. And then they've this new effort that just started, 6 weeks ago, the beginning of February 2023. They've had 28,000 volunteers. So I think that Ukraine is doing fairly well with that. You have any follow up, Kaliki?
Well, I'm glad you're saying that, because it was difficult to believe, and that's why I thought I would ask the question here. That's I was always under the impression that Ukrainians were more than willing to defend their country, and they know what the end goal is, and the end gain is to have their own country and finally to be free. And I was just surprised that was put into such a prominent magazine, unless it's just fallen over the years from the prominence it used to have. And then I read also on a post from a very prominent Ukrainian journalist questioning the strategy in Bakhmut, that maybe the strategy is not a good one, and maybe Ukrainians should be falling back. And everyone's got their opinion and so on, but that's come up a couple of times in question on CNN. And again, this was a prominent Ukrainian journalist who said that maybe we should rethink the strategy and something like that. So I mean, I guess people are losing loved ones and people are grieving, and there is no right answer. anyway. So anyway, thank you for your information.
Thank you, Kaliki. And actually, when it comes to the Bakhmut conversation, there have been a lot of people expressing a lot of different opinions. We have even had them here in the space, and in private chats, I've had them with people saying, no, they're stupid for staying, people saying, no, they know what they're doing. So everybody has an opinion. But the only opinion that matters is the opinion of the Ukrainian military and their leadership as to what they believe will do the best for them. And right now, I would have to look for it real quick, but I believe that the number of Russian soldiers that they are attriting in this area around Bakhmut is making it worth it for them. And I think my personal opinion is that that's what it comes down to. If they can take down 8 or 9 Russians for every Ukrainian, that's a pretty good, and that is not the number I saw. The number I saw was higher. So I would have to go and look for that again. But I think that's what it comes down to. I think what it comes down to is that that they're attriting the Russian soldiers and the Wagner soldiers, and that's making it worth it for them.
I agree, and I had heard Chuck say that I think almost 2 months ago, that he explained why it was continuing in Bakhmut, and they wanted to use up all the equipment and the soldiers and so on. So it's the same. So yeah, it's hard. If you're losing friends and you're losing family, of course you grieve. So I'll stand down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaliki. Okay, we are now going to have a brawl between the Dr. Nicks. Actually, no, it's Nick Brown who was first, and then Dr. Nick.
I think Shaggy Fella has gone. I put my hand up just to Shaggy Fella mentioned John McDonnell. I mean, he was surprised, all these left-wing people at the London School of Economics meeting. There's going to be a lot of left-wing people. But John McDonnell is an interesting figure. He was Jeremy Corbyn's right-hand man in the Labour shadow cabinet. But unlike many of the rest of the tank, he has come out
Every
solidly.
man, Nick, sorry to make that joke. I had to. Every man standing next to Corbyn stood to his right.
But he has seen the light and is very pro-Ukraine. So there is more joy in heaven over one sinner who repenteth, and all that. And Axel, head cheese is not brains; it's brawn, which is basically what you get when you boil up the head of an animal without the brains, and it's all the little bits of meat and fat that come out of that, and it can be absolutely delicious because there really is some good rich meat in the head. So in English it's called brawn.
I agree.
Yeah.
Fromage tête, I know, but in the region where she comes from, people actually use the bregen with it as well.
Okay.
We do this in Frisia as well. What is it, Dr. Nick? Dr. Nick dislikes the fromage de tête.
I want no part of this nonsense. It's making me sick.
Over here in Europe, we eat every part of the pig except the squeak.
No, see, and I've got a pet pig too. See, this is just no. It's just all sorts of no for me.
There you go.
It's all no.
Well, Ukraine probably has more, I imagine, more traditional charcuterie than many other parts of Europe are left with. So yeah, when you go over there, I'm sure they'll be delighted to show you all of these fabulous dishes. My wife, in the late 70s, when she was a student, had a job as a tour guide on bus tours taking various nationalities, notably Americans, around France and Spain. And there was one particular street in Paris that had 3 horse butchers in it, and the driver used to delight in driving slowly down it, while my wife wife to be would explain that these were butchers where horse meat was served, and they kind of had to stop the Americans from rushing to the front of the bus, overpowering the driver, piling out and torching the places, because eating horse meat is pretty anathema, I understand it, to most Americans. Again, in most of Central Europe, I don't think there's any great taboo on eating horse meat, providing it's clearly labeled as such and not passed off as beef.
I think Dr. Nick is trying to break the emojicon.
Yes. No.
I
No.
I have to say that is the daughter of a Eastern European man who liked some of these delights that are being spoken about here. Having to make, I won't tell you. Give Edgar my love. And Dr. Nick, it was your turn next.
Now I can't remember what I was gonna say. I'm so sorry. I don't remember what I was gonna say. We'll go to David. Maybe I'll remember. I'm
Okay.
just sort of aghast at all of the pig parts and horse parts and all of the grotesque and the eel parts and ugh. Anyway, we'll go to David.
Well, thank you very much. I personally, I have no problem with eating little dobbin who's in the field. Fricadella is actually quite pleasant. Yeah, and yeah, eels, pickled eels, pickled herring. It's all very nice. Right? Anyway, let's not talk about bacon. Anyway, so Kiliki, so I can answer a couple of questions. So the things you were talking about The Economist. So I've been an Economist subscriber for 20 years, right? And you've just reminded me I need to cancel. So The Economist tends to a little bit pro-Ukrainian, but they have posted several articles earlier last year. I think it was around about August. There was an article they were pushing that when I read it, it sounded as if it had been written by a Russian, if I'm honest. So I then fact checked it, and none of it made any sense. They were writing it as if it was these were Ukrainian soldiers talking about stuff, but everything they talked about had previously been talked about by Russians in Telegram channels, etc., etc. And it was pushed over. The article was pushed over as being Ukrainian soldiers in Odessa hospital, right? About talking about concrete bunkers and a whole load of other stuff, and how they were all being pushed out to die, which just didn't ring true. So there's a lot of these things. Now, the thing I always go, in every society, you're not going to get 100% of people who are prepared to go and risk their life, right? This is very important for us to be aware of, right? Not everyone runs to the front when the guns come out, right? The reality is that in general, not many people do, but not many, so there will be people who don't want to go to war, right? And there have been some reports of people trying to escape through the can't even say it, those mountains. But they're not huge numbers. Ukraine does have a list, and I've got a friend who's on the front line. We've talked about it before, and he says there's still a big list. There's people who want to go and they can't get in because guess what, right? The rate limiting factor for this is the training, right? Until Europe is able to scale this up, doesn't really matter, right? And there's a thing at the moment, as I think it was, I can't remember the lady who was talking before. So they don't have conscription with women, but if they really needed to, but they get a lot of female or lady, whatever the word, someone help me out. You know what I'm trying to say, the women who are who want to join in, right? I think as the way I look at it, where Ukraine is, right, they have very strange views. One of the economist journalists tried to suggest to me, and I've saved his tweets if he hasn't deleted them, to say that he'd been to Bakhmut and he didn't think anything had happened, right? So as far as I'm concerned, the Economist is completely questionable. It's and I think Axel probably says this, it's now a rag as opposed to a magazine. There you are. Hopefully that helps.
I think I remember still when Beige Hot definitely changed its contributors in the late 80s, and it was evidently clear that they had all lost their minds.
And I keep on thinking of Shawshank Joshi, but at the
Oh no, I don't think that he was even able to hold a pen at that time yet.
Probably not, right? But I mean, as an example, so I've called out The Economist on a couple of occasions for using terms like such as separatist states, separatists, etc. Now, when I called them out, instead of saying you're right, I got a complete pushback of how dare you, this is what we always use. And I'm just going, A, it's the Ukrainians, B, it simply isn't true. They're not separatists, they're invaders, and you know it, I know it. And why am I not getting an apology? I'm just getting pushback from you. So I think that's pretty much explains the standard and quality of their journalism. If anyone is listening from The Economist, please feel free to contact me and I'll explain to you a little bit more about how you can improve.
And we can give them maps, data, and stuff, and we can link them through a nice page called Let Me Google That For You to all the data available from the British government publicly as to the invasion force since 2014. Maybe that, do you think, David, they would look at that? I mean, journalists from Fleet, well, you know those guys.
I do. I know
look at
Fleet
that
Street. I
stuff?
know many of the
Data?
pubs on Fleet Street, right? They probably don't want to come out of them, right?
That Let Me Google That For You site has been ruined. A few years ago, until a few years ago, it was really nice because it was like the most passive aggressive thing possible, because it gave you a link which you could send to your clueless friend, and when they clicked on it, the letters of the query would fly in to the box and get typed very slowly, and then which was a picture of the Google site, and then the mouse pointer would move and click on search. But at some point they gave that up, and it's altogether a lot less rude and in your face now for showing to idiots. But it was one of the best sites on the internet.
Yeah, it was a British idea, by the way. That's why it was so in your face. But now they have colonized it.
You know, David, I was just going to say, when you read these phrases, whether from a journalist in The Economist or any other place, either writing Donetsk People's Republic or Luhansk People's Republic, or writing separatist state, or writing breakaway state, that is a journalist operating on autopilot, which is something no journalist can ever do. Although every journalist has been pressured to do that on deadline, and sometimes journalists are taken to tasks by editors, but the good journalists know what to write. If they're writing about Luhansk or Donetsk or Crimea, you are writing about places that where Russia has erected a separatist organization, an occupied state. I can't come up with a simple phrase to say it, but I understand journalists who are under that kind of pressure. And I also understand journalists who come up with their own phrasing, who are then corrected by editors. It's the editors who need to be taken to task, not always the individual journalist.
And I would agree, but here's the thing, right? So when they say editor, it's the subby, isn't it? Right? Who isn't doing their job? Maybe it's the subby who's changing it. Who knows? Because I'm aware of the publication process. The company I was in owned a publication. But the thing is that if that was true, then why would the journalist push back? They would just go, "You're right. I won't do it again." As opposed to, there's nothing wrong with saying this.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I'm also a subscriber to The Economist, not quite for as long as you have been, but as an American, I had to look for some kind of journal outside the United States that would give me a perspective I would not otherwise have if I read only
Private Eye?
American journalism.
Saying it, Private Eye.
There you go. A bloke, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a great evening. And yeah, The Economist has disappointed me greatly. Like, they do tend to be pro-Ukraine, but then you see these ridiculous floppy articles and you wonder, maybe they're having problems internally. What I did want to talk about just briefly is I was away for most of the day, but I noticed there's a lot of babble about B-52s flying too close to Russia. In fact, one of the Vatniks, their war monitor, says, "Oh, I mean, this is outrageous." You know, you know what we used to call that at NORAD when Russian bears used to fly, close to North American airspace?
Breakfast.
Tuesday.
Yes, Tuesday. They do it all the time. This is ridiculous. It's normal. It's completely normal. It's very routine, and people should not uh, just dismiss this. This is completely normal behavior, and I just wanted to, reassure everyone that it's business as usual. It is America, NATO, and allies showing deterrence, which is the only real way you can deal with the bully, is show them that they had better keep to themselves and not do anything stupid, and that's all it is. And so I just thought I'd point that out.
Thanks, bloke. I love it when you come up. And that was one of the things that I was pondering today is that really significant or not? I mean, I know they do that kind of stuff all the time, which makes me think we must do that kind of stuff all the time. So it's probably just another day. And this time, because there's conflict, somebody's having an irrational fear about it when it just happens on a regular basis.
No, what's happening is the Vatniks and tankies out there are trying to portray, like, say that there's something sinister about NATO, that it's not just merely a defensive alliance, right? And that's the sort of propaganda we have to be on guard against. Yes, we will exercise our deterrence and prove that we can deter, but it does not change a thing about how we have done this for 60 years, And just to give you an idea of how routine this is, people would wave to each other, actually, the pilots. Actually, mostly the tail gunners would point their guns down and they would wave. So this is nothing out of the ordinary, and everyone should just calm down about all this nuclear nonsense and not fall into the Russian trap, which is exactly what they want to do. They want to frighten people, they want to intimidate, and it's not going to work because we're all smarter than that, aren't we? That's the only point I wanted to make.
Okay, so here's the thing. I've just finally got the chance to read my DMs, and there were many. And I was sent a DM which was in Danish. I went, "Oh, what does this say?" So let me explain. So there has been a Danish exercise that involved B-52s and rearming them, and the exercise was based on an invasion of Denmark. That's it. But it was scheduled ages ago.
Okay, so not Tuesday, Wednesday instead.
Exactly.
I only know one word of Danish, and it's fart pilot, which is Danish for cruise control. I borrowed a Danish car once, and when I put the cruise control on, a little red light popped up, and it said fart pilot, which my children thought was extraordinarily amusing.
That should be internationalized.
Yeah, I sort of want to like going at art people, sound people somehow man on here sometimes. But Dr. Nick, I did ask you a question.
Yes. Wait, hold on. Yeah. You're cutting in and out for some reason, Prince.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I sent you a question. It's not that big of a deal. I just wondered if you had been tracking it, and if there's some history that could be shared around this. And this has to do, there's a petition that was circulated and gathered enough signatures. Nick, I think you're hot micing. Thank you. Gathered enough signatures so that President Zelensky had to pay attention to it. And so the petition is for Russia to be renamed Muscovy. And President Zelensky made a statement about it yesterday, asking the prime minister to look into the ramifications and the possibilities of changing the name of Russia back to Muscovy, which is absolutely brilliant. And the Russians very quickly responded, well, this is just another attempt at Russophobia, which is absolutely hilarious. But when I was thinking about this last night, I was wondering what Dr. Nick's opinion and thought about the appropriateness of changing the name of Russia back to Muscovy. And since you are up here, I thought I would take the opportunity to ask.
Well, I mean, I just don't know if right now is the time to do something like that. It's like I get it. And I get why they're doing it, right? Because of the fact that Kievan Rus, right? And they kind of took the whole Rus from Kievan Rus, right? And it was called Muscovy. So that's probably more correct. Maybe it's like I kind of get it, but like I'm not gonna knock them for doing it. But at the same time, it's like like that's their thing to do, I guess. I probably wouldn't knock them for doing it. But at the same time, it's like um um I don't know. I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion, I guess.
I just like it because it gets Medvedev mad.
Yes,
That's good
no,
enough
no,
for me.
it does. It does. And anything that gets him mad is probably hilarious. And it did. It did. It totally triggered the dude. And so that was funny, right? And I forget what he responded. He responded something that was really hilarious that showed he was triggered. Um and and that's fine and everything. But it's like, it's whatever. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and I'm totally fine with it. You know, and look, historically, it's correct. So I don't really have a problem with it. You know what I mean? So it's fine with me, I guess is what I'm saying. you know, Go ahead, Prince.
I appreciate you so much, and I value your opinion on all things, but I have a feeling Edgar's opinion might have been more enlightening tonight.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, you caught me kind of off guard on that one. When I first read it, I just kind of laughed about it, and I wasn't thinking about it in any sort of like serious sense. So like I didn't really think about it. Beyond the thought of it as being just kind of funny, I guess, at the moment. So but yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine, because it is correct academically. So I mean, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
it I have actually been tracking this for a few weeks, and when I saw President Zelensky finally responded to it, I just sort of cracked up laughing because it's absolutely a hilarious thing. It is trolling the Russians in a way that annoys the hell out of them. It is just brilliant and perfect. And at some point, it to some degree, it doesn't even matter if it ends up happening or not. I mean, it would be beautiful if it does, but I think as far as trolling the Russians and annoying the Russians, it has accomplished its mission. It definitely.
Right. See, so that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, it is academically correct. Because that's what they called themselves initially in the 15th century. It was actually, if it was going to be really correct, it would be the Duchy of Muscovy. Right. So if we're going to be
But it's not a
really,
duchy. It's not a duchy anymore.
I
It
know it's
actually
not a
did.
duchy
No,
anymore,
it,
but
it has changed. It has changed its rulership already with Tsarism, and then
I
after
know,
that, it
but
is now a totalitarian state with a unified party control. So you could say it essentially is fascism.
yes,
Oh, Axel, can you just be funny for once? Let's
I
put it
know. Yeah, let's
You
just,
Duchy of
were
yeah.
bloke,
Muscovy has got to
mate.
redo it. Let's put it up in
Mate,
the
you
nest.
weren't here for hours. We've had so much fun already. But when I hear the stuff that we still have to call it the Duchy of Moscow, when it should be nothing else than the whatever XYZ umpteenth Reich of Putin and his fascists. It's a fascist totalitarian state. Let's name it.
Yes, it is. It is.
It is okay. Then we'll call it the fascist Duchy of Muscovy. How about that? Okay.
I can get behind that. I can get behind that. I think
We'll
would
call
that
it that.
satisfy you, Axel?
Dr. Nick, I will not discuss that bacon. I am at your command.
So would Putin then be the douchey of the duchy?
Okay, you won the space tonight. That was great.
Okay, let's see what David has to say while I try to stop laughing, which may not be possible.
Now that is very, very funny. So I'm going through my DMs, and Denjon sent me a very, very nice.
Who said the douchey? Who said
the,
the douchey?
That was
That was me. Sorry,
That was
I had to
Frank.
butt in.
That was
Sorry,
good, Frank.
I had to butt in. Sorry about that.
I loved it.
So anyway, the Denjon sent me a tweet, and I'm going to go back to it. Which is from it's about Saab. Saab is to start producing 40,000 NLAWs per year, and Haagland is going. The people who produce CV90s apparently is going to go from one per week to one a day, because they're going to make some new factories. I thought that's quite good.
I love it. I used to own a Saab vehicle, and so I love it when I hear that Saab is like just doing stuff. Just, I don't know. I'm very sad about Saab not producing vehicles in America anymore. So I don't
We
know.
are not. Yeah, they
Just
were
anyway.
brilliant cars.
Seriously.
Especially the 901.
Yeah,
Saab Motors got sold to General Motors. I don't know if that's still the case, but from the late 1990s, Saab was basically just Opel.
Yeah, they're dead now. They're not even doing that anymore. They stopped making cars in 2011, and then they sold that even to China. So now they're like, those are, and then China's making them into electric cars. So, and so they said that they couldn't even make the Griffin anymore, like have the Griffin seal anymore, because they're not really even Saabs anymore. They're just using the name, I guess, but not really the seal or whatever. I don't really know. I'm just very sad. So anyway, that was my last car, and I was going to drive that thing until it died, but it got in a car accident. So, but anyway, I digress.
So it did die if it was in a car accident.
Yes, it did. It yeah.
But you killed
did,
it.
but it didn't, because it was T-boned. And so the engine was running and everything, but it would have been too expensive to fix, and so I was very sad about that. But anyway, I'm just so happy when I hear Saab is doing anything, just because I love Saabs. But anyway.
In 1985, driving down the road, visiting a friend in Michigan. No, I'm not from Michigan. We were blasting Bruce Springsteen and talking about our futures. And my friend said, "All I want to do is find a man who owns a Saab." Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious. Alan, you are a co-host. You don't need to raise your hand, so go on.
As long as we're talking about cars, I just wanted to say you cannot buy a Peugeot in the United States any longer either. And my all-time favorite car was a Peugeot 505. Morley Safer and I both drove Peugeots. We had the same mechanic, and neither of our Peugeots ever ran. And he says to me one day, my Peugeot spends most of the time in my garage, where it pretends to be a crouching tiger.
Okay. Oh my gosh, Alan, I was just in Iceland, okay, over the summer, and I had a Peugeot. We had a Peugeot rental, and I freaking loved that vehicle. It was so amazing. It was gorgeous. It was crossover ATV / car. And it was just the coolest vehicle in the universe, and I wanted it so bad. I was so upset that they didn't make them in the United States. I don't know if it was really crap or if it was a good vehicle, but it was just the coolest looking car, and I was so sad that I couldn't bring it home with me. But that's the car I had in Iceland. It was
They're
just
great
so
cars.
You're not
Great
very
cars.
tall. You're
Great
not
cars
very
to
tall, are
drive.
you?
no, I'm short. I'm 5'3" barely.
And you didn't drive the car more than, say, 5,000 kilometers, right?
Well, Iceland's a tiny country. No.
Good. All right. So no surprise there. If anything were different, if you were tall, or if you were to drive regularly and say a significant amount, you wouldn't talk about a Peugeot like that.
Peugeots are great cars to drive. They're just not great to own. In the 1980s, when I passed my test, I really wanted the Peugeot 205, and I would occasionally get one as a hire car, and that was such a fabulous little package. Interestingly, Peugeot bought the European operations of General Motors. So Peugeot bought Opel from GM when GM decided they wanted to get out of the European market. So
how much
French.
How much money do the French automobile companies get from the French government?
I don't know that Peugeot gets all that much. Renault is clearly, and the Renault.
Peugeot has massive contracts with the French government, so that there's always a base load in their factories.
Well, I'm sure the German government occasionally buys a car from Volkswagen.
No,
If we continue
the German government under EU. The German government under EU procurement goes to tender.
I just want
where German manufacturers win. Of course, much like
Alan,
much like what Franz Beckenbauer told us.
Flo wants to chime in because he found out that there's a Canadian manufacturer, probably a buyout from British Leyland, still producing the same old cars.
I just want to point out, it's not all about the bottom line. The Peugeot, with its pinched hood, is in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, along with Olivetti typewriters. So Peugeot's, Olivetti's works of art.
The only work of art is the DS, and that's a Citroën.
I like the Citroën.
I like the Duchevaux, but we've got hands up that are just going to kill us if we continue trolling Axel over cars, although it's very enjoyable.
I believe Shaggy was up next, then John, then Lena, and it is good to see you, Lena. I haven't seen you for a while, but first we're going to go to Shaggy.
Well, I'm so glad you said that. I am sat in a Peugeot 306 Cabriolet green, and I have to say, I love it. It was one thing I would say about French car. Well, apart from how Alan pronounces Peugeot, I mean that's just brilliant. That's just made me chuckle. A Peugeot, yeah, that's brilliant. Anyway, so one thing I'd recommend about a Peugeot is buy the last ones of whatever make you want to buy, the last ones off the production line, because my Peugeot 306, I mean, I'd never buy a French car normally. I mean, I got given my first one of these, and this one that I'm in now is one of the last ones off the production line. It's a 2003, so it's 20 years old. And basically, they had 10 years to fix everything that fucked up on it. Sorry about the language. I've had a few beers. They messed up on it in the previous years. So by the time they got around to building my one, they fixed it all. So this one is Mrs. Reliable, basically. It's lovely, and I love it. It cost me £750 3 years ago, and I have spent, well, I just bought tyres for it, basically, and that is it. I'm just amazed it passed its MOT every year. But that was not the thing I came up for. The other thing I came up for two things. One was Danish, and a little bit similar to what was said before. The funniest thing I've seen in Danish is in a lift, there's a button that I used to press going up to my friend's place there that said I fart. I space FART. And it's something to do with the motion of a lift. But I'm not quite sure what it was, but that always made me laugh. I fart. It's just brilliant. I love pressing that button. And the other thing I was going to say is a bit more serious, obviously, is this space gives you the most up-to-date information there must be around, because the people I had quite a crowd around me today, because I looked a bit daft, obviously, with my my big beard and my fella outfit on and whatever. So I kind of got a bit of a crowd around me, and the impression I got from speaking to people is they're kind of a little bit uninformed, and this is not Ukrainian people, obviously. This is kind of the other people that were there, kind of listening, and they don't really know the timely information. So anybody listening to this space, you get in the most timely and kind of broad based information you can get. And I didn't realize this until today, really. I mean, okay, it was a 1 day thing. I was 5 hours in, but I did talk to a hell of a lot of people. And this is just the impression I got. So that's sort of what I mainly came up to say is it is really such a, what's the word? It's such a resource, this space. So yeah, I appreciate it a shitload more than I did kind of before I got up this morning. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. And everyone.
No other space will give you either information as timely about Ukraine or quite as many fart jokes. So I mean, what a winning combination.
Exactly, it's a little bit of everything. It's a little bit of everything, and everyone needs a little fart every now and again, even if they don't want to admit it. So yeah, anyway, I'll drop down now, but I need to find a Mackie D's or a Burger King, and preferably a KFC, so I can have a family bucket all to myself. So yeah, enjoy, everybody.
Drive safe there, Shaggy. Then John, up to you.
Yeah, now I'm going to be Axel here. Ruin the joke. I fart in a Danish elevator means, actually it's pronounced e-fart, meaning in motion. meaning it's moving, so it's not as funny as it sounds. But anyway, it's a good one if you don't understand Danish. And then when I raised my hand to say that apparently you Americans, you don't understand cars. I mean, Pugot or whatever you pronounced it, and Saab. Come on. But also now I have to add the UK as well, as Shaggy revealed his biggest, wettest dream about Peugeot 309 Cavalier. Come on, you can do better. You can do better.
Oh, you're gonna take Axel's side on this?
I am. I'm 100% with Axel on this. 100%.
Bloke, your defense of the remnants of British Leyland trucks is completely, utterly, without reservation, completely hapless.
Okay, I will say, full disclosure, I drive a Subaru.
Congratulations.
Modified Legacy GT.
I drive a 12-year-old vehicle that still has under 60,000 miles on it, which is pretty amazing. Oh, wait, 13 years old. Just realized that. Lena, good to see you. How are you today?
I'm good. Good to hear you as well. I just wanted to ask if you guys know any updates on the situation in Bakhmut by any chance.
There are no real updates about Bakhmut, Lena. I did put Chuck Farrer's map up in the nest. It's a few hours old, but essentially there's a news blackout from the front, and so there's not a lot of news coming from Bakhmut or anywhere. I think all we know is that the Russians are taking heavy casualties and there's intense fighting, and so that's no way of giving you information because that's non-information. But take a look at Chuck's map. It's up in the nest.
Thank you.
Alex Cavtelli, how are you this evening, sir?
Hi, hello, I'm fine. I just wanted to join, but looks like the moment has left. But I wanted to remind that Russians' preferred car is Lada. It's proven and tested. It didn't need any change for last 70 years. And yeah, people prefer them over their sons and husbands. Apparently they vote for Lada, second world car.
I think that's very, very true. Very, very, very true. Yeah. Oh my. What about you, Axel? Did you ever dream of owning a Lada?
No, I was once confronted with the offer to say very quickly flip 540 Ladas, and I said thank you, but no thank you.
All right. I brought Dr. Nick and Delish up at about the same time, so we're going to go Delish, Dr. Nick.
Thank you. I wanted to share that it's embarrassing, but we had a Lada when I was a kid. I don't know why. My father unfortunately passed away a few years ago, so I can't even ask him. But we had a Lada Niva. It was the worst car ever. It was the first car that I learned how to drive because I'm a farm kid, and I learned how to drive a tractor first. Yeah, the little Lada Niva, it was awful, and it got rolled into a lake by my older sister when we were on holidays, and so it got towed out. And when we got back from holidays, it was previously white. It was sort of a swampy green, and even though we recovered it, every time we would turn on the fan, you could smell this really quite disgusting lake water scent coming out of the vents. So there you go. I don't drive it now, clearly. I'm embarrassed to say I drive a Tesla because much as I love the car, I hate Elon Musk. So that is that. I'm a Saab person as well, though. So there you go. Not a Niva person, Saab person. Thanks for letting me contribute. I shall drop back down.
Wait, I gave the impression you still own the Lada. Do you?
No, we don't. It would be very old and completely less drivable than it ever was, and it was not actually all that good to drive. No, I'm in my early 50s now, and I learned how to drive it when I was just a mere probably 16, 15, so it's long gone.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Dr. Nick, how are you?
Okay, I put pictures of that Pugo in the nest.
The pronunciation was brilliant on that, by the way. Thank
Why,
you.
thank you. Thank you. I put pictures of it in the nest, and it's gorgeous, and I don't care what anybody says. I liked it, and you all can go fly kite. So there.
Then, John, where's your patriotism? That is,
come on, it's French.
He wants to, then John, he wants to poke you with the Bernadottes.
Oh, don't go there, Axel, please.
I know, he's Canadian. They can't be helped in that regard. No. Dual affiliations. Appeasement to the crazy people who try to create their own little fiefdom there. People who are going against their constitution. What was this radical wing there in the 1970s in Montreal, bloke?
the radical what? the ring?
The radical wing of politics.
Oh, that's. Are you referring to my actual Twitter handle?
Yeah. Hide, and we will seek.
Well, we did have the Brickland.
Did you ever build a car there in this wonderful area?
There was a car that was built. It was a Brickland, and then we had the auto.
Oh, you called it a car? Sorry, I heard Brickland, but now that I hear that it's a car.
Okay, I'm going to retreat. This is clearly a battle I am not going to win. I am literally arguing with a German and a Swede about cars.
I must respond also to this. Sorry to jump the queue, but about the Bernadotte, he has no power. Our king has no power. He's just he's just a figure. He has no power.
Yeah,
So
he's like a head of state.
no, he's the head of state, but without any power. So the French has no influence over us Swedes.
What kind of car does he drive? A Peugeot?
No. Yeah, probably. No, but he actually drives Ferraris, Porsche, and other cool cars. So he's kind of cool that way. But yeah, French.
When he found his German wife, he famously, by the way, like my father did for my mother, he famously showed up in a car the next time when he courted her in the color of the dress in which he met her.
I think the philosophy, the philosophy of Saab is very similar to French, actually. In other words, first we make it fashionable, then we'll think about making it good.
Hey, look, no, that Saab was the best car. Like, it was so fast, and I'm sorry, like, I've had BMWs and like other cars, like, I'm sorry, that Saab was just like, I was so sad. I drive an Audi right now. Okay, like an Audi Q5. I had BMWs before that. Like, nothing beat that Saab engine. That's all I have to say, and I'm not going to say anything else.
I have a friend who had a 905. It was beautiful, and he loved it, and he kept it longer. And then I will say, when Saab was in their death throes, they did try to make a Subaru.
Nice. I had a Saab 9.3. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I loved it.
Okay, I promise to shut up now, Heather. Prince, I understand that this is out of control.
Saturday night car traffic. Okay. By the way, it's all the pig owner's fault. If she had
How is
not
it my
started,
fault?
you got David all excited.
I fail to see how this is my fault.
It's all Edgar's fault. Well, and let's go to our patient hands before I ask Dr. Nick if she would rather have the sob or her husband. Oops, I did it anyway. Aaron, you are up.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, Aaron.
Okay. Just a message for Shaggy. He put on an absolute masterclass about 3 days ago. There's some character, a MAGA character, was calling all NAFOs in because they've been reporting him and giving him a hard time. And him and his MAGA crowd and probably a few tankies were really asking for anyone to come in and battle them. And Shaggy went in there and just had them eating out of the palm of his hand. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like. I don't know if anyone else heard it. They were begging him to come back. They were saying, "Well, this guy, this is my favourite NAFO ever. Where can I get a NAFO? I want to buy a NAFO." Some other really angry.
Did I lose?
Hello?
Go ahead.
He dropped momentarily, but he's back now.
He just had them eating out of that palm and he just didn't react to anything. He was really calm. He put his points of view really strongly to the point where some of them were agreeing with him. He's got a real talent for not reacting to criticisms, or he just doesn't react with any anger at all. And yeah, so hats off to you, Shaggy. That was an incredible performance a few days ago. I'll step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. How are you tonight, Dr. Clyde?
Oh, I'm fine. I had a question since I see Alex is up here, and he may have already talked about this at length. I've been busy all day, but didn't know if Alex had any update about Georgia. I just think about that a lot. I saw a video online of a woman waving the Georgian flag at the protest and just getting absolutely hammered with one of those hoses from the security police, and people were holding her up and she was doing it anyway and ducking the water, and made me think of anyway. I didn't know if Alex had any updates about what's going on there or any prognosis about what the future holds. Thanks.
Alex, are you with us? Could you hear Clyde's question? So, Clyde, I'm not sure Alex is with us at the moment, but when he comes back, I'll summarize your question for him. Or if you're still here, you can ask directly once again. Den John, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I didn't. I thought we finished the car discussion. I really didn't mean to bring it back, but I had to, because bloke was saying something about that Saab built. What did you say? They built
a Subaru.
No.
A
You
Subaru.
said something
They
about
took
Saab. They build cars, good cars, or something.
I loved how Bloke put it. First, Saab made themselves fashionable, then they made it good. Completely opposite of Volvo, made good cars, tried to make it fashionable, never succeeded.
Yeah, but actually, it is the opposite. Saab built very good cars. First with
my friend had a 905, and he loved it.
But they were not sellable. That was the problem with Saab. That's why they don't exist anymore. They were really good, but bad at marketing or I don't know, design probably. But yeah, so it was the opposite.
No.
Sorry to bring it up again. Sorry.
Just briefly, what I understood was that they made them really, really well, but they weren't selling them for as much as they should have, is what, like I saw some documentary on them, and I guess that they were doing some sort of like, you know, social democracy thing on it where they were trying to sell them for the people kind of thing, I guess, and they weren't selling them for what they were supposed to. And I guess that's kind of what the problem was.
The cars were too expensive. They were just too expensive.
And they never made a profit, actually. Or they made a
Yeah,
profit a
that's
few years or something, but out of
yeah,
whatever they existed,
that's
they lost money.
that's
Yeah.
yeah, it was something like they weren't selling them for what they were supposed to, considering how well the engines were made and like all of this kind of stuff, or whatever it was, that they just weren't making a profit off of them.
But they make good planes and laws. So
Yes,
that's
yes,
what we need.
exactly. Yes.
Yes, and getting back to the point, those numbers are remarkable. You know, if Saab is able to produce
Oh yeah, I guess it was my
IFVs
fault, Prince. Yes, Prince, I guess you're right, because I brought that up when you said that. Okay, my bad. Anyway, go ahead.
okay, we'll take notes. That was definitely your fault, Nick. But the point stands that Europeans need to step up manufacturing in order to arm Ukraine, but also build up our deterrence. You know, that's necessary. And that doesn't have to be fashionable, it just has to be good.
I think the point of what I was saying is they are stepping up the manufacturing, aren't they? They're going from a CV90 per week to one a day. That's quite a bit of a change in production, isn't it?
Oh, it's a huge change in production. And I think we're seeing that not only in the EU, but also in the United States. And just keep it up. Keep ramping up that kind of production because we need it. Bloke.
And after the liberation of Ukraine, the best thing that happened was having Finland and Sweden join NATO. I just can't overstate that. It is critical to have Sweden and Finland in NATO. That is, you know, after the first victory, Ukraine's, this will be the second victory, having two amazing countries join NATO and make sure that this nonsense never happens again.
And now we're still waiting on Turkey. I was surprised to see that Hungary is on the verge of a.
Well, I'm getting so fed up with Orban that I would suggest that he have his 1956 moment and just we'll trade Hungary for Ukraine, in any peace negotiations, and see how he likes that. That's where my temper is at with Orban.
But Hungary has moved forward to approve Finland and Sweden. Turkey is still dragging its feet, right?
That maybe so. I don't know.
I was going to add it's probably because Turkey has more leverage. Orban is just brassic, broke, and probably going to have if he keeps on the way he is, might even have his own Hungary 1956 moment.
Well, maybe he will. I'm not sure exactly where the tanks would come from. It would just be the people in the street and no tanks, and so the people would win and Orban would lose. Denjong, go ahead.
No, yeah, but there's a river connected to the Black Sea, passing through Budapest. So yeah, it's still possible. But anyway, yes, as you say, actually, Hungary has kind of changed the tone a little bit, but you never know with these guys. They can swing again. But also Orban has made some statements recently. I don't know if it was today or yesterday that they will have to look at their relation with Russia, future relation with Russia. So it sounds like someone has talked to them, or they have start realizing the reality. I don't know. And then, as David said, I mean, Turkey, they have leverage to be obstructing this, but not Hungary hasn't.
And I thought Orban's grasp of the obvious had sort of improved when I saw that statement.
Yeah, Denjon, what do you think about that?
Say again?
Well, my point being that I think his grasp of the obvious has improved.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Or at least publicly.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the Turks won't be far behind. They also it's just a delay of the obvious, right? We all know what the decision will be. It will be yes. It's just them trying to get as much as they can out of it and looking like fools in the end.
Denjon?
Yeah, so the three-party negotiations has restarted again because they were stopped after this burning of the Quran. But now they have started again, and that was on Thursday, this week it was started. And the I don't know what you call him, chief negotiator from Sweden just made some comments about it, that it's progressing well, and the main thing Turkey want to see now in Sweden is that we put this anti-terrorist law into law, which is on in the parliament for voting, and then that's basically the last obstacle. I can speak. I'm tired. You know what I mean. It's the last hinder we have for now. Obviously, there will be something else, and this will come into law on the 1st of June or 1st of July. I'm not sure.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a few beers into, so I'm going to ask you, Ben or Den, if you could explain to me what the general attitude is towards this law in your country, and if it's just going to pass, like make Turkey go away, make them do the right thing. What are the general perceptions?
I'm not sure actually. I think it's divided, but I think it's kind of okay, because this is a law to prevent or to make it illegal to be part of a terrorist organization, which I think is okay, because we had quite some problems with that. Not terrorist activities, but a lot of people went down to ISIS and supported from Sweden when that was on the map, and nothing could be done about it. So this is not something that came up because Turkey wants to have it. It was actually has been discussed for quite some time before the NATO question.
So, in other words, give Turkey, or it just sort of bugs me to give Erdogan anything he wants, but just, make him, claim that he's had some sort of influence, right? And just get on with the business of joining NATO, right? That's the general impression?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, the government is quite eager to put this in place as soon as possible for that very reason, but I don't think there's much resistance. Obviously, the opposition is saying that the law is there should be some kind of law, but maybe slightly different wording and so on. But I mean, that's expected from the opposition, of course.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Bloke. Thank you, Denjon. Prince, do you have anything for us? I also noticed a new speaker who has not raised a hand yet. Michael, do you have anything you want to add?
Not on this subject. I had a question during the day, though, about long-range missiles.
Then go right ahead and change the topic.
Okay, well, we were during the day. You're talking about how Ukraine was able to extend the range of the missiles, and they're working on a new missile. My question is, they should have that technology already because they had nukes at one point. And my question is, do we think that they would be behind the scenes working on the long range nuke missile, or is that? I know it's a dangerous subject, but I would think that they would be working on it because Russia's been threatening using nukes. I don't know, numerous times.
Well, yeah, Michael. Of course, there's a difference between having a long range missile and having a nuclear missile. Ukraine is not working on nuclear missiles. They first of all gave up all of their nuclear missiles in 1991 or 1994. And number two, you need enriched uranium to create a nuclear warhead. Ukraine does not have any such a project in place, unlike Iran. So why do they need a long-range missile? They need a long-range missile to strike far behind Russian lines in occupied Luhansk and Donetsk and in Crimea. They need to be able to strike Russian logistics to stop supplies and troops coming to the front. They need to be able to strike concentrations of Russian troops behind the lines before they get into the line to fire a single weapon. And Bloke might have more to add to this.
So I don't think it would be the Ukrainians, if they wanted to, they could certainly start a project and they would have the people to do it. But it's just not in their interests, right? The point here is that if anyone believes in nuclear non-proliferation, then the Budapest Memorandum needs to be reinforced. Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees from a number of nations, notably Russia, right? And so if we want to live in a world where every tin pot dictator doesn't want to obtain nuclear weapons or any, if we want to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons, then we must support Ukraine because it must be proven to the world that countries can give up their nuclear weapons and be protected. So it's just one more reason to support Ukraine, and one more reason why I think they're unlikely to do a project like this, although I think they do have long-range weapons capabilities, to be honest. A lot of the engineering came from the ex-Soviet Union, came out of Ukraine. I believe that some of the strikes we've seen they could have been ATACMS, but they could have been indigenous long-range weapons developed by Ukraine. But they will use them to attack the Kerch Bridge, attack logistics, supply lines, and that would be the best outcome for the entire world. Ukraine, I think we should be giving them ATACMS, to be blunt, but if they do want long-range strike capabilities, I believe it is within their capacity to do so. And that is something I'm sure they're working on. That's just these are all just opinions. They're not worth much, but that's my opinion. Hrim, if I'm mispronouncing that, please forgive me, was a technology they had been working on for several years, so it wouldn't surprise me if they had it.
Does that answer your question, Michael, or do you have a follow-up?
No, that's good. I kind of knew that already anyways. It's just like, to me, it just made sense that underneath, you'd want to keep that technology, the option open. That's what I thought.
It has been explained to the Russians that any use of any weapon of mass destruction will have severe consequences. They know this, right? They've been, babbling, making threats, trying to intimidate, and it hasn't worked. At one point they were going on this, dirty bomb, false flag, and I forget who it was. I think it was Medvedev was phoning every defense minister in NATO, and they all told him to go and find himself, right? Like it has been explained to the Russians that they're going to lose this war. It's their own fault, and they can't escalate it because that will be catastrophic for them. They will go home. They have to. And we just have to make sure that we're not intimidated by them. That's, again, just my opinion.
Thank you.
And thank you, Michael. This war is already going to be catastrophic for Russia. The Russian economy is weakening day by day and week by week. And Russia's future looks like it's like looking into the abyss or looking into a black hole.
Well, make stupid choices, get stupid consequences.
There you go. Michael, if you have an additional question, please go ahead. If you don't, please mute your mic so we don't get feedback. And do you know how to do that? Yes, you do. Or not. Prince?
Yes. Mike, did you say something to me?
Yes, I was just saying I'm throwing it back to you for one moment.
Just the perfect time for my actually yeah. I actually came across something here while we've been chatting that I didn't hear of yesterday, and I think it's fascinating. It is very, very interesting. Yesterday at the embassy of Ukraine in the United States in Washington, D.C., there was an official ceremony.
Prince, I've lost your audio.
I keep on, and why do I keep on muting myself? It keeps on muting automatically.
That's Twitter. You know what's odd?
Damn it.
When it shows your is muted, I can hear you. When it shows it's unmuted, I can't. Unmute and try again.
Now hear me.
Yes.
Did you hear any of what I had said?
Not really.
Okay, then let's start over. Well, Den John has his hand up. Let's go to Den John first, and then I will say this thing I have in my back pocket here.
Okay, thanks. I should really be asleep by now. It's 3 a.m. almost. But anyway, I just saw an opinion poll for the upcoming election in Turkey. And apparently the one opposition candidate, he's got 57.1 percentage, and Erdogan's got 42.9. And yeah, just want to say that. So Erdogan is not safe in his seat if the elections are held correctly.
Good. Maybe he'll come to his senses.
Okay, so since Alan handed it over to me, even though I was having audio problems, but I think we're settled now. A piece of information that I found here while we've been chatting that was very interesting that I did not know. Yesterday at the Embassy of Ukraine in the United States in Washington, D.C., there was an official ceremony to hand over to Ukraine items of historical heritage that were detained by U.S. Customs and Border Protection during an attempt to illegally import them from the Russian Federation. These artifacts of Aki Naka swords of the science culture of the 6th through 5th centuries BC and polished flint axe of the 3rd millennium BC. The artifacts were sent by mail from the Krasnodar region to New York, where they were intercepted thanks to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So I think that is really cool. These there's pictures in the tweet that I saw of these very ancient and old-looking items that obviously are from the notice that we got here, very old and very ancient. And I'm happy to see that somehow they had made their way to Russia, but they are now being returned to Ukraine. So it was good to see the items and good to see the Ukrainian ambassador signing for them. It is good to see Ukraine being returned the things that they deserve to have. I don't know when these things went missing, if these are things that have been taken during the invasion or if they're things that have been missing for longer than that. I don't know if anybody else has even heard of this or has any other information on it.
I had not heard of it, therefore I have no more information on it, but it strikes me as interesting.
Yeah, that's sort of where I was with it. But yeah, sort of kind of cool. In other news, because there was something else right under the in supermarkets in Kyiv, they have begun to sell beer under the brand name Heroes Never Die. And after the last couple of days of funerals of yesterday, Da Vinci's funeral, and all of the respect that we saw shown to him, and then today, the funeral of the father and son who died in battle in Bakhmut. And I assume people have read a little bit about this. But they died together. They died together in battle. The father laid on top of the son to try to protect him. And the shell or the mortar or the piece of weaponry landed by their heads and they were both killed. So it's a tragic story, but it's also a very, very sweet story about the father and son who were killed together on the battlefield. But it's also, I mean, one of those experiences where you just see that a parent would lay down their life for their child, and that right there is the perfect example of it. And believe it or not, I started this story out by telling you that supermarkets and markets in Kyiv are selling beer under the brand name Heroes Do Not Die, which is something that we know that that Ukraine firmly believes and firmly stands by, and has been totally behind their fight over the last many years, and continues to be going forward for as long as it takes, and they will not give up. Go ahead, Alan.
Thanks, Heather. This is a perfect time to ask people to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have been here every single day. of this war that Russia launched against Ukraine, a genocidal invasion of a peaceful nation. So please retweet this space. Also go to MriyaAid.org. That's MriyaAid.org. See what you can do with a contribution. See what humanitarian supplies you can send to Ukraine. Prince, we have had some questions tonight. Folks wondering if Chuck Farrow was going to join us tonight. Sadly, no. But he may be back tomorrow with some special news. He will certainly be back on Tuesday with his regularly scheduled bullet. But if you look up in the nest, we have put both of his most timely maps up there for you to take a look at. One is a map about the situation in Bakhmut. The other is a map about the situation in Kremina, two hotspots on the line of engagement. And in Bakhmut, you will see that Chuck's reports are primarily good reports, that Ukraine has been repelling repeated Russian assault. And that if you look at what Chuck has described as this mitten trying to grip Bakhmut, the mitten is not quite as tightly gripping Bakhmut as it was last week. The line of engagement is all the way to the Bakhmutka River. On one side, the west side, Ukrainians are facing Russians on the east side of the river, and repelling any attempt that the Russians are making to cross that river. And the other, I think, encouraging news is happening in the south of Bakhmut, the southwest, and that is where Ukrainians are pushing Russians back towards Kishivika. And then if you want to look at the map up in Kremina, you can see a similar good news. And it's in Kremina where the Russians have the majority of their forces and real superiority over Ukrainian forces. But again, you see Ukrainians repelling Russian attacks in Kremina. The Ukrainians also have launched several close air support missions today. That's always a good thing to see. It means that they are taking out Russian air defense systems that are deployed along the line of engagement. But we'll hear more from Chuck on Tuesday when he returns for his bullet points. In the meanwhile, Den John, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I have a small request on that, the bullet points. The issue is that a lot of people wants to hear it here in Europe as well, but it's sleeping time. It's 1 a.m. here in Sweden. So my question is, would it be possible to move it 1 hour earlier? I understand that's up to Chuck, of course, but that would really be appreciated if that was possible, because midnight is still workable, but 1 a.m. is a little bit late. And actually, what would happen, because so many people are still tuning in here in Europe, and that actually brings down our productivity, meaning our GDP is shrinking, meaning we can do less for Ukraine. So it would really help the cause as well.
So Chuck and I and Axel and everyone here will talk about maybe how we can move bullet points around a little bit. For now, it's going to stay where it is, Tuesday and Thursday. But the other thing that does happen from time to time, Chuck does come here sometimes much earlier in the day to give a special report if he gets news or if he gets information, intelligence about what is happening or about to happen. And so I'd encourage you to watch for his presence here earlier in the day. But I certainly understand what you mean. I mean, we would absolutely want to have all of our European listeners, all of our North American listeners here at the same time when Chuck reports to us and goes through his maps. And recently, Chuck has been here with John Spencer, who is the foremost expert on urban warfare. He's a scholar and a soldier and a teacher. John is actually going to Ukraine relatively soon. So John will be connecting from Ukraine. That might encourage Chuck to change the time when he does bullet points, because then he'd have the benefit of John in Ukraine. He'd have the benefit of a huge audience from the United States and from Europe at the same time. So I'll keep you up to date on that then, John. If there's any change, of course, MriyaReport would announce it to everyone here, but I'll also DM you. Oh, that's a good idea.
Great, thanks. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Alan. One thing I've learned in the recent weeks after becoming a co-host is that, I have my trusted Twitter accounts that I pretty much trust what they say. But I found myself more recently when they aren't quoting a source for the information, trying to dig a little bit deeper. And I just did that with this piece of information and was able to track it to the unit's Telegram page to verify it. So, because I didn't see a whole lot about it. So, anyway, I tracked it down to some newspapers that I didn't find extremely reliable, and but I did finally track it to their Telegram page. So this was interesting. I like this. Ukraine's special forces have destroyed 2 military watchtowers in Russia. The special forces unit of Ukraine's military intelligence Kraken announced on March 11th that it had destroyed 2 Murman military watchtowers in Russia, in Bryansk and Kursk regions near Ukraine's border. I have a special affinity for the Kraken unit, and that is totally associated with a gift that I bought for a friend for Christmas. I bought the I guess it would be the shell part, not the bullet type part, um, of a mortar or a shell or something. I bought a keychain made out of that, that was fired by the Kraken unit. So I always get excited when I hear things about the Kraken unit, because I know that I really made somebody happy by buying a gift made out of a shell that they fired. But then to hear that they've made this nice little incursion into Russia and destroyed a couple of things that I think are probably pretty valuable to destroy. It just makes me happy. Um, it's weird to be happy about things being destroyed, but I find myself being happy about things being destroyed more and more these days. I stay up to make sure I get the numbers before I go to bed. Sometimes it's a struggle, but I always look forward to finding those numbers. I tend to co-host into my evening, and Mockers comes up and takes it over, and I always try to beat Mockers to getting to the numbers and tease her that I have them, and but I usually do just send them to her. But I always let Mockers read the numbers out because it's Mockers' job to read the numbers out first thing in her morning. So, if
And
anybody, go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say it's also Mocker's job to bring us news about booms. And I haven't seen any big news about booms here tonight. But go ahead, Prince.
Well, we've had sort of a media blackout, and there have been a few good booms. And at one point I suggested we do like a little short intro for mockers with, and now comes the daily boom report with mockers. Couldn't you see that like an old in it from a radio show? It's it's every 15 minutes the boom report with mockers. I think it would be hilarious.
I think it'd be great. Uh, every 15 minutes, that's not often enough. There needs to be more booms more often, more places, bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, bigger booms. And that would actually make mockers so happy. No question about that. Uh, Prince, I don't see any hands at the moment. It is a Saturday night here in North America, usually a quiet night. We've done quite well tonight, I think, Prince, talking not only about Peugeots and Saabs, various other kinds of cars, including Ladas, but we've also covered a fair amount of territory. Chuck's maps, the accession of Finland and Sweden into NATO, taking a look at sanctions. If Ioana was here, we could talk a little bit about the grain deal, which I think has about 8 days to go now. I do know that negotiations apparently have been re-engaged, so this grain deal would have the possibility of being extended, and we hope it will be. What else have we seen? We have seen reports of that Russian merchant ship that Turkey allowed through the Bosporus arriving and probably unloading military supplies at Novosibirsk. We have also seen reports of Turkey enforcing sanctions and not transporting banned goods through Turkey into Russia. That's also good news. We haven't had any reports from Georgia, and Alex is not up right now to give us reports from Georgia. But maybe we will get some news from Tbilisi. I hope we do. So we have covered a lot of ground, and we still have a long way to go, don't we?
Oh, we always have a long way to go, Alan. Isn't that just the way things go for us here? It's like I can tell you everything that I have in my notes, but I still have to after you leave, I still have to co-host for 3 hours. So I'm not going to tell you all my stuff right now, because if I did that, then I would be then I'd have nothing more to talk about. Um, I am skimming here.
Oh, Prince, this is the beauty of a 24-hour space. You can talk about what you have to talk about 6, 7, or 8 times a day. No one will notice. So don't hold anything back, please.
Very true. Now, you know what I found very interesting, and I'm wondering if you've sort of tracked this over the last few days, is this offer from Pakistan to transfer 44 T-80 UD tanks to Ukraine. Now, I have heard that that was going to happen, then I heard that it wasn't going to happen, and then I heard it was a false story, and then it came up in a not so reliable news source, and then it showed up in a more reliable news source. So, what are you hearing about these possible tanks from Pakistan being given to Ukraine in exchange for some financial assistance? What is your opinion and your thought on that?
Wow, you are asking me a question way outside my wheelhouse. I call it a wheelhouse because I have no area of expertise. But would Pakistan supply these tanks to Ukraine? I don't know why not. Pakistan is already supplying artillery munitions to Ukraine. This would simply be a step up in what they're doing. But I honestly, and I do like to be as honest as I can, I have absolutely no answer for you, Prince. None whatsoever.
That doesn't surprise me, but I guess this would be more of a geopolitical. It's not about the tanks. It's more about the geopolitics all around the idea of Pakistan transferring these tanks. That's where I think it gets sort of interesting. David, do you have something to add on this? I thought you.
Well, I was just about to go to sleep, but I can add a little bit to this. So there will be obviously, as in conceptually in the way they look, there's a big difference in the tanks to the shells, right? Because Pakistan manufactures ammunition, but doesn't manufacture the tanks, right? So they currently quite regularly have little border disputes with their neighbor that sometimes they don't get on well with, right? So I'm fascinated that they might be prepared to give some of their tank, or sell some of their tanks, because it doesn't sort of quite make sense. Whilst they can always manufacture more shells, right? So who knows what shells they might even have old stock and they're trying to get rid of them, and so they'll put their own, they'll put more new stock into what they currently have, right? But where is the tanks? Where are they going to get more tanks from? So, which obviously then leads another question: are they being sensible? So here's the geopolitics part: is that so if we look at it, if you were a sensible country and you didn't have utter dimwits in charge, you would be looking at this conflict and going, Russia's a busted flush, right? Especially where where weapons are concerned. Why would you ever get involved with them? Because their ability to produce stuff is going to be next to zero for a very long time, right? If you analyzed anything, would you agree with that premise? Yeah, that was a question.
I know I would agree with it. Yes.
So it's interactive, right? So there's that. So you go, yeah. So then you're going, okay. So I've got all this stuff that I may not be able to get spares for, or anything, right? And I'm also might be beholden to a regime that you had no idea what it's going to look like in 1 year's time, right? So here's the question: are countries like this going to start going, you know what, we're gonna shred Russia as an arms manufacturer. We're just going to get rid of them because there is little point in being involved with them. The countries like Eritrea, right? I mean, I think they still have T-55s, right? For them, it's Kalashnikov, small arms and other stuff. It's nothing, nothing really big and serious because. Right, who have they got an argument with? Ethiopia, right? Who also only have these things, but countries like Pakistan that have a large population and appear to have some of the better kit, they must be going, what are we doing holding this? I mean, I am amazed that to the point where I'm also, when I think about Greece, because they got S-300s, I'm amazed that they aren't thinking, ooh, what happens if, guess what, right, something desperately happens in a year's time with Russia, because you may not be able to, if there's a problem found, right, i.e. someone works out that it's really easy to hack the system, for instance, may not be able to get a fix for it. Why would you keep a system like that? You'd be looking to offload it, surely.
Yeah, I think that's sort of I think that's a really, really good point. But what are they going to replace it with? which
Well, so I will follow that up with well, with the point that Rheinmetall is opening up a factory in Ukraine, right, which they think will produce something like 250 tanks. Now, how about I suggest this? Given that at the end of this, Ukraine will be rebuilding. I know people say they won't, but it's utter rubbish. Ukraine will rebuild their steel manufacturing, right? And what are they going to do? So you have a steel manufacturer that does high grade industrial machining. You're probably going to make more factories, aren't you? Because there are going to be orders for more tanks coming in from a lot of countries.
Yeah. Dr. Nick, did you have something to add to this?
So I don't know what David was just talking about because I literally just came in and I had died. So I am not 100% sure what David was talking about, but what I wanted to say was I was going to speak to what you were speaking about earlier related to Pakistan. Is that what David was talking about?
I was.
Okay, what did
Yes.
you say, David? Just briefly.
I said, so my brief, it was relatively brief anyway, was if you were a sensible nation, you might look to be getting rid of some of your other stuff. Now, what I was saying is Pakistan can manufacture their own ammunition quite happily, but getting rid of tanks, which is something they don't manufacture, may be difficult, or it also may herald the fact that they've looked at what's the point? What's the point? Not necessarily. What's the risk of holding equipment that they may not be able to get any spares or anything from in the foreseeable future?
Okay.
Along those lines.
Right. Okay. So the thing that I went to go look it up, right? And the space kicked me. And the only thing I could find was articles from Indian newspapers. And so that made me like a little bit suspect of it because obviously they are not exactly, friends, to put it mildly. So and though I agree with what you're saying, David, I would also take it any thought of what Pakistan may or may not be doing with that with a grain of salt, because I know that at the same time, Pakistan is also kind of walking a line with Russia also. Um, so, I don't know, right? So there's been rumors of this happening since the beginning of the war, and I don't believe anything has taken place so far. So I don't know is what my answer would be. So while what David is saying makes complete sense, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens because these rumors have been flying since the beginning of the war. Apparently, is what I'm seeing, and it hasn't happened yet. So who knows? And the latest I saw was from an Indian newspaper 2 days ago, but no.
So
Yeah.
I'll add to that. At the very start, I did say that we have to remember that Pakistan's neighbour and themselves often have a disagreement, i.e., this may just be utter nonsense.
Right.
But I would add to this though that given how things are changing with India and China on the other side, right? Maybe India and Pakistan may patch it up for a short period of time. Who knows, right? They do get angry with each other on a regular basis, but maybe the India will start thinking, do you want to be fighting in two different places at once? Maybe not a good thing if you're thinking there's something bigger going to happen,
Who
which
knows?
could.
Yeah, maybe.
Mhm.
I
I'm
post-
100% with you there, Dr. Nick.
I posted the article from a website called armyrecognition.com. And maybe I didn't research that site well enough. But I agree with you, Dr. Nick. When I was looking for stuff about this in the last couple of days, all I was finding was Indian news sites that were sharing the information. So I wasn't, which is why I was not quite sure. Then when I found something called Army Recognition, I thought, well, maybe this is valid, which is what made me think about bringing it up again. And like I said, I might not have looked through my list of websites really well last night at like 1 o'clock in the morning when I noted the information. So it may be just a little bit of a learning thing for me, because this website may be not quite as reliable also. I think maybe this may be one of those things that we still need to then keep on the back burner of may or may not happen. But I think it's still interesting to talk about the ramifications and the implications of what may happen if they do, and what they may use instead. What's their long-term goal if they give these tanks to Ukraine. So just an interesting idea there.
I mean,
So
as a thought experiment, it's really valid, isn't it? Because you want to go, okay, what's country X likely to do in the same way as, because I think Malaysia have some is either MiGs or Sukhois, right? What's Malaysia going to do, right? Because well, obviously Russia and the Malaysian Airlines, are they going to rethink what they're doing? Because again, items like this that need that Russia will need to be able to import parts from the rest of the world that they can't, will just mean that they've got planes sitting on the runway that they can't use. So all these countries, maybe you would expect, we should be rethinking what they're doing.
yeah, no, absolutely.
So it's a great question there by Prince. Great question.
Yeah, it is. But it also then also about, did you see the infographic today in the
supportive of Ukraine, because this is exactly what happened to them, right? And they're not going to permit it. So from that point of view, their motivation is really easy to understand. Now, when it comes to countries like Pakistan and so forth, I think this is more a question of what are they going to do with all this Russian kit? And that's actually a question for India too. It's really interesting. You know, this stuff has been proven to be, let's be blunt, garbage. The T-72 especially, and the T-80 and the T-90 are still vulnerable, right? So this war has proven that. So it may be feasible that they would want to diversify, right? Like Poland is doing. Poland has seen what has happened with, export controls and stuff like that, and they are determined to make sure that they are never vulnerable in a situation like that ever again. They have a lot to defend, and they have a history of, that has taught them, bouncing on their parents' knees, that they need to defend their country and do not let the Russians ever interfere with them again. So that's more straightforward. But Pakistan, India, and a number of other countries, I think they might be looking at their kit and realizing they bought a bunch of lemons. That's so. I don't know if that's aligned with you, David, or Dr. Nick, but that's where I think this might be going.
Pretty much what we were saying.
Yeah.
So unloading lemons to Ukraine. I mean, does Ukraine really need T-80 Russian tanks when they're getting Challengers and Leopards and Abrams?
Ukraine needs everything possible. That includes whatever kit they can possibly get, and some of the ex-Soviet equipment they're already trained on. That's why they need it. They need absolutely everything. It's a travesty that we took so long to provide Western training and Western equipment, but right now, when you're facing down a genocidal Russian invader, you need absolutely everything possible.
And if I could add to that a little bit, so the only reason why they wouldn't need them is if we'd said, here's 400, Western main battle tanks. If we'd have said that, right, they might be going, okay, we might not be taking them, but until we do this, they're going to be taking whatever they can wherever they can get it from. And I'm still amazed we haven't heard more about those Jordanian tanks, regardless of what Gunny was saying. These are still the tanks that were used in Gulf War One and took out all those Russian tanks. Right, so whether they're up armored or anything is irrelevant. Whether they have still the L7 on there, which, by the way, still has the world record for the longest kill anyway, right, is irrelevant. Right, they are still much better than what the Russian tanks are. And if there was any question as to about how poor the servicing was or who'd been looking after them, BAE had that maintenance contract. So someone somewhere would be pointing at BAE and going, you haven't been doing your job. We've been paying you to do that. So and let's face it, the Russian tanks that the Ukrainians have been pulling off the battlefield and repairing, right? I'm pretty certain that even someone hadn't been looking at, and whilst tanks need a bit of looking after, there's some things that don't, right? They're much harder. It's not like you're going to dent it, are you? easily. So these things, there'll be a way of maintaining them getting on there. So I would be amazed if they're not getting the numbers they got, that they're not trying to speak to Jordan or someone like that, because they need a lot of tanks, a lot, right? And this is what we're not giving them.
David, are you referring to the Jordanian Leo 1s? Or they have a bunch of Leo 1s. Is that
No,
what you're
no,
talking about?
the 400 challenges.
Okay, okay, thank you. I have to check.
They're
the facts on that.
they were given to, so they're Challenger ones that have some have been upgraded, some, I think most of them have had some armor upgrade. Some of them have had an upgrade to the barrel, which is a bit different, and they got 400 of them. They were gifted to Jordan on a maintenance contract with BAE. This came out, it's quite a while ago, maybe 3 months ago, before Christmas.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wasn't aware. Thank you.
Yeah, and all those Challenger tanks are just parked in the desert in Jordan. They're not doing anything. If they've been maintained or can be quickly serviced, they could be put in service in Ukraine. In terms of these Pakistan tanks, or even if we were to focus on the Challengers in Jordan, if we were talking about these tanks, exactly as David says, if the West had promised and delivered 400 main battle tanks to Ukraine, then maybe Ukraine could say, Pakistan, thanks, but no thanks. But when we talk about these tanks in Pakistan, it focuses us once again on how long it has taken the West to supply what Ukraine has asked for. I guess that's my takeaway on this conversation, which is very helpful because I had heard nothing about Pakistan transferring these T-80 tanks.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And so I heard it a while ago, but you're right. If they had other options, they wouldn't be taking them, and that's the important factor. It just highlights how rubbish we've been again, right?
So, Prince, thanks for bringing this topic up. It has proven to be very educational to me. And it is now becoming a story I will look more into overnight. And so I'm ready to discuss it in more depth. But also, thank you, David. I know it's very late where you are, but your information is always right on. Thank you.
You're such a nice person, Alan. And with that, I'm going to leave you all.
David, thank you. I just really appreciate your time. It's wonderful. Thank
Good
you.
night, David.
Have a wonderful sleep.
Oh, what a fun night we are going to have. Now, David actually dropped. See, but we got to be a little bit quiet because Axel's asleep, I think. But how often does that happen? Like every night?
Good night, my dear. Okay, you don't really want me to sleep to you. I mean, sing to you. Sorry.
Oh, that was just too funny, though. That was
just start trolling Axel about cars. He'll wake right up.
Yeah.
That
Yes, the Pugo is the most amazing vehicle ever.
I love my Peugeot, and I love how I pronounce Peugeot.
And the French make better cars than the Germans.
Look, Den is still awake. You should be asleep. What is going on?
Well, Peugeot also makes great bicycles. In
They
fact,
do. I didn't know this.
there were many times when I was waiting for a tow truck on the side of the road that I thought, well, maybe I should carry a Peugeot bicycle on top of my Peugeot.
Was it because your Peugeot was not performing?
My Peugeot engine and clutch had serious problems. And you know what ended up my mechanic in Virginia at the time replaced everything inside my Peugeot with a BMW engine and clutch. And then that lasted me until the Peugeot rusted out. And this Peugeot took me everywhere from, on turnpikes, on lumber roads, didn't make any difference. I put a canoe on the top. But I always wondered, will will this Peugeot, which I had named Pierre, will Pierre get me home? And Pierre always did.
You actually name your cars, Alan?
Oh, absolutely. You don't name your cars, bloke?
Well, actually, yeah. Okay, full disclosure, yes. Eva is named Eva. So I'll have to own up to that one.
And you're driving Eva now. It's a Subaru.
Yes, Subarus are amazing, and actually, we can end this debate. Just be sensible. Buy a Subaru. If you get the one I have, Legacy GT, heavily modified. In Canada, you can have a lot of fun, especially in the snow. Trust me on this.
Well, I don't understand how you can drive a Subaru named Eva. I always name my car based on the first letter of the make of the car. That's why my Peugeot was Pierre, and that's why my Camry is Conrad, because I regard my Camry as a poor man's BMW. So by naming it Conrad, it's kind of German, and that's what I'm driving now.
Just be sensible, end the debate, buy a Subaru. You'll never be happier.
Yes, but you brought to mind my great aunt's 1970s. I don't remember what kind of a boat of a vehicle that we called the Lean, Mean Aunt Eva machine, and that thing was a beast to drive. Let's go to Hans.
Oldsmobile Buick.
Yeah. It was something big. They lived outside of Detroit, so it was probably an American-made car. Then John, go ahead.
What's wrong with you people? I need to sleep. Now start talking about cars again. So, anyway, I have to admit, I also had a Peugeot once. Actually, and I liked it. It was a 205 GTI, coolest car on the block at the time. But yeah, since then they went in the wrong direction. And yeah, naming cars. I don't name my cars. I just stick to what they call currently BMW, best car in the world, I think. Should be Volvo, but yeah, there you go. German cars.
BMW probably does make the best car in the world. I wish I drove one. My cousin does. I love it. But I have a poor man's BMW named Conrad because I wish it was a BMW. George, do you name your cars?
No, I only my weapons. Speaking of French cars, back in the Stone Ages when I had moved back to Canada when I was playing hockey, I had a French buddy of mine. He was my line mate. We used to go to practice together. He had a Renault 5, I think it was called Le Car or something like that. It was red.
Those things, they were so popular up here. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but guess what? Two guys that were, he was a little taller than me. I was close to 6 feet. He was a little bit over 6 feet. When the hockey sticks had to stick out the window, they wouldn't fit in the car. Anyway, you put them. So even in the winter, we'd have to crack the window open to keep the hockey sticks to fit. All the other equipment would fit like in a back seat. What they called a trunk of that damn thing, but The hockey sticks had to stick out the window. But anyway,
I name you an honorary Quebecois.
Hey, I was
Or
born there.
Montrealais.
I was born there, right? I was, if you know Montreal, I was born at St. Mary's Hospital.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, great.
All right, and I grew up in Park X. Yes, being Greek, where else were you going to grow up in, right? Really quick, I saw Thomas Tyner posted a thread talking about offensive operations and breaching the defensive lines. What do you know? What do you know there, Alan? Kind of coincidence because earlier today, if anybody was, we discussed that subject on our today's installment of Track Ruts, which was earlier in the day, and we discussed how Ukraine would have the equipment to breach those fixed fortifications and defensive lines, which really are a thing of the past. We discussed how we had the United States Army, the British Army, the French Army had pretty much proven that back in 1991, and that was a very extensive, trench line and anti-tank pits and minefields. It was pretty extensive. It was called the Saddam Line, obviously after Saddam Hussein. But we got through it in a little bit around 2 hours. It wasn't. It actually the 1 hour was the engineers just prepping for it. So if anybody's a follower of Thomas Tyner or not, please go look at that thread too. It kind of reiterates what we said. So for people that have been threading.
That's exactly right, George. And you made the point first. Thomas Tyner picked up on it, but I think the point you made about the Saddam line was that you don't have to destroy the entire trench line. You choose a point of weakness or a couple of points of weakness and break through. That's all you have to do. And Thomas,
exactly.
Yeah, and that's the point Thomas Tyner's making in this thread. He also posted a video of how NATO would take care of a straight trench line, and talk about booms. Everybody should watch it.
Yeah, it's how am I going to put this? The technology has evolved, obviously, leaps and bounds since World War I, and defensive lines and things like that really didn't work in World War II. Little bit on the Eastern Front, and that was because of the seasonal difficulties, right? You saw trench lines and things like that and minefields go up whenever the armies, the Russian, the Soviet or German armies had to pause because of the mud season or the harsh winters or stuff like that. But when you have, the climate and the terrain that's favorable for maneuver warfare, they're obsolete. And we proved that in Desert Storm, and the Ukrainians are going to prove it, as soon as the ground dries up in Ukraine. So for people that are, listening to Vatniks talk about how, the Ukrainians are going to be bled white on these Russian fortifications and defensive lines, they're stuck in the past, like their crappy army. So, if you're in doubt, just read Thomas Tyner's thread. I had posted a thread last week on the same subject, and that's why we discussed it today on Track Ruts. But please look into it, and you'll see. We have the technology, and we've given it to Ukraine because this is not something new science and stuff. These things have been out for a while. We've used them before, and the Ukrainians are going to use them come their offensive.
The Thomas Tyner will be here on March 19, by the way. There's a preview up in the nest, but you should put that in your calendar because there's no one as spectacular as Thomas Tyner. And the other point he was making today is a point that that Chuck was making, but Thomas Tyner was reiterating some comments made by one of President Zelensky's aides, and that is, why is Ukraine fighting in Bakhmut? Lots of people ask that question. There are differences of opinion. Obviously, we don't know as much as General Zaluzhny and General Syrskyi and President Zelensky know. But Tyner says two reasons. Number one, because in Bakhmut, Ukraine can wear down Russian forces. We saw that today. More than 500 casualties inflicted in Bakhmut, as well as taking out equipment. And secondly, as they fix these Russian forces, they buy themselves time. Ukrainians are buying themselves time. This is also a point Yehuda has made. What are they doing with that time? That they are training, they are arming up, equipping up, soldiering up all the armored divisions that are coming into Ukraine. They're practicing combined arm maneuvers, and they are planning and wargaming the counteroffensive that will be coming in a place at a time of their choosing. And Tyner said, that's all you need to know about why Ukraine continues to fight in Bakhmut. They're wearing down Russian forces. They're buying themselves time and using that time well. So, I'm with George. Listen to Thomas Tyner and listen to him March 19th when he comes back here to MriyaReport. So, Nancy. George, go ahead. Then we'll go to Nancy. George, continue.
Yeah, really quick. Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce that point because, like I said, I've been getting some DMs and I've been seeing some of the things that people have been posting. Questioning, how costly it will be for Ukraine, to bridge those defensive lines. But like I said, if anybody wants to know, just look at Desert Storm and look at the Saddam line and read about that, and you'll see pictures. It was a lot more extensive than what we see for the Russians and their little coke pyramids that are already falling apart after just one winter. And that's another thing we discussed, right? Earlier today on Track Ruts with David Brookfield, is that you can go to parts of Europe where there were defensive fortifications, Maginot Line, parts left of the Siegfried Line, just different parts of Europe, and you see what these anti-tank obstacles are called, dragon teeth, these pyramids. They were substantially bigger than the ones the Russians are using, and after 80 plus years, they're still there. They'd be costly to remove, and they're still there. Yet the Russian ones, after this one winter, they're already cracking and disintegrating. So it's absolutely comical that they even wasted their time and energy to put those things up.
Well, it is comical, and it's comical to see them crumble. But that's what the Russians decided to do. Nancy, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hey, Ellen, thanks. I just had to jump up when you guys were talking about cars and Renaults in particular, because that took me back to the Renault that my parents had. And that was when we learned the difference in English language use between England and the United States, because they had gotten a rebuilt part, something or other, that the shop manual, which was translated from French in the United Kingdom, called for using paraffin to soak in before you put the part into the vehicle. And paraffin has a very different meaning in the United Kingdom than it does in the United States. So they went out and bought a block of paraffin wax and attempted to melt it to use. And I think it was meant to be more of an
Oh,
oil
you've got to be
substance.
kidding me. They actually did that?
Yes.
That is amazing.
That's a lesson that has stuck with me for the rest of my life, is to make sure that you understand the source of the language before you go out and follow the instructions.
So Nancy, that's what I would have done. What the hell does paraffin mean if it doesn't mean paraffin wax?
It's some sort of oil, and I was actually hoping one of our United Kingdom people was still up to maybe describe it better than I could, because I was still pretty young when they did that. But it was always think twice before acting is when I learned that lesson from them.
Similar to Varsol.
Similar to what?
Varsol.
All right, we need English translation for that too, bloke.
Isn't that an aftershave?
It's a solvent, right? You know, that's all it is. So they were saying soak it in a solvent, you know, and okay, what were the instructions, Nancy? I can't believe this. They actually.
Oh, I don't remember. I was like 10, so.
Oh, that's really, really funny. Paraffin in the UK is a solvent. And so it would be similar to, you know, trying to clean your machine parts in something that'll break up oil and grease, right?
Yep, exactly. And they did not get what they bargained for. I think they ended up figuring that out before they installed it in the car and getting another one, but it basically trashed the part they were trying to work with.
That's hilarious because wax does quite the opposite.
Exactly. It pretty much gummed up the works very effectively.
Well, if they had only added wicks, I guess they could have lit running lights or something.
There you go.
You know, it's absolutely amazing, Prince, that we have carried on this conversation primarily tonight about Peugeots and Renaults and Saabs and Subarus and BMWs. Also talking about Ukraine in between, but we have maintained an audience and engagement, and I'm just kind of, I don't know, amazed.
And I've been sitting here with my mic on and didn't realize it. I apologize. The thing that I always think about when we go off on these little things like our cars and you know, just having fun and laughing and asking Dr. Nick if we can talk to Edgar. What what comes to my mind is the times that we've heard that we have Ukrainian soldiers who sometimes sit in their trenches, or when they're having a little bit of rest in their day, and listen to us. And they enjoy, I think, listening to us for the serious things that we talk about. But I think they also enjoy these little detours at times. I would imagine that if I was a soldier on the front line, I would enjoy listening to us laughing and talking about cars and putting car parts in whatever Nancy did, because that just whatever.
Hey, that was my parents. Yeah, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah. I apologize. I was doing some background work and didn't listen too clearly. I just paraffin wax and a car part and Nancy, and that was what I got out of it. And either way, I even know that's wrong. um, but I think about the soldiers on the front line who sometimes listen in to us, and I think that, you know, sometimes we get off track and talk about some random things, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay sometimes to do that, because it gives them a variety of things to listen to. And even for us who listen to Maria Report for as much as we can every single day, and we hear some extremely intense things, and people who co-host and follow this conflict very, very carefully sometimes see awful things every day, and we spend our time trying to evaluate some of that and talk about those kinds of things um, to each other, and evaluate these things, and we come up here and try to describe them without being too visual and without being too graphic. And I think it's also good for us to have those laughs at times. um, so I never feel too bad to go off on a little bit of a tangent every now and then, and have just a good laugh with each other, because after all, what we have formed here is a community, and we have become friends, and we can talk about the serious things all day long, and we do, but sometimes we have to laugh together also, and there's not anything wrong with that, because our focus is still really, even in the back of our minds, on Ukraine, and in our hearts it is on Ukraine. And we will get right back to talking about Ukraine, but sometimes we just need a little detour to decompress for a second, and then we will go back and start talking about Ukraine. And that's just the way it is. And I hope that there's some soldier on the front line in Ukraine who laughed with us tonight.
Well, I'm sure they did. But I know someone who was not laughing tonight, and that is Edgar Allan Pig, because, we talked about bacon, we talked about lots of parts of the pig, some of which I would not touch personally. But I'm sure Edgar has second thoughts about Maria Report right
Yeah,
now.
he just grunted, Alan, and I'm not even kidding. He did. He grunted. He didn't like it.
Well, I cannot tell Edgar I'm a vegetarian because I'm not, but you can tell Edgar he's safe because Edgar Allan Pig is one of my favorite writers.
Okay, I will make sure he knows, and at least that he's safe, because hopefully you would make an exception at least for him. So he probably is not tasty, because I hear that at this size, once they get past a certain age, they aren't really tasty anymore. So, at least that's what I've been told. So,
Well,
he's past the tasty age. So,
be sure you tell him we're not having a taste test
yeah.
of any kind with him. And have you brought him to Baltimore?
No, I have not. I have not brought him to Baltimore. But if we ever move, he's coming with us wherever we go. So we will never. He will never end up on a homeless pig page. So even if we move to Iceland or wherever it is that we would go, he's coming with us. We'd stick him on a boat and make him come with us. So he's coming. He's our baby. Even if he's big and giant, he's still our baby. He is. He's grunting at me.
He's a cutie, and I know he's soft.
He
Pigs.
is.
Yeah, pigs are cute, and they're also very clean. They've been
Yes,
they've been given a bad rap.
that's for sure. He is especially clean. He doesn't even like to get in the mud, and he doesn't like to be dirty. He's very prissy. He's very bougie. He's a bougie pig, I guess is what I would say. He does not like to be dirty. He likes to be clean, and he's a sweet little guy. He's a sweet dude. So And
just
he likes to get up on the couch with me and all that kind of stuff. And he likes little scritches, and so he's a funny little guy.
just be sure he understands when I said wrap, I didn't mean like a wrap you can eat. I meant a wrap.
Yeah. There'll be no raps with him. No, just yes. We know he's giving me the side eye, but it's all good. It's all good, Edgar.
Prince, we're coming up on the top of the hour. And I believe it's tomorrow here in the United States. We spring ahead, possibly for the very last time. I don't really know, but this is regarding a time change. Is it tomorrow we change our clocks? It is, I think, right? March? No, it's not. When do we?
No, it's tonight. It's tonight.
Tonight,
Boo.
2 a.m., 2 a.m. in your time zone. Yeah, you will spring ahead an hour.
Boo. I don't want to lose an hour of sleep. I hate that. It's so lame.
And you know what? That's my biggest thing too. It takes me forever to adjust to that 1 hour time change. And I bet you Edgar Allan Pig hates it too, because I know my birds hate it. And when I've
Yep.
had dogs, they hate it because they're like, hey, it's dinner time. Or hey, why are you feeding me early? Or, yeah, it's you get all discombobulated. I would be glad for it to end, would you?
Yes. I don't like any of this nonsense. It's stupid.
Well, the problem tonight, I say tonight, I mean, I know it's 2 a.m. tomorrow or what have you, whenever the hell my computer changes its clock. This is a lost hour we will never get back unless we begin to lobby the U.S. Congress. And can I lose this hour? I really don't think I can. Also, I would prefer to have standard time be the time, because then my sundial will always be on time. But now my sundial is going to be off apparently forever. So I just don't get this whole time thing. I really don't.
I'm with you, Alan.
Yeah, and it's going to be a whole lot more complicated for co-host scheduling over the next few weeks because the U.S. changes, and then another country changes, and then another country changes, and then yeah, it's like I can't remember how long it goes on for, but and then this country does change, but this country doesn't change. So yeah, I'm hoping that my computer applications update the time zones appropriately for every area in the country, in the world, where I tend to be keeping track of these days. But I know one thing for sure. UTC will be correct. And if you can figure out how many hours you are away from UTC, then you will be able to figure it out. But this week you may be 4 hours ahead of you or behind UTC, and then the next week you'll be 3. It's Nick wrote a whole article about it, and it is it gave me a headache. It was not the thing to read first thing in the morning with your first sip of coffee. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, Nick is like an atomic clock. He is going to irradiate you with his knowledge of time. But with our knowledge of time, I can tell you it is 2200 here in the United States, and that makes it 0500 in Kiev. It's really only the time in Kiev that's important to us when you come right down to it. What's happening in Kiev time, 0500. What's happening in Ukraine? That's what we try to tell you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we do our best to bring you verified news. And the other thing we ask you to do always is go to MriyaAid.org. That's MriyaAid.org. You can make a contribution there to send life-saving supplies to Ukraine. And before the time changes, I hope you do it, because if you do it, you can change time on behalf of the Ukrainians. You know, I am going to go to my grave, probably with MriyaAid.org as the very final thing I'm thinking of. And I'll be saying to myself, that's MriyaAid.org, MriyaAid.org. Go there tonight. Nifo Dave, welcome.
Hey, I was just going to suggest to any Americans that don't like daylight savings time, you can move to Arizona because they have figured out that they don't need it.
Oh, no, we don't need it. Whoever convinced us we did.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
The government.
Nancy, what would you say?
But I will say that Hawaii also does not observe daylight savings time. So if I have to choose, I'd probably relocate there to avoid it.
I think that makes sense. Good morning, Will. How are things in the land down under?
Fantastic, Prince. And you're all wrong. I'm sorry to inform you. You're all completely 100% wrong. The answer is Western Australia, otherwise known as the workers' paradise. We've never used that time change rubbish. And yeah, it's fantastic. I'll tell you a story about why sometime. Because I used to live in Sydney, and we had daylight savings time over there. And I came over to West Australia, and you immediately think that you've got to change. But what you need to do is adapt to the place where you're at, rather than try to continually adapt the environment to yourself first, and then you won't get all these time changes back and forth that disrupt some people. I have zero problem with it, but I totally empathize with people like you, Prince, and your birds if you get in a routine. But yeah, you could also move to Australia. That's the answer.
My cockatoo would appreciate living in Australia. After all, that is where her lineage and her ancestry comes from.
She'd fit right in my neighborhood.
Yes, she would. You could just let her free and she would have lots of friends. That would make her happy.
Cool. Well, I'm technically here to usurp power from Alan, so I'm going to drop back down to listener. And the powers that be, if you could lift me up into Alan's place, because I think Alan deserves a well-deserved rest after another fine stint of hosting this morning. What do you say?
You know, I really agree with you, Will, because I'm losing an hour of sleep tonight. And I love seeing you come up from the workers' paradise, although I have no idea what the hell that means. If you're working, how can it be a paradise? In any event, I just want to thank everyone for listening to MriyaReport, putting up with me, and joining in the conversation. And as Prince said, joining in the spirit of MriyaReport. Yes, we are here for Ukraine. That doesn't mean we always only talk about Ukraine. Sometimes we go off on a tangent, as Prince said. But we bring you the good news from Ukraine. We bring you the real news from Ukraine. We bring you the bad news from Ukraine, because there is bad news from time to time. That's what happens in the course of a war. You can go up on the nest and see moving news, good news, bad news, real news. That's why we're here. And with that, I just want to say, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava.
Go get some rest there. And it's not necessarily the workers' paradise. It is also known as the penal colony, especially when finance hosts. Finance likes to call it the penal colony. And if you don't know why, Tune in on Monday so you can ask finance, why is it a penal colony? He just seems obsessed with asking that question. So, while we're waiting for Will to come up, I think that I'm going to throw out a question here and see what kind of responses we get. How do you feel about the announcement today from Prigozhin that he is going to run for the president of Ukraine in 2024?
I saw that, and I'm sorry, but it's hard for me not to laugh hysterically. This is just like, it's next level insanity from these guys. I mean, they leveled up on nuts. But you better explain the context for the audience so they can understand how absolutely batshit nutty this is.
I don't know if I have a whole lot of the context for the audience at this point. I saw it and I thought, oh, here comes Alex Caftelli. I don't know that I saw any context to that other than the fact, I mean, he is just insane. He's nutty. He's nuttier than an I don't know whatter. Alex, please enlighten us. I saw you right there for a moment. Go ahead, sir.
At this point, almost all Russian public figures, more or less, people who we see on TV, are nuts. They're all going nuts, some more, some less. But in this particular case, I think Prigozhin really wanted to say he wants to run for president of Russia. But the problem is the city is taken, and he can't say it publicly because he will fall off the window. But the ultra-fascists in Russia, this Prigozhin gets very popular with them because he has this conflict with military commanders. He's accusing them openly. And the ultra-fascists in Russia, they largely agree, and this is very true. Like he said that they are idiots, the Shoigu and Gerasimov, idiots and thieves, the kleptocrats. And this opinion is very popular among ultra-fascists. But those, as for Putin, they think he's not tough enough. He's just a coward sitting on a golden toilet. And Prigozhin, with his blah blah, seems appealing for those. But I think Prigozhin's days are numbered. Either he was told to play a role of clown because, like I said, there are many clowns these days among public figures in Russia. He's gonna be one of them, clown with a hammer in hand. Even though, looking at his past, he's he's criminal. His place is in prison, but so is Putin. Now, he is playing this role of how you call it, populist among ultra-fascists. But I think his days are numbered. I think Shoigu and Gerasimov will kill him before he has a chance to get to them. And at the same time, like everybody understands that this is completely nuts. Even though he's like his declarations again, he's playing this clown. This is quite popular role. Medvedev is another clown. There are lots of clowns in Russia these days. I don't know. Either Putin asks them to behave that way. Not sure, but you have many of them, and Prigozhin these days is one of them. So, but at the same time, looking at sentiments in Russia, he probably meant to say, but again, he cannot say, "I want to run for president of Russia." So he chose. Also on March 8th, which is like International Women's Day, he said that he will send Ukrainian women chocolate or champagne or some. Again, he's playing role of clown. His Wagner group will probably be decimated because they're still, and he himself lost all connections with the basically. And these are his words. He's not accepted anywhere. Nobody answers to the phone. He cannot enter the important buildings he used to enter. So I'm not sure what's left of him. That's why I believe his days are numbered. So there is this ongoing conflict, and I think it won't age well for Prigozhin, nor for Shoigu and Gerasimov, but their day will come probably later. But we'll see. So yeah, he has some supporters, like I said, among those fascists. But those very groups, Putin may, if he's still willing to hold to power while losing war, he will have to crack on those groups. I don't know, destroy them, eliminate them, because essentially they are accusing his generals to be idiots, which is very true, like I said, and kleptocrats, which is also very true, and Putin himself weak, covered, sitting on a golden toilet. Again, all of these things are true, except the only thing is, people who are almost openly now saying this are not any better themselves. But as long as they fight or start fighting rather between each other, I think we're good. Yeah, that's my opinion. Again, maybe I'm off. Maybe he's just, he got an order to play a clown. If he and that way he can probably extend his days for another week or so. But if his troops are not getting any military supplies, they are done. And so himself, if he lost ability to call to these generals, etc., his days are numbered, because this is very bad sign. Next thing, he will get into a probably something may happen to him like Stremosov. He may get into a car accident, then they will make him a hero, but yeah, he will be gone. That's another possibility. So just a couple of ideas around this. Thanks.
Thanks. I always appreciate hearing from you. So, if anybody would like to come up and ask a question, or if you are up on the speakers panel and would like to ask a question, go ahead and raise your hand. We are Maria. What's that? Can you raise your hand, Freedom? Did you want to talk? Right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yes, now I can hear you. I know I saw your hand up there for a minute. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, a wild story I heard recently was, and it's probably too wild to even comprehend, but what if Prigozhin manages to overthrow Putin, however way he can do, and it depends on the elites in society of the Russian Federation. Who knows how that can happen? But it may happen. And then he appeals to the West to say that if you give me recognition of president of the Russian Federation, and I do this, this, and this to satisfy your demands, will that work?
Yeah, I don't think so. Number one, I don't think that Prigozhin would be in a position to take over and boot Pooty Poot out. And I think that the West would look at him and laugh and walk away. And the people around Putin wouldn't allow it either. Prigozhin at this point has been ostracized and cut off from so much in the leadership of Russia that nobody would. There's no way he can't get people on the phone. He can't get ammunition. He can't get access to buildings. He can't do anything. And so the possibility of that happening, I think, is beyond zero. Thank you, though. Good evening, Finance. How are you?
I am doing okay. Been a little hectic because I've been trying to get my hands around the current U.S. economic mess. What's the latest in the fighting in Ukraine? I'm a little behind, about 24 hours behind specifically.
Media blackout, pretty much. For the most part, there has been a big, huge, fat blackout, and we don't know for sure a whole lot of things. So, and as you know, following the grand details of the military movements is not my strong point. But from what the highlights are, there has not been another big missile strike. Russia has continued, of course, to shell the different areas and different regions. We have gotten very little news out of Bakhmut, but from what I have heard, Bakhmut has not fallen. I have seen some reports of some explosions in Mariupol coming up on like 24 hours ago, but I didn't hear a whole lot more after that. So it's one of those times that we are waiting for information blackout to stop, and I think that we've had enough experience in the last year plus to know that when we have these kinds of information blackouts, when we do get news, it is typically good news, and I hope that pattern stays consistent. What do you think, Will? And welcome up.
Thank you, Prince. Yeah, so I'd agree. I have been out of information loop since Peter Duran last night because I had other things to take care of. So I was busy trying to catch up this morning, and I noticed exactly what you said, Prince. That basically there's a news blackout on almost everything. However, I will note that Chuck did publish an updated map at 15:30 UTC yesterday, and it shows a couple of interesting things. You know that it was like creeping death yesterday, right? There's the Russians creeping in on all areas, taking huge casualties, and no significant signs of back and forth. But if you look at Chuck's map in detail, it looks like there are some local counterattacks. So they do local counterattacks sometimes to stop the main attack. Like obviously the Russians, after 37 attempts one day and then 30 the following day, actually did get a small foothold in Dubova-Vasilivka, which is up north of Bakhmut, up the MO3. And remember, they'd taken Pereskovika a week ago, 10 days ago, and that's where Prigozhin gave his last little pep talk on top of the roof in Pereskovika about how they were going to presaging that they were going to close the pincers north and south, and that's when he was also then went into a whine about ammunition that he wasn't given for his glorious assault. They blunted the first attempt to encircle from the north. They blunted the second attempt to encircle from the north. But the third attempt did get a foothold in that little village, Dubova-Vasilivka. However, there are reportedly troops in contact, Ukrainian troops in contact at Pereskovika, which they took 9 days ago. So there's clearly some localized counterattacks, which either are on places that they left empty that you can reoccupy and be a problem for them, or they're attempting to flank them locally so that they can do damage to any troops that would be advancing to support those in Dubova-Vasilivka. But the creeping death continues in the east and eastern side of the city of Bakhmut itself and the north. But I'll note that also down in the south, where the other pincer was to be clothing, the thumb on that glove that Chuck talked about, there is also some contested land down there south of Ivaniski again. So clearly, Russia has not had it its own way there with these. So it's not like the Borg continually just eating up territory slowly. There are some back and forth cut and thrust going on there, but obviously there's a news blackout for something. It's either something in Bakhmut, or they're actually Bakhmut is the distraction, and there's something going on somewhere else, perhaps. But we also haven't heard any news of that, and I haven't seen enough updates from my normal people that I mine information from on any videos or current contact information that's been picked up. So if anybody in the audience has any more up-to-date information that they think is verified that you can discuss, and we can try to run down and see if it's true, happy to do that. But yeah, I agree with Prince overall that other than Chuck's map, there's been basically a media blackout. And just before I went to bed last night, there were some indication of 10 explosions in the area of Mariupol. And in the areas where the Russians have occupied, from multiple different sources. So clearly it happened, but no other details beyond that. And I unfortunately missed all the discussion this morning because I normally listen in to hear Alan. So I am totally not caught up, but I'm happy to try to run down any information as we sit here for the next few hours. If anybody has something to suggest or any general questions on what we know from the past few days in relation to, I don't know, some of the talk about jets, talk about JDAMs, talk about Iskander missiles, and talk about these Kinzhals in specific, because I couldn't ask a question last night when I came up and Colonel Jeff was on, because he raised a subject that I found fascinating, but nobody pursued it. And if we have any aviation experts on today, I'll try to pursue it with them. But that's all for me. And thanks, Prince, and g'day, Finance. And the table's turned this time, pal, because normally you're sitting in the co-host seat. So yeah, the convicts are in charge today, pal. So over to you, Prince, and you can take us where we're going next.
Actually, I think Prince is putting birds to bed, so I think you're up, Will.
All right then. I didn't recognize that. So, Finance. You know what I want to ask you about, right? I dearly want to ask you about this SVB bank thing, but I'm trying to figure out how to put it in context of Ukraine, so that I don't get busted for totally drifting us off subject. So
I mean, if you want to ask about SVB Bank, right? Every once in a while, when something explodes big enough in the U.S. or British or foreign economy, it's enough that it eats the mindset. It is not normal that finance moves itself from the business page to the front page of the normal news, and we're on one of those days. And it is actually a legitimate question to ask: how does it affect Ukraine? And I address that in my own post.
That is what I'll ask you. Just does this SVB bank collapse have anything to do with international finance or anything that could affect Ukraine from the U.S. perspective? But at first, try to just explain to us the mechanics of what happened and why you think that is. Please, thanks.
All right. You asked 3 easily separate questions there. The mechanics question is a multi-hour discussion. For those who want to read all the dorky mechanics, I started to get into them in the 8 pages I wrote since anyone last saw me on Friday. This is what I did all Friday. This is what I was doing. And since you're back out today. So the mechanics question I'm going to put off for a moment. International finance, we are hearing people freak out in Britain because they had a branch in Britain, and they're trying to figure out how much of the British tech community is tied to SVB Bank as well. Obviously, as the name implies, Silicon Valley Bank. A lot of their clients were tech startups in Silicon Valley. They had 200 billion in assets before they collapsed. 42. The proximate cause of collapse, like the thing that drove a sword through the belly, as it were, was they apparently had 42 billion of deposit withdrawals in one day. That'd be Thursday last week, and that took them through all their cash. So they had an old-fashioned Mary Poppins style run on the bank, and that's why the FDIC took them over Friday morning. As for whether there will be international consequences or not, insofar as any of these tech companies were overseas, that could be that could cause issues. As I said, the British tech community, some people are panicked. We'll see. They did have a partnership with a Chinese bank, but apparently that's the Chinese bank is independently capitalized, like it's a independent Chinese bank. It was not a branch. So from what we've heard, that bank is fine. Not that I usually think sunny things there, but that's the international side. As far as support for Ukraine goes, there are also crypto firms tied to this. Most notably, the stable coin USDC, I think it's called, broke the buck, as we say in finance. It moved from being worth $1 to being worth 95 or 96 cents. And that's because a bunch of its collateral was tied up at Silicon Valley Bank. So anyone who deals with crypto as their view towards international finance, at least that firm has trouble. Any other firms that have ties to having their money stuck in Silicon Valley Bank, they were very, very corporate for a bank. So the reason why so many people withdrew is that a significant portion of their clients were corporations, notably tech startups, with many kinds of corporations. So there's going to be the possibility of companies that don't meet payroll if their cash got stuck there or don't meet rent. So how the FDIC deals with it this weekend and next week is going to matter for how much comes out of that. That we expect to be mostly US based, but you never really know where the disasters like this hits until it sort of hits people. As far as support for Ukraine goes, let's ask the key question we started with, why we have the space. whenever the U.S. hits a recession, and if anyone, I've been saying we are in a recession for a year now. This put me in the somewhat alternate economist realm, not with my company's people like Professor Danny Blanchflower, who was a former rate setter for Bank of Scotland. It's actually somewhat more liberal economists and Keynesians are in this place. They're not all Keynesian, by the way. But it's that sort of crowd has been saying that a lot of the effects in the economy, if you take out a lot of the assumptions underneath the things, we have had negative growth for some of last year, and that the labor market is nowhere near as good as we're saying, because unemployment rate at record lows doesn't jive with like any of the numbers that come out that don't take in all of these assumptions that our unemployment rate requires. And we all estimate that it's 4 to 5% higher. Well, if we said for the last year, our unemployment rate was 7% or 8%, instead of 3.5%, and all the other things we have in our economy, that's more like a recession. So there's a number of us in that boat. I've been in that boat for a while. People said I was causing for panic. I said, no, I call it like I see it. Well, now that this failed, I think it's pretty safe to say we are now in a new phase. We are now clearly in a recession. We're here. If the Fed does not act quickly, some of the effects on that bank will affect other banks, and we are going to see economic consequences from SVB Bank, right? There are going to be startups and economic companies that were attached to them that are not going to do well, and we'll have, startups that were on the edge, we'll have the nail put on them. There are going to be companies that were perfectly healthy whose money gets tied up in this, and that this is going to cause them problems. So there will be some amount of damage. Again, how much depends a lot on what the Fed does and the FDIC does this week. I do not know. It is not expected as of yet that the Fed itself will lower rates. If that's the case, some of the things that cause problems for Silicon Valley Bank will cause problems for other banks in the US. Again, we'll get to find out. There's a great quote by Warren Buffett that says, when the tide goes out, you get to find out who's swimming naked. So we're going to get to find that out. But when we have a recession, it is natural for lots of people to call to cut foreign aid, right? Because recessions are times when the US is struggling, and people say, why are we sending money to help out foreign countries? We could help you out here. This becomes a more normal position. So I would expect those calls to get louder in the next week or month. That said, two things to remember. One, whether or not you agree with my economics at all, there is no, like, we can believe never again is just a saying, or we can believe that we should stop a genocide. And we can absolutely build the machines to give to Ukraine to win a war. And we should do that. And I would note that economically, arming Europe and ourselves for World War II is widely attributed with finally pulling us out of the end of the Great Depression. A few people argue, I more or less come down the side with, yes, the massive industrial expenditures for World War II made a huge push that sort of ended the Great Depression. So should we choose to increase domestic industrial production, rebuild the arsenal of democracy, as it was once called, increase ammunition supplies, etc., that would all be beneficial to the real economy at a time when me and everybody else who said we've been in a recession, and I note that you could say we're wrong, but so far pretty predictive, and so far explains the world better than the not recession crowd, all believe that we have a lack of aggregate demand, so that's not going to be as inflationary as it may appear. Will, back to you.
So yeah, I do agree with all that. I will posit to you from my read of this, a position, and then you can cut it apart as necessary. But I don't believe this is necessarily systematic beyond the payroll stuff and the short-term cash flow issues of its clients. And I think the FDIC, not the FDIC, but the banking regulator has the authority to step in and make sure that those folks, get transferred over to another provider with limited difficulty so that they don't cause systematic failure in the client chain. And from my read on this, this is a bank which got a whole massive bunch of deposits in the last several years, 4 years, many of which were well beyond the $250,000 insured limit by the FDIC. And those companies, crypto or Chinese or whoever it was that doing that, took their risk. And I don't believe that the Fed should save this bank specifically, because it looks like it made very poor decisions with all of these massive deposits coming in, that it didn't put it in, it couldn't find a place to put all that money that was more productive. So it took long-term bonds, which of course are inflationary affected at the very time when the Fed has been signaling that it's going to ramp up rates the entire time. This looks like bad management to me, and I wouldn't save this company or its investors or its uninsured depositors.
Well, first off, there's no discussion about saving a company. They are in receivership. They're done. So it's not whether they save them or not. It's how do we deal with what's left. They are fully in receivership now. There is no saving SVB. That's not even a discussion. That's
but I don't see a systematic problem that took this bank down. I see individual factors of this bank.
Sure. I actually go through that in my Substack above. There's three major systemic risks we worry about, right? The contagion risk that comes from the bank itself's operations, the contagion risk that comes from whatever brought the bank down brings back all the other banks like it. That's what happened to the S&L crisis, right? Every bank had the same problem at the same time. That's what happened in the 80s, right? Rates caused all the different banks to have all the same problem. And three is
same thing with the credit default swap problem.
Right. Then three is derivative risk, right? Which is in 2008, once one bank burned, they all burned because they tied themselves together like it was Red Cliff, for your nice military analogy, right? They tied themselves together like the boats in the Red Cliff. So once one started burning, everyone burned down at once. Good news. We have yet to hear any news at all that suggests that SVB had big derivative risk. So as far as I know, that's out. Obviously, we could find that out later. That's always known as off-balance sheet activity. This is the kind of words that scare people in finance when a bank collapses. But we have not heard of them being big into derivatives. They failed in a way that suggested that they were not into hedging. So it would be unexpected at this point, but not impossible, for some other bank to randomly have a $300 million claim or $1 billion claim that they're now out, right? If there were billions and billions of dollars of claims that other banks couldn't get, that's the 2008 problem. That appears to not be a problem here at all, so we can push that one aside. But the part of their business model, which is all banks have to own a bunch of safe assets, right? You have to have liquidity, and all banks choose to basically keep that liquidity for your tier one assets in European terms, but your top tier assets, right? There's a percentage you have to hold, and it's like at least 25%, I think, because you have to be able to meet a bad redemption day, which they just did, and they just failed it. In tier one assets, and those always have to be safe mortgage bonds or government bonds. So all banks have some amount of their portfolio, a significant amount, in medium, in anywhere between short to medium term, high quality mortgages and govy bonds. Given that there's no yield on the short end of the curve outside of the Fed itself, a lot of banks chose to keep, medium, even if it's just 5 years. It doesn't need to even be a 10-year bond. Everything lost money. So every single bank we would expect to have a loss in their books. Currently, according to the Fed itself, at the end of, I want to say 2022, unrealized losses on securities, which is to say mortgage bonds and treasury bonds, at banks across America is $620 billion. That's not low. There is some systemic risk there. I can't just brush that off.
Right. So we'll take other questions now, but first I want to ask you about another point that you raised, which was the unemployment rate and the measure of whether or not you're in recession or not. So obviously, if you have the second quarter of contracting GDP, that's a technical recession. And if that's what the numbers show, clearly we are in one. But you're talking about a creeping behind the scenes recession. And is it not also true with earnings season that came through the last period of time that there have been record corporate profits? So much of the inflation that has been caused is in fact due to corporate profits. And what you suggested to do with a government creating a fiscal stimulus by rebuilding the stocks of armaments would be exactly the tonic required to get out of a recession, regardless of how deep, because those jobs are better paying jobs than normal. And that would provide a very good means of fiscal stimulus, and then find a way to make the corporations pay their fair share. Isn't that the answer?
Okay, so corporate tax policy is a bit of far field from just straight discussing the economics of a recession. That said, corporate share of wealth going to companies, which could also be equated to share of wealth going to 0.1% of a country or of international wealth, either way, is at an all-time high, give or take, in the US. The pandemic, pre-pandemic, that was true. The COVID threw everything off for a while, but it's sort of coming back. So it's very, very high historically, like near record high. So yes, there's a lot of leeway to bring the level of taxation on corporations and wealth back to levels where it was even in the Reagan years, let alone before the Reagan years. So there's a lot of leeway there to help, pay for anything so the government isn't running huge deficits, if that's your concern. As far as things they should do, when you start talking about, recessionary economics, what you're spending on matters. And because this recession has this strong amount of supply side inflation, it's a lot more like the recessions of the 70s, where we had the oil price inflation. And we had, at the time in the 70s, we had wage price spirals. We have none of that now. That's a big difference. There is no wage price spirals. Wages have not kept up with inflation in the US, broadly speaking. Wages have lagged inflation in the US. So that's not pushing this is right. So that's not pushing inflation forward. Right, exactly. So things that actually invest in the economy more directly to help keep industrial production up can be very beneficial at a time like this to help increase aggregate demand and increase, as you point out, those good jobs, right? Highly paid, highly skilled industrial jobs. Those are all good things. Those are all absolutely true. That would help.
Great.
Right? So like the argument against, hey, we should help ourselves before we help Ukraine, when the one thing Ukraine wants turns out to be something that if we just built factories and did it here, aka called up all our industrial military producers and said, hey, build some stuff, right? Let's build some Abrams tanks. Let's build some munitions, right? Fire up the assembly lines. That's actually exactly the kind of thing you want to be doing to help fight a recession. So what would help the US, even if you have one of these pricks who doesn't care about genocide, which to me is the word that should mean that we shouldn't have the rest of this discussion for whether we should do this or not. But if you didn't care about that, domestic industrial production is what you want to be doing. And government stimulated domestic industrial production in a recession turns out to be a great idea because of this fancy word called the fiscal multiplier, which in every recession goes above 1. So when the government invests, the private sector invests too.
Your point, 100% correct. I don't know why we continually have to have this discussion when we're talking about a nation state, sovereign nation state invading another sovereign nation state and committing genocide. That's it. You had me there. But the key is, if the United States is going into a recession, we have to be ready to end Australia everywhere around the world. You have to be ready to talk in an argument that people will understand and support. So the point you made about fiscal stimulus is good. What's good for Ukraine is good for America. And the other point is cost effectiveness, right? Everybody's tightening their belt. The major strategic risk to the United States before this war began was Russia. And this is eliminating most of the teeth of the major strategic risk to the United States for 5% of next year's annual defense budget. That's the other thing that I would hit on people who have to talk about money, but or say, well, you know, but the what about them? What about the recession? What about the mom and pop that are doing it tough? We've got to be able to prepare to answer those questions because I know they're coming. That's why I asked. But I agree with your initial point. We seem to have lost our hand. Bugger. So if no one else has a question for finance, I'm going to continue with him, roasting him for a couple seconds, if that's all right. No hands. Good. Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. So, does the banking regulator, to make sure this doesn't have any knock-on risks that could affect supply chains, which might become systematically problematic for these companies, because this, I'll say it again, I think this bank did a poor job of risk management for itself. I think it focused too much on one sector. I think it took far too many deposits and should have stopped taking deposits, wound back the sugar on itself, so it didn't have to put it into investments that were so interest rate sensitive, when it should have been putting it into medium term higher growth type of things and doing what banks are supposed to do through leverage and successful leverage of money.
So it has the bank itself is the leverage, and there really aren't many things at the scale they're at that are inflation protected. Like even inflation protected, many inflation protected strategies are breaking down, and banks have serious regulation, like they have to be invested into loans. So Silicon Valley, from a certain theoretical perspective, was in some ways quite vanilla. Where they were different was the size of their clients and just how corporate they were, which also made them more at risk for a bank run, which we now see in hindsight. But that was also their business model, what let them be profitable and grow. But they didn't have, so while I agree, they absolutely should have tried to do something so they weren't losing a ton of money on their safe portfolio, they would have had to run their bank in a far less vanilla fashion. And you would need them to do that successfully. You would need to have a bank that has a very successful, at least small, long-term trading group. And not a lot of banks have that, right? I mean, we're talking, and a lot of banks that even have that have not historically done well about that. That's sort of what got you blowing up in 08. So it is not crazy to run a bank vanilla. They failed in a certain sense in a very standard, boring fashion. The results are not going to be boring or standard at all. But the way that they failed was they did normal vanilla banking for high net worth corporate clients by being in the market for lots of startups. Somebody should bank the product to that. Like their niche wasn't specifically as problematic as it turned out to be. I agree with you, they could have managed it better, but doing that is far more difficult than it sounds. And I can only knock them, like, I agree, like now that they've failed, it's like super easy to say, hey, why'd you do that? But the fact that like they needed to have done a lot, say 6 months ago, and they may already have been hosed and they were just dead man walking and people didn't realize it yet, is not to be underestimated. There are just a significant number of banks that have no solution to rates rising a bunch, right? Mortgage rates double to triple. There's a ton of banks that just don't have a business model that works for a while. And some of them are going to go out of business. That's this bankrupt.
Yeah. But I'd argue that you're essentially overbanked then if they can't find the risk balance in the market of investments that they're supposed to find. And so they put their stuff in as a safe haven into more than they need to hold of fixed long-term deposits that are sensitive to interest rates. Then, as I say, they should have slowed down their taking of deposits, because that really, the record amounts of money that they've taken in is the real problem. It doesn't seem like it should be a problem, right, to real people. Oh, I got people are giving me too much money. But they actually diminished the intake of money on one side with the balance of risking and hedging on the other side. Well, which is why I say I don't think it's a systematic thing. I'm very much, they're very well, maybe.
Oh no,
a lot of
you
banks.
want to so here's the problem for why it's systematic, but why you could also damn them, right? Like I will accept that they may be a little bit worse managed than other banks. But there can't be way worse managers that would have been out of business before now because they're kind of vanilla. And there's only so bad you can be if you're kind of vanilla and you're good at marketing, which they are in both cases. And the reason I'm a little worried is that it wasn't just their new money and their new loans that went bad. All of their loans were going bad. There was literally nothing about their business model circa last autumn that was working. Their loans to companies were not doing well. There's a lot of thought that underneath their loan book, especially in the startup community, which they've tied themselves to, there were that a lot of companies had blown through their covenants because the fundraising environment was bad. And that puts them in the bad choice of if they enforce the covenant, they're for sure losing all the money. But if they don't, the company might make it. Well, that's true. That's going to be true for a lot of banks in a questionable economy. So that was already going on last autumn, that they were having covenant and asset quality issues. And we do have evidence that a number of banks are having asset quality issues at the current time. That appears to be a broader problem, pointing back to the $620 billion in mark-to-market losses at U.S. banks, broadly speaking. That's not just Silicon Valley Bank. So
right,
and whether they expanded or not, their whole business model turned against them, right? So, and that's going to be companies that aren't just startups are having that problem, but startups are the eye of the storm. So, like, I think that they were just sort of in the worst part of the market in every way it could go wrong. But that doesn't change the fact that everything sort of went wrong at once for them. And for a better managed smaller, medium-sized bank in different, a community bank, a regional bank in different industries, not tied to something that's like the worst part, they're still going to have problems across the balance sheet. So, for instance, if the Fed chooses to keep raising rates, because Jerome Powell says, well, inflation hasn't come down even with this, then you could see other sorts of banks having problems because we've been raising rates into a recession until something broke. Well, Silicon Valley Bank just broke. We're about to go find out who else is going to break. If that occurs, other people will for sure break.
Yeah.
How the Federal Reserve and how the FDIC play this matter, and we don't know how they're doing it yet.
Right. And okay, so and this issue in relation to startups have been having trouble raising money, so they're breaking their covenants. If that is problematic throughout Silicon Valley, it very well may be the early indicator you talked about of the recession coming on, because clearly startup money is one of the first things to go when you're talking about a recession, I think, from my seeing multiple business cycles. And so, and have you actually seen the data yet that there have been 2 consecutive quarters of falling GDP in America, or is this what you say is going to happen?
2 things. One, depending on how you cut the data, we had that the first 2 quarters of last year, then Q3 was positive. 2, when you look at most recessions backdated, when the NBER finally, so if that's your definition, which by the way doesn't tend to be our definition, interestingly enough, that's like the textbook definition, but it's not the actual definition. There's a debate here in the economics world, is that the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, after the fact will go and date the start of the recession to a certain point. So, for instance, the Great Financial Crisis, they eventually backdated to, I want to say, summer of 2007. It may have even been a quarter earlier than that, right? So the Great Recession, they don't say started in 2008 when Bear failed. They pushed the start of that all the way back into 2007 and not the end of 2007. So we're going to see this backdated push. We did see the negative growth in early 2022, right? Depending on how you cut your numbers, depends on that. I actually quote a paper by former head of still professor, but former head of the economics department at Dartmouth College and former rate setter for Bank of Scotland, Danny Blanchflower, that was saying we are in a recession last year, among other things, as well as pointing out all the issues I pointed out in the labor market. I quote that in my thing. Absolutely, for anyone who wants, that's a great paper to read. It's 25 or 30 pages long on when it hit my screen. So I'm saying it. There are other people who said it. It does depend how you cut your numbers. assuming that unless something drastically changes, we are currently in a period that will be defined as a recession. Exactly where the NBE, where the National Bureau of Economic Research pinpoints it, I don't know. Interestingly, the 01, the start of the tech bubble recession, where we backdate that to was a down quarter, an up quarter, and a down quarter. So it turns out it turns out to be a bit more like I'll know it when I see it and in the rear view mirror. But we have seen the negative economic growth. Again, there's currently some debates on cutting the numbers. Part of that's to do with, the inflation, how that's calculated, how unemployment's calculated. There is significant statistical questions right now, sadly speaking.
Okay, so I have another statistical question for you that you raised in your writing, and that is, I actually 100% agree with you that the unemployment rate is wonky, and we really ought to be looking at the labor participation rate or a derivative off of that, because it's more realistic in the current world. And do you believe that, given what we see in the labor participation rate, if you take that on board, and we know that essentially this inflation that we see is largely caused by rising prices that weren't fully justified, causing huge amount of additional corporate profits, then wouldn't the Reserve Bank be very wise to hold off on some of the interest rate rises it plans to not hurt the real economy when this inflation might already be under control? Or do you believe
So
that's
supply side inflation is not covered well by demand destruction. Raising rates does not fix inflation coming from the supply side in any quick form unless you crash the entire economy. So yes, we should not have raised rates as aggressively as we did. I have been saying this for at least 6 months. The
But
discussion
he's going to keep going. Like 2 days ago, he said they're going to actually increase the rate of
correct,
increases. I
and
think.
I'm telling you that my discussions 6 to 8 months ago were what's going to break first. He's already raised it too far. We're over a percentage point ahead of that. The second largest banking failure of all time just happened, and just before that, Jerome Powell said he was going to raise rates. Now we get to find
He
out.
was going to accelerate. He, in fact, said he was going to accelerate the rate of increases.
Right. Now we get to find out if his head is firmly placed up his rear or if he can do his job.
Well, and also, given what we look, I understand that economics is a bit of an unexact science, and there's difficulty at forward-looking indicators and things like that. That it's a bit mystical, but the truth is, with what we've learned over the past 100 years in relation to looking at economics, that some of the tools that we use are purposely, if you will, overly cruel in their simplicity on folks that are working for a living. And Jerome Powell using the only tool in his box being this hammer to drive interest rates until such time as demand falls off, when we know that real demand of human beings buying stuff is probably already fallen off. What he's saying is, I'm going to keep hitting this hammer head on this nail until unemployment goes up and real people are out of work for 3 to 6 months before I do anything about it. That's a shocking state of affairs, given that we know a little bit more in subtle detail how things work than we did back when these tools were designed and implemented.
To be fair, we knew a lot about that back when these tools were designed and implemented. I would say that dealing with this, you often see me debating with a gentleman named Richard Field. Usually we agree. Can't say I agree with all his positions, and he doesn't talk about Ukraine and Russia much. He definitely retweets some people I hate, who I know to be Russian disinformation sources. But he was working at the Fed in the 80s when Volcker was there. And he's an MBA economist, and he spits fire truly at the idea of raising rates, fixing supply side inflation. He's like, we knew it then. And all of the economic jargon that comes out that discusses significant lag times between raising rates and when it solves inflation, is just a way of escaping the fact that it doesn't do what it says it does, right? Like what it's supposed to do on the box isn't being fixed, right? When you have problems of a lack of supply of needed goods, or your supply chains are broken, you need to look at fiscal policy. You need to look at industrial policy, housing policy, right? When the problem is housing prices are going up too much, sure, raising rates can help, but it also helps if you stop NIMBY laws in every dense city in California, New York, DC, right? So that people can just build a lot more housing. That also helps stop housing prices going up, right? When you have energy prices raising up, it helps a lot more to start drilling oil wells and building power plants. Renewable power plants, fine. Any kind of power plants, right? Like if your problem is energy prices, you need to get energy, right? If your problem is that, hey, you used to buy all your energy from Russia because you're in Estonia or Poland, this is what's happening there. And now Russia's offline because you hate them for genociding you when you're not going to support them genociding Ukraine, and they're going to try to make you freeze as a power move. So you give them the middle finger, which is what basically happened, right? Then your energy is going to cost a little more or a lot more until you find a new supplier. But when you find a new supplier and you build a new power supply, nuclear, solar, wind farm, whatever, that doesn't come from Russia, the problem goes away and gets fixed. None of that takes a rate, and rising rates till demand is destroyed doesn't fix it, right? So whether it's so in most of these supply side issues and most of these supply issues, right? In the case of housing, there's like a raw housing supply issue in a lot of key markets. The fix is like the rate is a very, very blunt tool, as you point out, that doesn't fix the problem. But to be fair, we've known that for years. American governance used to be better at dealing with it, and we've become worse at dealing with it, sadly. Back to you, Will.
Sorry, Louisville, we made you wait a heck of a long time. You had your hand up. Would you like to offer something, Louisville, before we go over to Alex, or did we cover the point you wanted to talk about?
Well, what he said is always on point, but I was just gonna get off topic real quick, but it's not irrelevant.
You
What
go
I
ahead and
wanted
tell
to
us what
say
your topic
was,
is. Go ahead and tell us what your topic is, and then we'll go to Alex if he's got a finance question, and then we'll close that out and come back and do your topic. How about that? What is it?
thank you. As far as like all out Armageddon nuclear war, I think we was worse as far as tensions in the 60s when they had the Cuban Missile Crisis. But like what's going on in Ukraine already happened, like with the Holodomor, which is like terrible. Like it shouldn't. We saying shouldn't happen, and it happened. Like because Russia just can't control themselves, even though we had a nuclear deal after 1991. But I do feel like getting back to the 1960s, like how they try to use their propaganda, like how they do it now, saying, "Oh, the United States is going to balkanize between races and all of that." I don't think the United States is divided amongst race. I think we divided by ideas, like someone mentioned, and I agree. But I do feel like he's gonna bite Russia back because how they wanted to divide us in the 60s, they're gonna be divided and be balkanized into Chechnya and all those other ethnic states that they like went to war against just because, and now like I said, it's gonna bite them, like Chechnya and on transatlantic like Transcaucasia, like
Louisville?
all that is gonna like they're gonna make their own states
Louisville?
in the future. Yes.
Yeah, Louisville. You're asking like I think finance. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's asking like 20 questions in one here. So I'm gonna ask you to wait while we go to Alex's question,
All
and
right.
then I will. Yeah, I'll ask finance to help you clarify that a little bit if that's okay.
Sorry,
Does
and
that
sorry,
work?
I muted everybody. Yeah, Louisville. While we talk to Alex for a second, get his question. start and pose the first question you've got simply, and then we'll do them in order as when we come back to you. Okay. And Alex, are you ready to speak, please?
It sounds good. I just waited a while. That's why I have so many questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is related to finance. So, how coming elections are going to impact this? Will things get worse before they get better? And any idea what are the sentiments? What they going to do with regards to raising rates? Because there has been some discussions that these raising rates are going to will almost artificially engineer recession. But what are your thoughts, like impact of coming elections? And
Sure, we're gonna stop there. And if you have another question, you can follow up, just so I can answer this one. In general, we talk about economics and elections. Usually, elections follow the economics. So when we have a recession, incumbents, especially the president's party, have a problem. That is a general truth. That is generally polling to be true in most American politics. There are a lot of things in our politics that may work against that. Normally, the opposite's also true. When the economy is good, we see, you expect presidents to get reelected, right? Currently, depending on your views of our differing candidates, there are reasons why perhaps that won't hold as true as usual, but it's very much a rising tide lifts the boat and a sinking, and if the tide's going out, as Warren Buffett's quote says, you find out who's naked. In the political realm, this would be a concern for all incumbents, even of the opposing party and the presidential party. Again, this is a little far out and a little speculative, but that's the usual causality for where these things affect elections. The people in charge of the rates themselves, while appointed by the government, the Federal Reserve Board, are nominally independent in the hopes that they will make the decisions outside of the election cycle for this exact reason. So if you have somebody in there who might make really bad decisions for a while, you have a problem, which might turn out to be the case. Again, what happens then, I don't know. We're in Wild West territory. That becomes a political watch and see question. If you have a follow-up, I'm happy to answer it.
No, I think there is a lot of uncertainty right now. But the meeting that is going on over the weekend, any insight into the possible outcome?
I do not have any new insight that it just published. That's from what I got as of right now. I would assume that FDIC banking guys are working this weekend. That actually usually happens when a bank fails. And people with exposure to SVB in the finance world are working this weekend. So if there is derivative positions, et cetera, as counterparty risk, people are trying to net that off if they can. So there are going to be people working the weekend. I do not have, I have not yet seen information that comes out about that. This might go into next week. The ones I am closely watching are payroll processing and working capital for those corporate accounts, right? How the FDIC deals with corporate accounts is going to be the first question, because if a company doesn't make payday and if a company doesn't make rent, that's going to be a problem. especially in the commercial world. Commercial rents are not like home rents. You don't have a multi-month eviction process. If you don't pay your landlord in the commercial world, they can put a lock on your office or store the next day, and you do not have access to your building until you pay them. So I mean, like, these kinds of things normally, like, not what you're thinking of if you're a tech company, but these kinds of things are now in play. So I don't know. I have not heard any more than I have written at this point. It's still Saturday evening. There's another whole weekend day to go, and there will be lots and lots of stuff to be worked out in the coming weeks. And quite frankly, they will still probably be working stuff out a year from now. But I'm not sure on that one. It depends on how they can get rid of the assets. There's a lot of interesting things they could do. There's a lot of boring things they could do. They are not going to do nothing because the FDIC has to try to, as orderly as possible, get this bank back out, right? They don't want to be trying to manage a bank. That's not their job. Their job is to make sure that banks manage themselves well.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Louisville, let's go back to you now and parse out your questions, and then we'll get to each of them in order, and we'll come back to each time. Louisville, do you want to carry on with the questions you asked? Okay. Well, we've either lost you or you maybe stepped away from your phone. We'll pick you up, Louisville, when you come back. Now, nobody else has any more finance or questions on this bank collapse. And I've asked all the questions I want. We've obviously not generated enough interest in other questions that I asked. So either I'm really good at asking all the questions, or everyone's gone to sleep on us. Finance, what do you reckon? I mean, I do that regularly. I don't know if you do, but
I don't know. It's weirdly the only time you could put SVB Bank in the space title, and it might actually draw more people than the words Ukraine war. Please don't change it, but we actually probably could. Like, it's
no, I
right?
won't.
Silly.
No, I won't. But I did pop in earlier this morning because I saw this space about SVB Bank open. So oh wow, 10,000 people! Holy moly! That must be a really hot bed of
9,000 bots.
Yeah, it was garbage. I mean, that was that. Honestly, I am an absolute rookie, right? I invest my money. I obviously know some of the terms and things, way these mechanics work, but I don't have an economics degree or anything like that. But I think the discussion we just had here about SVB Bank was probably more illuminating than several hours of sitting in there. But that's just my opinion. Now, back to Ukraine. So do you see any realistic effects of this collapse or any issues in the United States in the short term, if you are going into a recession, that would impact capability to supply things in the short term, and let us win the long-term discussion with Americans about maintaining support through a recession if you're having one later? Do you see anything that could be shocking?
No, generally, in a recession, if you are a company that has a order and people willing to pay you for that, you're thrilled. So anything that people are paying for to supply, we should expect to see slack in the ability to deliver. Slack sounds exactly like it is, right? You got to think of economy like sometimes like a rubber band, and when it's really tight, it can be hard to get things done. But when it's really loose, then adding an extra order, just like pulling on it a bit, just do this off as one.
But are there any things like drone manufacturers or special equipment manufacturers from Silicon Valley area that would be providing components or equipment to Ukraine that might be affected by the, payroll issues or the other problems that they could have affected?
Completely possible. My one worry is drone manufacturers, given the technological nature of the product and the and the positioning of Silicon Valley Bank. But it truly could be any company or a parts manufacturer could use. I mean, SVB Bank will use the bank for any business, right? It didn't have to be Silicon Valley. I mean, a guy I once worked with at Merrill was covering them in Tennessee. Like, that's as far afield from Silicon Valley as it gets. But like, I don't think it has to be that. It's totally plausible that some parts makers could have their business accounts caught up in that, or have their payroll caught up in that. Given that it was payroll companies, at least one Ripple had their Friday payday get caught up in that. This could cause problems for companies. Who it will cause problems for, we don't know yet. Like,
but if that happens, isn't the regulator empowered to go to one of the other big payroll companies or something like that, or make sure that the customers can be supported in the short term by getting other vendors that aren't affected, and making that, or somehow helping the company that isn't at fault?
Regulator, that's an interesting question. What happens to operational finance funds over $250,000 stuck in processing may in fact be an open legal question. And I really, if we had any lawyers, that would be the first thing I would ask is I believe, right, that like, I do not know if the law is that money it belongs to the company, or that money belongs to each employee. If it belongs to each employee, covered under FDIC insurance, it has to go out. FDIC must cover. If it belongs to the company, covered up to $250K for the company. Everything after that is a question. We don't know. I don't know. If somebody does know, that's a legal question I do not have the answer for. Large, disorderly banking failures are not normal activities. This isn't something you try to do. This is something that you try to avoid doing. This is the second largest one of all time, right? So there were banks that failed in the financial crisis, right? Number three, 4, or 5, I think, were all 2008, right? So like, this is larger than all but one bank ever. So the ripple effects are going to be better. Funny choice of words. The payroll provider that was originally a tech startup, but is now just a much bigger payroll provider with a lot of technology behind it, was called Ripple. So the ripple effects are going to be found out. Thankfully, it was just their Friday payrolls. They didn't do all their banking there. But between Ripple will try to work it out, right? Their CEO is going to try to work it out because the payroll processor doesn't want to go under because their bank went under. At the same time as every CEO whose payroll is affected is also going to try to do something. So every single company affected is going to try to do something. By the time the FDIC gets around to it, hopefully for employees, the problem is fixed. For companies themselves, that could be a real problem if they're short an entire payday worth of cash, especially in a cash-strapped startup. So again, these are the kinds of things that are going to be in question in the next week or two, right? And if you say exactly what's going to happen, part of these things is we don't know yet. How much are they empowered to do? Tends to be, frankly, a little bit less than they wind up doing, because there's all sorts of things they can do to like say, hey, if you'll take on the obligations of this, we'll also give you, or we'll sell you this whole book of business, because the FDIC also doesn't want to have contagion, right? So even what I suggested, like one of the things I really hope they do, that I think they're incentivized to do, would be to try to package as much of the business stuff together. The corporate loans, the processing, the payroll, so the operational stuff, the corporate loans, the business bank accounts, all of it together, and try to find a buyer for it, right? And if you could sell that whole package to somebody else, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Warren Buffett, M&T Bank, whoever, you now have a strong possibility. You now have a strong possibility of both working that out, because the business's job is to work that out, solving a couple of problems at once, and not having to worry about it, right? That's like a total possibility, right? If you put me at a very high level in the FDIC right now, I would literally be on the phone with all 5 of the firms I just named. Well, Buffett's not a firm, but he is a firm. And literally try and be like, yo, let's package all this together. What would you pay me? Try to get some cash in, because I'm going to give some value out, because it sorts out the operational problem that causes contagion. At the same time, as you can hopefully recoup enough cash because there's ongoing business value there. So it's going to be valued at some multiple of revenue, even if it's below what it should be because the bank just failed. Hopefully sell that off to an existing large bank or large financial firm. And that could sort it out, right? So they are empowered to do that because they control the bank now. They're the trustee of the bank now. So how they work it out, there's a million different things they could do. We won't know till they do it. They definitely have tools at their disposal to get all of the stuff that would have the most knock-on effects out the door. For guys that have a big mortgage in California, used to have a bunch of high net worth in a bank, those guys might get hosed because those guys could be looking at like not having being knocked down to, I mean, having 250,000 in the bank is significantly more than the average American household. But it's, you know, if you're looking at, you lost your job in this, many people will, both anyone who used to be at SVB, as well as a number of different startups. So if you lost your job, you were a highly paid worker, you didn't own your house outright, because most people don't. The housing market, we would expect where this is strongly to have problems, right? Like there's a lot of things that are going to be shaky for a bit. All right. Some of this stuff we're just going to have to watch. There are not clear answers for some of this stuff.
Yeah, understood. And I mean, I think that the regulator can do a lot of good by basically just being transparent and signaling what they will do unless the other players, you know, the big banking players, sort it out for themselves. That would, you know, that can sometimes even do it, because once you get down to a deal where there are valuable assets inside that bank, as you said, there's multiple other banks that are around that are looking for quality assets now. So that's, even that signal could cause that to happen, and then the regulator doesn't have to directly be involved in it, but maybe they will because it's so big. Back to you again.
Yeah, right. No, it's so big. They could at least try to. That's what I said. The obvious play to me is to try to sell off as much of the corporate book as is left together, right? And pull out the stuff that's going to look more toxic, and that will leave you with, you know, the corporate deposits and the corporate loans and the right for all these startups and mid-sized companies and small companies. You know, the deposits, the loans, and all the operational stuff. Try to put together a package that another bank will buy and have enough left over, right? Because they apparently sold out to, they were millions of dollars. You know, they basically sold all their stuff and they wound up a bit under $1 billion short of cash they needed to send to clients Friday morning, which is why the FDIC took them over. They did not have anything else that they could turn to cash. The FDIC takes you over at that point. Because when someone goes in the bank and can't get their money, you're done. That's the way banking works, right? So
yeah,
there's at least
exactly
940 million of value they're going to recover. Now there's plenty of that to get that done. All the back of the napkin is at least give or take on 80%. The range is 75 to just under 90 that I've seen. You can put me down for 75 is optimistic, because if they raise rates, it's a problem. And if they don't resolve this quickly, there might be a lot of correlation to these assets. That's my concern, right? That because, as you point out, a lot of these things are tied to similar funding structures, similar businesses, and the fact that SVB did badly is going to cause them to do worse. That there could be a correlation problem that affects their whole book. So the speed at which they do this probably protects value, and hopefully that they can put together a package that remains enough value to pay out all the depositors, because they don't want to. The FDIC is not supposed to take a loss, right? That's not their job. They're not bailing anybody out. Their job is to wind down a bank, right? So that the FDIC insured deposits get paid out, and as orderly as possible, whatever else that's owned by the bank is being managed by somebody else. So since that's their job, I'm hoping they can put together a package that gets the corporate stuff worked out quickly, because it will lose value over time also quickly, and that will figure out what to do right? And that will leave enough assets left that whoever had, all the individuals that had more than 250,000 a person, 500,000 a couple, get something back, and they're going to get hosed the most. That's my guess, but I'm guessing. We don't know. There's a lot of choices. Some of them could be worse. If they take their time a lot, that could be worse too, because time is their enemy. Because the longer they wait, and I don't mean like exactly Monday versus Tuesday, but if you do start talking about weeks, what value that's there now is going to leave, right? Anyone who does have profitable business and operational finance, like payroll processing, they're going to leave because they have to get it done quickly. Anyone who has, can refinance mortgages or get their financing elsewhere, profitable banking relationships, they're going to try to move elsewhere. Like the good clients are going to leave. And some of the mediocre clients are going to go out of business because they don't have access to their banking. So the fact of time is an enemy here. And that's also concerning. So that's why I posted this now, because we're literally in the middle of it and we don't know where it's going.
Well, hopefully they are smart enough to manage that, because, obviously.
I don't know that it's pure intelligence, because we don't know how bad the situation is under the hood.
Yeah.
Right. Because we don't know what they're looking at, it's hard to say, what it takes to deal with it. That's part of the problem, the level of opacity and scale of SVB Bank that we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. Nancy. Nancy, you put your hand up. Have you got something?
Yeah, there's one other thing that is probably relevant as far as how quickly or slowly the FDIC's unwind is of this company. And that is, and a piece I haven't had a chance to research yet, is I had read somewhere that they had already been in talks for a potential acquisition by another financial institution. Don't know how far along they were, don't know how much due diligence was done, don't know if there were multiple banks involved or not. But what we did see, because I was in the industry at the time of the S&L crisis, yeah, I'm showing my age there, sorry guys, was that some of the institutions that were seized by the FDIC back then had already been in due diligence talks with multiple banks before the feds had to seize them. And at that point, it was, literally weekend deals that were made as far as who would pick up the assets. They move that quickly if there is a potential purchase candidate that has already done due diligence. So, but that depends a lot on who was in play and whether they were serious and whether they'd looked at the commercial books or not. Everything else can be forecast and analyzed, but most banks who are looking to acquire, they want to look at those commercial portfolios, especially if it's a boutique business or focused overextended potentially in a singular industry. That's all.
Yeah, I would say for the audience that Nancy is the only person who comes up on Space who has more banking experience by far than I do, and more regulatory experience than I will ever have. So thank you very much.
It's just older.
I will say that I have nothing I have heard suggests we're going to get lucky with somebody did their due diligence deep enough to like their commercial portfolio. But I guess if there's an announced sale of all assets on Monday, it's probably less a shotgun wedding and more that's who is poking around. I am not.
Yeah, and we just won't know until that point. And, I can do some digging and see if I can find out maybe, if there's anything on paper about who they were talking with. But it sounded from the article I read that it seemed pretty recent. So I'm not optimistic, but I do want to toss it out there.
Yeah, everything I heard was recent, based around the fact they were struggling and was probably nowhere near enough that anyone would want to touch that without having to take a much deeper dive now that they're failed.
Yeah, agreed.
But we can be optimistic. Maybe we're wrong, right? Like, these are the kinds of things that are always, for obvious reason, kept private and out of the press. So there's a small chance neither of us just know. We just don't have the information. and we get lucky. But I have yet to see evidence of that.
Thank you for that, Nancy. Alex, you come back. What would you like to ask?
Yeah, I was looking into it now. It looks like since end of February, a lot of executives of the bank sold a lot of their shares, like between 10 and 30%. Is it unusual? That would be first question. And second, does it... yeah, it doesn't sound very good. But basically, which bank we should put money in? Like the idea was to take them out of stocks and put into bank, but now it looks like it should be the other way around.
They may claw that back. It's usually true that any executive, especially the CEO, who is currently, if you just type in SVP executive, Google will fill in sold stock for you to tell you how much that's being researched. Any C-level executive, any super senior executive has to fill out a very public stock sale plan before they can sell any shares, because it's considered insider trading and you have to tell the entire world that you were selling shares. It is normal for major company CEOs to regularly be sellers of shares because they're often awarded so many shares as compensation that vest over many years. So the fact that they sold shares is not in and of itself insane. The fact that it was the first time he did it in over a year, and he did it 2 days before they collapsed. So sure, he filed his thing a month or plus ago, but the fact that this all happened 2 days before it collapsed meant that he probably knew there were significant problems. Again, in my article at the very end, I have an addenda on them where there was a trader who pointed out that he thought if he marked them to market last autumn, and he has the receipts. So this isn't, hey, I said this last autumn. This is, he had put out the thing and you can't take it back. So last autumn, he was saying, look, if we mark them to market, they're worth zero, right? They have negative net value. And so if the CEO figured that out between last autumn and the start of 2023 and filed this plan, then yeah, that looks real bad. He's never going to admit to it, but I agree it looks bad. I don't think it changes much, but it does absolutely make a nice eat the rich storyline, and also feeds in a bit that if he knew enough to sell his shares for the first time in the year, why the hell didn't he know enough to like hedge his company or do something useful?
Thank you. Nancy, you've got another point.
Yeah, except then after hearing finance, I was starting to forget it as well too. The one thing to remember about the way FDIC insurance works and bank insurance works, if you're in the United States and it's the United States regulators that have seized a bank, is their first goal basically is for those people who are under the threshold for the guaranteed insurance by the feds, that the bank opens its doors under a new name. It's a temporary name, but that they are able to do business the following Monday. That is always their goal, and I have rarely to see them not meet it. So that's one consideration there. To one of finance posts earlier, I think either late yesterday or sometime today, somebody had asked about, well, is it 500,000 for a joint account, and it's, versus 250,000 for a single. It's actually a little more complicated than that. There are rules and there are ways that deposits can be structured. It's not going to help these larger businesses that we're talking about, but for individuals, if you look for finance posts on this topic, you'll see me respond to one of those with the link to the FDIC website where it breaks out how that stuff works. Alex, as far as your question on, well, how do I know where to safely put my money? I can tell you that the largest bank failure in the United States is one that I had small amounts of intentional deposits in at the time they went under. And part of the reason was because, and that was Washington Mutual, part of the reason was that out of the entire industry, their 6-month certificate of deposit rates were about a third higher in their interest rate than any other financial institution at that point in time. Okay, old banker me goes, oh, yellow flag here. They've got a liquidity problem because they're scrambling to get deposits to offset what they're doing on the other side of their balance sheet. But as an individual, I knew that the worst case scenario was I'm still going to have that CD when it matures. There's a chance that the feds may say, no, we're going to clear the position and mature those CDs out, when we close the bank. But either way, I'm still okay. Maybe a little bit of time, but that was money I wasn't urgent for. It wasn't like my primary banking account. Primary checking accounts and stuff is really what that is focused on protecting for individuals. I don't know Canadian banking laws, but I would expect that they have some similar protections. And you could ask your bank in Canada about that as well. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. It does. I completely forgot that up to 250,000, it's kind of under FDI insured.
Yeah, I learned in
So
Europe
all
that
this
the
talk,
threshold is lower.
all this
So it
talk
does
must be
vary
about
country by country.
all the talk must be about commercial entities
Yeah.
that have larger.
Yeah, the biggest discussion here, and the reason why they're talking about the commercial deposits, is because so many of the companies that were doing business or getting loans through this institution also had larger deposit volumes there. And like finance was talking about, your payroll cycles and things like that. So there was a large percentage of total deposits that are not covered under FDIC insurance. The mom and pops are going to be fine if they're under those thresholds, but it's the large amount that are over that threshold that are going, shit, what happens now? That they've got to sift through and understand what's left to be able to, be divided amongst those positions and how are they going to do it? And that takes some time. Back to you guys.
Yep, thank you, Nancy. Righto. So if there aren't any more questions for finance on this banking issue and any effects it might have, I guess I'd just like to, because I haven't caught up with finance in several days. Is there any major finance issue related to Russia or Ukraine that you found notable in the last 3 days that you'd like to recap with us? Because I might have missed something you found important and I'd like to hear about it.
I mean, this is the finance news, right? This is so big if you're in the U.S. that it's swamping everything else. So I mean, there's also a gentleman Mike hand up, so I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let you just run some hands. People want to change the topic. I'm sure plenty of our audience would love to hear some more other things.
No problem. Michael, go ahead, please.
Hey, I've been a long-term listener here, but this is an area that I've got a lot of experience going back decades, but maybe I'm here at a time that was specific to finance with SVB, and I'm happy to talk about that, but that almost seems like a different page. I'm more interested in what's going on with Bakhmut, but a lot of the things that have been said here, if you've got questions about FDIC or who's the depositors or what the comparisons are to 2008, I've got a background on that with a lot of depth. I just don't see the relevance to Ukraine, but I'm not going to interrupt the space.
No, totally agree, Michael. I think if that's great, it's super if you are here that we can include you in the discussion more about that, especially if anybody else has any questions. But if they don't, yeah, I agree. The relevance to Ukraine is limited, and I think finance has played that out. And we will move on to another subject unless Louisville, who now is back and has his hand up, wants to talk about finance again. Thanks, Michael.
All right. About finance and NATO wants to move to emission-free energy, and unfortunately and devastatingly, like Ukraine, like was destroyed by Russia, which they need to like repair. And I think Ukraine's future, like NATO, United States, and the West, is renewable emission free energy. And the most recent, about a few months ago, and you could say a few days or so, of like nano nuclear. And I think like since Russia destroyed a Ukrainian whole entire infrastructure, they should repair for the Green Deal for them. That's basically it. Thanks.
Okay, finance. Did you catch that question? I don't know anything about the transition to
Yeah,
renewables
this
or
is more
anything.
like American politics relating to Ukraine, as far
Oh,
as
okay. So
infrastructure rebuilding.
Yeah, so I didn't understand the full question. I will say that the American politics of rebuilding Ukraine tend to be positive. A lot of that is going to be private capital. There will also be significant government ties, clearly in the military industrial space. How much more outside of that will probably depend on our next president. Unfortunately, this war does not appear to be wrapping up anytime tomorrow. Would love if it did. Don't see that happening from any military advice we get. So, yeah, I would say that certainly in America, we're all fans of being able to invest our money and sell outside. Ukraine is going to want both things, especially when it comes to anything involving infrastructure and rebuilding. So already you see, I think it's BlackRock's involved or Blackstone's involved with the private equity side. We're seeing JP Morgan get involved. So our financial companies are already involved in discussions with Zelensky's executive branch to work on rebuilding Ukraine and financing that. So that's where the U.S. is getting involved. Our government contractors are working on supply chains into Ukraine during the war and for after the war. So that's currently happening. And I would expect everything about that to just increase in a post-war environment.
I think it's something that Russians gonna look at and say, "Damn, I wish we had that." Like, and they're gonna feel real bad about destroying it. Like, that's what I think. Like, and they guilty as a whole because, like I said before, like the Russians that had a chance to escape to Georgia and all of that, like for a better life, they already did. But the ones that stayed there, they chose to support and genocide. But like once they realize like how Ukraine is gonna be better off without them, like they're gonna like, damn, I wish we had that. Like, 'cause the world's just gonna advance. Like they think that fossil fuels is gonna stay forever. It's not. And like they destroyed it, but like we're gonna learn from it, and they're gonna pay for it.
well, I mean, you're getting into reparations there, and I think that would be something for Ukraine to negotiate at the end of it. Not all of us here, of course. We can all have an opinion about it, but clearly, Ukraine will have some significant justification for reparations for rebuilding, um, uh, particularly given the manner in which the Russian military prosecutes itself uh, in Ukraine. Because I mean, essentially, their modus operandi is flatten everything with artillery and then creep your soldiers in there with little cover to try to just overwhelm the enemy just with humans rather than with combined arms maneuvering warfare. Um, Finance, do you want to get into anything on reparations from Ukraine, or is it? I mean, it's too early to talk about anything like that. I reckon.
I don't
Unless,
think it is too early. I don't think it is too early because go ahead. Sorry, finance. Because when you talk about the reparations, you're also talking about some of the money that has been seized and held by some of the countries. I'm actually specifically looking for something that I saw today regarding this as far as the seized money. But for now, let's go to finance real quick. But I think that we're not going to know the end total of what kind of reparations will be required. But I think that if you look at some of the money that has been frozen around the world that could possibly be seized now and be given towards reparations, would not be a bad thing. Finance, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
I don't even think of it as reparations. I think the fact that there is the fact that Russia is still at a hot war and is not being forced to and their assets, their central bank assets, have not been seized and given in their entirety to Ukraine to sponsor the budget, their budget shortfall at the very least, and significantly more to allow them to go purchase their own arms and supplies in as much quantity as they so can, is the height of problems. If you can't seize money, when we all can agree that there's a territorial aggressive invasion at the least, and for those of us who are calling a spade, a genocidal invasion going on, I don't know when you can seize money. So yeah, that needs to happen. I hope that reparations happens. Russia has never in its entire imperial history been forced to take its strong accountability for its crimes. I would note that the Versailles Treaty was based on the treaty that Russia imposed on, that Germany in World War I imposed on Tsarist and then Communist Russia to, I believe it was Communist Russia signed the peace treaty, the Bolsheviks, but it was actually based on that treaty. So they did have to sign an incredibly awful treaty for Russia, but that sort of got ripped up and blown over after Germany themselves lost the war on the other front. So, we could hope that they are forced to pay reparations, given that nobody is talking about invading Moscow in any situation. I don't think it is likely or expected. But we'll see. Anyways, back to you, hosts.
Thank you, sir. Alex, what do you got now, sir?
Thank you. I just read that a big LNG ship named Lech Kaczynski has just arrived to newly built LNG terminal in Poland, in Świnoujście, with 70,000 cubic feet, I think, of cubic meters of LNG from United States. This is, I was pleased to know the name of the ship. Lech Kaczynski was, for those who do not know, he was president of Poland. During the war, Russian invasion into Georgia in 2008, there were presidents of Poland, Ukraine, and 3 Baltic countries were planned their visit to Georgia, and there was a lot of speculation whether Russia would bomb the capital or not, but they had the courage to come and essentially played like live shield, and there was huge rally in the capital in the middle of that invasion. At that time, Russia did not dare to bomb capital. Next year, actually, it was either 2 years later or 3 years later, but Lech Kaczynski, every year he was visiting in Smolensk. There is a cemetery in Katyn. There is a place, Katyn, where dozens of thousands of Polish officers were executed by NKVD. And every year he was visiting there. At that year, Russians did not want him to go there. He still was going, and naturally, when president of country goes, all the leadership goes along with him, and that airplane had a basically crashed, and it was believed. I don't know what was the result of commission. Of course, Russia denied everything, but there is strong opinion, and I personally believe that it was engineered crash. They basically gave the airplane a wrong path, so that the plane hit the tops of the trees and fell apart. But so everybody died. There were no survivors, and some were even saying that they were hearing, shots, like as if somebody was walking and making sure nobody survives, shooting them. So, yeah, there was a commission. Nobody understood anything, but I'm very glad that today a ship, Lech Kaczynski, brought LNG to Poland to replace Russian natural gas. Very, very pleased.
Yeah, that is a good news story that I'll explore a little bit. It's excellent that you give the history behind that. That it's named after the president. I do remember the Soviet command. The Soviet leaders being quite upset about the fact that when we were watching the former Soviet Union and Poland and the Eastern Bloc states, it was interesting to note some of the dynamics in there back in the 80s, and because it was clearly the whole thing was coming apart. Obviously, solidarity and everything going on in Poland. So and the Poles showing their independence like that to visit those sites, clearly would have they would have known how upset it made the Soviet power structure, but they were basically saying we're going to do that anyway. So that's a great story. Thanks for that, Alex. And here's the great news about this, because Prince told me this the other day, and this just adds to my glee and probably finances about this, that oil and gas, oil and gas particularly, they're not fungible, right? They say, the Russia will cut off all the gas, and they won't be able to replace it, which is true. But it's great to see. I mean, this is one of my favorite things about that responses to this war is how all the liberal democracies in the world lined up and said, "Screw you, pal. You're not going to hold Europe hostage, and we're going to do what some people thought would be phenomenally difficult, but was done with relative ease, and assisted by Mother Nature, who's well known to hate Russia too, by the way. But the good news is that all of these LNG facilities were capable of, going the other way. They can gasify or condense LNG to be able to ship based on whether the market is good or bad inside the domestic economy, and they have to move significant volumes around. And the great thing is, all this LNG is coming in and out of Poland to further supplant what would have been Russian gas and drive the price even lower. So Russia is caught in a lowering volume and lowering price situation, which just makes you dance with glee if you think about their account balances. I'm sure it does finance, but the best part of it is, right, the Prince told me the other day too that there's a number of diesel tankers that are filling up. If you go past Poland and up the Baltic Sea, there's a number of Russian tankers or Russian diesel filled tankers that have been trying to move material out of there, and they've got because they're just putting it on boats now because they've run out of tankage on shore. But they're parked there because there's no place to go, right? Because the way the world works is you can only go, you can't drive a boat across land. And it's excellent that Russia doesn't have any customers, right? They could drive it out of the Baltic Sea, but they got to go all the way down around the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. But there's no customers for diesel fuel over there. So then you got to go, oh no, I'm going to go all the way around. Now I got to go all the way around the tip of Africa, or go all the way through the Suez and then down out of the Arabian Sea and try to get over to India or someplace else where I can sell this diesel fuel. But by the time I get there with it, given the margins on diesel fuel, and the other sources for diesel fuel and where those customers are at, they're also likely to face a low price for these volumes of oils that they're moving. And I think Prince told me the size of these tankers, and they're not the really, really, really massive ones. So you really get, if you get screwed on price and you have to run it in a smaller tanker around the Horn of Africa to get it over to your customers, your margin is basically going to be nothing at that point. And great. So, we can, sanctions on a country is great, but I really like when the liberal democracies of the world get our free markets together and we move a lot more gas out of Australia and supplant the customers on the west coast of America, so that America can free up gas and send it to Europe to circumvent this crisis that was attempted to be created by Russia. I just love that shit. I love it when liberal democracies get together and kick the shit out of authoritarian governments, not with any arms. Oh, I love it when they do it with arms too, if they've invaded a country like Ukraine. But I absolutely love to see them be crushed by countries that they can't line up, right? They cannot line up the kind of support that the liberal democracies can for our way of life. And I love it when we use our tools for good like that. There end my speech. So Amos, how are you, sir? I have never met you before. Welcome up.
Wait a minute, Will. Wait a minute, Will. Sorry, Amos. Hang on just a second. Boy, Will, I told you a lot of things that I don't remember. I think it was somebody else, but that's okay. Just sort of got a giggle out of that. That's all good.
It might have been Joanna, because serving as a co-host on this sort of radio station is kind of like that show Broadcast News, right? Where there's somebody like Oana or Victoria. There's always people feeding you information behind the scenes that you have these facts and figures at your fingertips, and people think, well, geez, he's smart, he's got all that. Basically, I'm just a talking head that lives in the right time zone and reads a bit. And
I was just going to follow up on what I was saying earlier. I put the tweet up in the nest I saw earlier today, and it's from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. And it has a nice video along with it. Well, nice is, I think it's nice because it shows, it has a meaning. It's full of destroyed buildings and awful war crimes and things such as that. But it makes the point, is why it's a nice video, I think. But it's the sorry. The tweet says Russia's war against Ukraine has already caused more than 700 billion with a B dollars in damage. Things we've talked about here and heard here plenty of times. Meanwhile, hundreds of billions of Russian state assets remain frozen in Western banks. It is only fair that this money is used to fund the reconstruction of Ukraine. And I think that's the point right there, is that this money should be freed up so that it can be used to start to reconstruct Ukraine. Some people argue that it should be used to be able to fight for Ukraine, but at least to rebuild. And in some ways that is some reparations. So that is just I wanted to point out that I did that. And Finance, I DM'd you on Twitter an article. And Amos, it is good to see you tonight. And sorry for interrupting, Will. We'll go to Amos now. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to circle back. Well, you've already circled back around to the subject of reparations. On Earth, I think Finance said that he doesn't hold that much hope, for really meaningful amount of reparations from Russia. But I'm wondering, since he said that, number one, Prince, you've said, well, there's hundreds of billions of dollars held in Russian assets. Will talked about, price controls on oil and gas market. Seems to me like we should be able to, aside from the fact that, Finance said, well, it's really up to Ukraine to negotiate it. It seems to me like it's really also that the allies, Ukraine's allies, United States, the rest of us, have a role to play in this, that we can leverage, the muscle that we have, in influencing their ability to ship and deliver oil and gas, plus all that money that's locked up in Russian assets. Um, so I'm just wondering, isn't there a pathway here for us to exert the leverage that we have? There may not be enough in Russian assets, that are locked up to fully pay back, but it seems like we may have more leverage than we think. Of course, the flip side of this is, well, you can only bleed Russia dry so much, right? You can't get blood out of a stone. And if we're ruining their economy, uh, it's kind of a balance, isn't it? So I'm just kind of wondering if somebody want to kind of comment on how we might work that going forward.
Yeah, I mean it's a good question, but and I share the sentiment that Prince raised. That I mean, essentially, they ought to be able to release that money now and allow it to help defend the war as well as rebuild Ukraine afterward. I think there's probably some worries about the precedent setting, and I think that we have to they have to let due process take its course. But I would absolutely maintain lock down every penny that they can from every oligarch that's been sanctioned, or and any Russian government tied assets, that they absolutely should make those locked down and subject to discussion, negotiation of reparations when the war is done. If we were to allow those assets to be seized and transferred now, where they can't be, I guess where they can't be tried directly to criminal activity, the world would face some backlash on that. And I haven't worked through whether or not that backlash would be 100% bad or good either, because when nasty people want to put their money someplace, if they stop doing that, they're also basically stuck storing it inside their own country, and which is the real other issue that has to happen is that Russia clearly needs to be isolated once this war is over and Ukraine has removed all Russians from their territory. That sanctions need to be maintained, and seizure of assets at that point should be discussed to pay for any reparations. And where those reparations don't cover the bill, then put Russia on a payment plan. And if they don't stick to that payment plan, then they don't get the sanctions reduced on them or eliminated on them later on. I mean, finance. I don't want to set him off, but I'm firmly in the book that he would be in, which is you get isolated like Cold War days. No convertible ruble, no transfer of anything in and out unless it's subject to special case release, and you're going to stay like that until you meet a set of conditions that the UN War Crimes Tribunal and other people would, the International Criminal Court would rule on, that would be acceptable for you to demonstrate you've moderated the positions and the capabilities you've got to do anything like this in the future. And when you've done that, you're welcome to come back to the world of civilized nations. But until such time as that actually happens with demonstrable moves in that way, rather than, oh, we promise we'll get better. I'm fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. No, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I absolutely don't think Russia's performance through this war and in the recent past warrants them being part of anything but the group of ostracized nations like North Korea and Iran, where people are clearly just trying to do bad things. This regime in Iran is also probably illegitimate to its own people. You've got Belarus that's illegitimate to its own people. Where these entities that are authoritarian and are not showing no demonstrable evidence that they're representing the will of their people they should be isolated until such time as they change their ways. But that's just my view on it. Louisville.
Iran is going to be a democratic secular state before Russia. Well, we'll see. It's a race, but Iran, they definitely, the people, they definitely want their voice to be heard, and they need to be sanctioned to the ground, like Russia. The people, they have a choice. Like they could just they every society is democratic whether they realize it or not, and they just need to just like put Putin out and do him Mussolini style. I seen that, and I think he should be done like Mussolini. Um, he's terrible for people, and he think he's a badass villain, and he's not. Like he think he's in a movie. This is not a movie. This is real life. You need to treat people kind and respectful, and you can't just be blowing up cities. That is devastating. Like you can't talk about peace and while you're destroying. Like his people, they need to wake up. Like they in the cold, and like we can't. The United States cannot go towards Trump or anything like the Republican Party. I don't mean. I'm sorry for being political. I only say that, but we cannot gear towards any type of cult like how it is in Russia or Iran or wherever.
Yeah, and I agree. We're not going to drift into U.S. politics or finance or anything unless it goes to the situation in Ukraine. But I agree with some of what you said, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure Iran will be a liberal democracy before Russia will. But I guess it remains to be seen. But clearly, all over, these the democracy movements throughout the world have tended to look pretty demographic, right? And tied to information systems. I know when I was, when the Arab Spring or whatever they called that sort of period went on, looking back on it, it's so obvious that the fact that a massive bulk of people were under 18 or around 18 and going into political and social sort of consciousness area, coupled with the fact that they had now had access to the internet, let these people examine how incredibly unfair their ruling societies have been on them. And I think some of that is at play in places like Georgia, and I would hope in Moldova and other places that have been in the satellite of what Russia considers its sphere of influence after the Soviet Union, and I certainly hope them all the best in breaking away from that. If anybody was in the audience, I mean, I absolutely want to know what's going on in Ukraine, but I also absolutely want to know what continues to go on in Georgia because, as Axel has said, I mean, this is probably their best real chance of getting out of under the thumb of Russia in the near to mid future. So I certainly hope all the folks in Georgia can maintain the rage and hopefully turn a portion of the security apparatus and military their way, and it could be a good thing for them. I know that. I mean, along the lines of the model of what's happened in Ukraine, the thing that I keep running into in the disinformation space is people always, continually come back. Oh, Ukraine's corrupt and all these things. And have you looked at the recent information? Have you seen any of the legislation that's been passed in Ukraine since 2014 and the effects that it's had? And have you seen the type of rooting out of corruption that they've done? Have you seen where they're currently at on the index of freedom, by the independent observers that are valid? And we tend to overestimate the freedom in our own countries and underestimate the freedom that has been gained by others because we look back at scandals and think that all that's nothing ever gets better, that it's always the same, but it just clearly is not the case in Ukraine. Ukraine has made some incredibly good advances in rooting out corruption and improving transparency and accountability of their government. And I mean, I just can't. So when I'm now talking to people on the internet, which unfortunately tend now in the last couple of weeks to be people that identify themselves as the MAGA crowd, they're still tied to the phone call of Trump with Zelensky, and this issue of they're hiding all this information on Hunter Biden, and it's like, boy, you guys really are living in the past, and you need to take a look at what's currently going on in those countries, and how the corruption's been burned out. But it gets very difficult to talk to people about issues on the timeline of how things have improved or how it changed, because they're not really receptive to it unless you concede that there's something going on with Hunter Biden that is significant. And I just can't go there. So no hands. Boy, I'm gonna have to start saying things inflammatory. I'll have to find out who's sitting here and insult the Americans. Maybe that usually does it. Alex, what have you got, sir?
Yeah, you mentioned about that issue with diesel. That's actually, I read the other day. I think it was yesterday. Apparently, all the ships where Russians placed their diesel, they have now no place to put their diesel. They're using ships to store diesel, and apparently they lost even those small customers. I believe India stopped buying their stuff. They are buying crude oil super cheap, but then they turn it into diesel and sell it to former Russian customers. So Russia lost its former clients of refined oil, and all the ships now, they are filled with their diesel they cannot sell. They will have to cut down production very soon, which is another blow to their dwindling finances. But couple of words about reparation. The interesting thing about Russia is its huge territory. There are 7 or 8 time zones, and most of resources, most of assets are actually underground in Siberia, which is way, way, way far from Moscow. So imagine a situation where all liabilities are in Moscow, in Kremlin, and all assets are in Siberia. I think there is a major conflict of interest there. Why would Siberian authorities agree to pay all those reparations that are like for generations, when there may be the easier way out, maybe just to break away and said, well, basically, again, it's Kremlin's liabilities. If I lived in Siberia, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with Moscow. It's just it's toxic. But another problem here is, big parts of that land were captured by Russian Empire, by Russian Tsar against China. And China actually never agreed with that. They even these days, not even these days, but for all this time at schools, they are learning that Siberia is former China, which was taken by Russia when Russia was strong and could, have its way through unfair agreements. Basically, they do not recognize the agreement of, I believe, 1881 or something. And there was interesting piece of information. Apparently, Chinese Ministry of Maps, apparently they have one, Maps and Natural Resources or something to that end. They issued new instruction where Russian cities, not Russian cities, where cities in the Far East, places like Vladivostok, Khabarovsk, Ussurisk, they will be going forward in Chinese maps. They will be mentioned with their historic names, which are Chinese names. I cannot pronounce them now because, like, I heard that only once. But looks like they plan to do it so going forward. So that's another risk. There will be interesting time ahead, and definitely difficult time for Russia ahead. But we'll see.
No, I totally agree, Alex. And nobody knows what's going to happen inside Russia afterward. But I can tell you from my personal experience on the ground in the Far East that the populations in the Far East know that they get pretty hard done by the Kremlin even during peacetime, and will absolutely be resentful of having to further bear the weight of this war, given the fact that most of the money that's generated is from their areas, and most of the soldiers disproportionately have also come from their areas. So they will have bona fide grievances beyond what they had even 10, 12 years ago when I was in Russia, and they existed at that time because the Kremlin used to wait until agreements were all finalized with the regions over resource and tax allocation and thing, and then they'd take the agreements back to Moscow, and 2 days later you'd find out that they just changed them all and initial them on their part, and you'll take that and like it, right? Sakhalin was one of the most underdeveloped places in the world when I arrived there in 2002, and I mean, it still hadn't been a new building built in Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk since they built a Brezhnevsky style building. The centralized apartment buildings in Russia used to be based on a sort of style. There was a Stalinka at the time Stalin was around. That public housing, not public housing, but yeah, public housing, because everybody was assigned housing, or a lot of people were. And so there was a Stalinka style, and then there was a Khrushchevsky style, and then there was a Brezhnevsky style, because Khrushchev thought he was brilliant, and he thought he could save some money in the design of the standard apartment building, and because he thought he was a bit of an architect, and save money and make it better, and he made them terribly worse. So the worst of the apartments to live in is a Khrushchevsky. But then Brezhnev came around, and they came out with a style of the new apartments. So Brezhnev is going to be the first Soviet president or head of the Politburo and the chairman of the Communist Party to visit Sakhalin in like 40 years, since the end of the Second World War. And there was no Brezhnevsky buildings in town, so they built one specifically because the boss was coming to town, and it's still there. And of course, it's an absolute piece of garbage. But there was basically no investment in that place until the oil and gas business took off with Western influence and Western financing. And the agreement was, because it had been so economically disadvantaged for so long, that they were going to get 25% of the oil revenues were going to stay in Sakhalin to develop it, because even Brezhnev was well, he wasn't shocked because he actually died before he arrived. But there was a clear understanding that the argument was that it's so underdeveloped, it deserves a certain amount of this money, so to stay local, so that we can develop it into more than just this backwater that it is. And That agreement was signed, taken back to Moscow, and then they scratched out 25% and put 5%. So take that and like it was what they were told, and they had to. So there will be a lot of resentment. I guess I don't know what's going to happen, Alex, in Russia, but I think there is a relatively clear case for breakup of that into regions or groups of regions now. But it's going to take a lot smarter person than me to be able to predict what's going to happen there. But I hope the smart people in the world are looking and that they manage that issue appropriately, because the massive amount of risk comes out of having to now deal with 12, 13, 15 different countries, all of which could become their own little autocracies, which could be problematic. But I guess we'll wait and see. But I do share your view on that, Alex. Do you have a follow-up before we go to Tom?
Yeah, just a quick comment. They are like, for those who do not know, they are a couple of hours from Japan, right? So just for comparison, like couple of hours distance, and look at Japan and look at Sakhalin. By the way, South Sakhalin used to be part of Japan.
Yes, indeed. And here's how precious Russia is about things too. When the island of Sakhalin had been fought over by Russia and Japan multiple times in its history, but at the end of the Second World War, Russia drove the Japanese out of there and actually claimed some islands that were Japanese, the Kuril Islands that they're still in dispute. But what the other thing they did was they literally scoured every piece of Japanese architecture off the island and destroyed it and tore it out by root and branch to completely eliminate any of the culturally recognizable Japanese buildings on the entire island except one building, and they kept that as a museum, and it's still in Yuzhno-Sakhalin to this day. So that Russia is and has been. I didn't really recognize it that greatly when I was living in Russia, but Russia really is very precious about Russification and very. I mean, I should have recognized it, but and very, very jealous and xenophobic about some other cultures, even though they don't appear to be when you meet and talk to them about it. Anyway, so Thomas, welcome up, and what would you like to ask or talk about, sir?
Yes, well, certainly I would stay on this Japan topic since I'm here in Japan, and precisely these ideas of what we'll do in the future. I guess in this international conference here today, you can put me in the delegation of, I don't know what's going to happen in terms of whether we have a big Ukraine victory or a minor Ukraine victory, or however, to the extent that that victory occurs and the Russians are humiliated and they lose their power here in East Asia, we have a very potent ally. We have for years, but even more now, they've stepped up to the plate, and that is Japan in this equation in terms of bringing things back to economic normalcy for the post-Ukraine war Russia. Now, the conditions, of course, they have more or less gone along with the Western sanctions, with the exception of Sakhalin that we could talk a little bit about, which is still concerning. But by and large, it was really a major departure under Prime Minister Kishida now, as opposed to what happened under Prime Minister Abe. Abe was really playing the appeasement card with Moscow. He had something like, I think, 37 meetings with Putin, referring to him, by first name, and chumsy and palsy and everything. Now, of course, he's off the stage, rest his soul, from the assassination. But we have a new prime minister here, combined with the invasion, which gave something like 97% in the Japanese press was a positive portrayal of Ukraine for the last year in terms of any kind of news related to Russia, and very highly supported by the Japanese population. Now, they want those 4 islands back, the Kuril Islands of which you refer to. So that's Habumai, Shikotan, Etorofu, and Kunashiri.
Thomas, I'm gonna interrupt you for a minute. I'm waiting to hear, but I just got a host connection issue. I just want people to know that if we crash, we will come right back. So please come right back if our space suddenly and abruptly ends. So I just, sorry to interrupt you, Thomas, but when that happens, we try to interrupt to let people know that that's a possibility, and we will be right back if we crash. Thank you, Thomas. Continue.
Oh,
Sorry.
great. Thank you so much. Hopefully it won't happen on my watch, but it might. But as I was saying, and also the earlier comment about the Russification of seized Japanese lands, you know, the immediate obliteration of anything to do with the Japanese reference. I mean, now if you go over to the 4 islands, they've done pretty much the same things in terms of any Japanese architecture. They have kept untouched a lot of the Japanese grave sites there. And there have been Russian-Japan agreements to allow a certain amount of Japanese to go up and visit the graves, which is a very important thing for Japanese to do. But again, going back to this invasion,